If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101, Fairy Night. 3 years. This is my longest stay so far. Even my time in Gakkai didn't surpass it. I admit, I feel lonely every now and then, but I chose to push forward since it is something I am determined to do. Still, their company is something I always miss. Even if I could talk with them vaguely through their arcanum. I shrugged that thought as I returned to my mobile base. It moves continuously within the airspace and could immediately transfer to the ground through teleportation. It is the product of searching for resources in this singularity for 3 years. Many functions such as stealth and defense are incorporated to it. Of course, I didn't excessively do things. The resources and drops from my week-long expedition contributed to its creation. As for the inspiration behind it, during 3 iterations, I went to the abandoned research laboratory of an organization known as Atlas. Their security measures are extremely strong. I took some inspiration from them and created this mobile base. Coordinates locked. Magical energy is starting to fluctuate within these points. In the control room, hangar, 5 big points glowed red on the screen. Unsurprisingly, all of them could be located in Jerusalem. The rest of the world remained silent. Looking at them. It'll take at least half a day. I said. Let's settle this grail first. We'll act according to the plans we have previously discussed. Understood. As I left the hangar, a long pathway made of silver and blue steel greeted my sight. Tap. 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 Every now and then, I heard metallic footsteps. Those came from the autonomous workers that Miko manages. They are responsible for resupplying and organizing things in the inventory. Having a mobile base isn't exactly as easy as it sounds. Refueling, perimeter checks, production line. Fortunately, it is Miko who did most of the automated things. As to how I made them, the Miracle Maker Creation Forge has a huge part in that. It allowed me to virtually summon every tool that I know of and use them to create new things. Then, my creations would receive a buff in accordance to their purposes. I have this many stored. An itching feeling on my chest appeared. Several lines of thought followed after it. Charge, 15. Miracle, 2 available charging. Summoning, not yet full. These were the new functions from 3 years ago. Aside from my charges to manipulate time, there are the miracle and summoning parts. The former allows me to accomplish an impossible deed out of nowhere, while the latter has something on what I presume to be summoning. I am not certain if it would involve heroic spirits, though. Nevertheless, I used more than 10 of those charges developing this base as well as myself. Even if I used a charge to learn the infinite conversion of mana furnace inside this singularity, I would be able to learn it within these 3 years, and so I did. That was when I found out that the less direct the things I see, the fewer chances I would be noticed by Solomon. From the fully charged miracle I used before, I would be able to kill the Black Dragon as a level 3, yet that was what it took to evade Solomon's gaze. After that, I managed to find some pieces of information through the supercomputer stored inside the Atlas base, Tri Hermes. It seems to contain everything from heroic spirits data to the deduction about King Solomon and his goal. Unfortunately, they met their untimely end during a disaster. Swoosh! The special containment room opened. From here, I saw the thousands of magic circles inscribed within it. This is really my work. I came to accept my current position after 3 years. I am no longer the me of the past. I would no longer struggle with clearing Orario's 100 floors. I reached a new level. A singular square pillar rose up in the middle. When I got closer, I saw that it had a gemstone embedded on its top. It is protected by a layer of glass. I took out the golden grail. The moment it was out, it attempted to do something. Fuzz. More than 1,000 magic circles lit up the entire room. They were all compressed on several dozen huge magic circles. Upon their activation, the grail's reaction stopped. I am playing with fire, hey. That would be my previous thought if I didn't become stronger. Sometimes, dangerous things could be made to turn against their creators. In this case, it is Solomon. He was the one who planted these enormous magical energy batteries throughout the so-called singularities. That was what came out of Chaldea within those 3 iterations where I met them. Tap. The corrupted Holy Grail was placed on top of the glass. The gemstone immediately shone brilliantly. A golden ring of light scanned it from top to bottom before a hologram appeared within the room. Confirmed. The Holy Grail shows a similar reaction as demi-spirits. Its weakness is confirmed to be holy magica. Several texts appeared mid-air. Ga Shujin-sama, what should I do? Start an enhancement ritual. Understood. For this strike, I won't hold back anything. It is necessary to remove the demon god pillar that Solomon planted on this Holy Grail. It is necessary to use it to create a miracle to return to my world. The miracles that I stored will have their uses within the next few days. Come to think of it, wouldn't humanity's final master come here? I don't know if they still have to fix this singularity, as I am planning to do everything within a week. Perhaps a day or two if I'm lucky enough. If she does, I'll have to talk with the other Galahad who gave his power to her. Taking out Sora, I held its sheath in a diagonal position. Veritas luxury. The truth enlightens me. A heavy aura started to press on my surroundings. The magic circles engraved on its walls activated at their fullest capacity. At the same time, the enhancement ritual started to take effect. Complavit dies di septimo opus suum quat ficerat, et requievit di septimo ab universo opere quat patreret. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. Miku's solemn voice resounded within the room, her voice becoming more humane than ever. The bright golden magic circle beneath my feet corresponded to its strength. With that, I chanted. Entium daemon ruina. Even demons fall. Sheeing. A sharp whistling sound. The strike which broke the speed of sound severalfold struck the demon down. It didn't harm anything else, only it. Screech. A phantom image of a fleshly pillar appeared behind the grail. It was vague as it was cut into half. Soon, it disappeared. The Holy Grail on top of the pillar started to glow with sanctimony as the demon inhibiting it was obliterated. Sheeing. Sora was back to its sheath. I could feel the two connections I have from it. I owe them a lot. That was the only way to vaguely communicate with Artemis and Hephaestus. Their arcanum spanned over worlds and still reached me through the sword. Since it is outside of Gakkai, they are far stronger than before despite the distance between us. I moved closer to the Grail before touching it. Suddenly, a thought cemented itself in my mind. Currently fully powered. As expected of a singularity's core. In actuality, the main role of the Holy Grail is to maintain these singularities as batteries. It empowered Solomon's servants, the demon gods, to interfere with history. It is the reason why history started going sideways. Just like the entire city of Jerusalem that I saved earlier. An Arab army was about to conquer it using the Grail. If I didn't leave the illusions there, thousands would have been massacred. As soon as it formed a connection with the Grail within me, I found out that I could use some of its stored energy to manifest miracles through the real Holy Grail. Servant summoning. Should I? To be honest, I thought of making several allies through it. That was how I lived years ago, and I wouldn't change it now. The stronger your allies, the less pressure I would receive. It's like gacha. Of course, I know about the conventions on how to summon a heroic spirit. They could either be summoned during a Grail war or by the Holy Grail itself. In the end, I decided to go for it. Knowing the chant for servant summoning, I cut it down with liturgy. I didn't need to do many complex gestures due to the mysteries that I possess. It worked in tandem with Lord of Machines that enabled me to turn by state as a being of mystery on and off at will. In the midst of the process, I came to the part where the catalyst could be added. I didn't have anything on me that could serve as one, except for this. Praetoridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, show yourselves. The evolution of Memoir Manifest, Historia Emendatus, History Correction. It has the same effects as the previous spell, but one of its new functions is the fact I could use it to summon something specifically. In this case, I would be summoning a familiar item. A huge circle was formed by the magic spell. Once it disappeared, it revealed a familiar round shield. It is none other than my partner for years. If it's my father, I'll have to beat him up. If it's the others, it's good. In the memories of Galahad my other life I came to know that Lancelot is not as good as I expected to be. In one word, he is a deadbeat. Add to that fact he did that to Gareth. It wouldn't be unjust if I took it out of him my anger, that is. With the round shield serving as the central catalyst, I ended the summoning through a chant. Cons osius quid requero. Responder evocatus promptus est. An ally is what I seek. Answer my call, O willing one. At that moment, a strange connection appeared within my soul. My senses were elevated as the Holy Grail acted as my arm. It became completely subservient after connecting with the Holy Grail inside me. My astral body separated from my body. The next moment, a familiar distortion showed up. It is time itself being manipulated. Servant summoning. Is this a call from the throne of heroes? That is one of the terms I learned from Hermes. Similar to the spirit realm, the throne of heroes is where servants stay. After passing away in reality, they would be recorded in the said place. A second later, I found myself in a dark place. The connection served as my guiding light. Instinctively, I knew what I had to do. Mana Archaeodius, overload. I muttered before adding, Infinitus commuto. Infinite conversion. A brilliant light engulfed my entire being. The dream organs that are fully activated went beyond their limits, in turn allowing me to surpass my limits. I have become the same being as the gods I had once respected. Infinite conversion. This deserves to be called the Magister's trump card. Buzz. Hum. The distortion of time grew stronger. I am now affecting metaphysical concepts. Under this state, the intangible became tangible. It's time. I pulled the intangible line towards me once I got the other side's consent. In a blink of an eye, I found myself back in the room. The magica defense started fluctuating due to the infinite conversion. At the same time, I sensed the creation of the so-called command seals, but I chose to turn it into energy for the Grail instead. I didn't have the intention of forcibly ordering them in the first place. Enhancements could also be directly done through the Grail. Simply, it boils down to whether they would be a good servant or not, but considering I used my shield as the catalyst, I should be able to summon an acquaintance. As I calmed the fluctuations down, I saw the person on the other side. Ah! It was a young girl. She wore a blue dress with white embroideries. Her waist-length white hair distracted me for a moment. Hey! I couldn't recall a young girl being on the round table, though. You are my master. She. Upon looking at her, I immediately knew the specifics about her. Fairy Knight Lancelot. Class, Lancer. Hey! Did I just? You're not him. I muttered. It's not. Wait a moment. I didn't summon my father. Fairy Knight Lancelot. Did she come from a Camelot that I don't know of? A different version of Lancelot that existed somewhere in the parallel worlds? I admit, this event dumbfounded me. I was expecting my father to appear, not a young girl like her. Nevertheless, I saw her true nature in a single glance. My confusion didn't cloud my mind. She is a dragon. For some reason, she feels familiar. Was it similar to that dragon on that Magi organization? I apologize for the impoliteness. I am Akasaka Nobu. You are? Lancelot. You can call me Lancelot. All right. I paused for a few seconds. I couldn't relate this girl to my father. It made me wonder if I summoned the wrong person. But then, she seems more fitting as a knight than anything. Galahad. Yes. I was startled when she called me that out of nowhere. You are not the Galahad I know. Is this the wonders of being summoned? Perhaps. Countless things could happen in the world. I replied. If I may, what is a fairy knight? When I saw that title, I had a feeling that it is the cause behind this occurrence. It explains why she is not the Lancelot I know, that is, my father. Fairy knights are the retainers of Camelot's ruler. We are gifted by our king to serve better. She said. It will be helpful in following your orders, master. It's better not to call me that. Haven't we agreed upon being allies through the summoning? I don't understand. Well, you'd understand this someday. For now, it's nice meeting you, Lancelot. I offered my hand as a gesture of handshake. In return, she did the same but with visible confusion. On this day, I summoned a strange heroic spirit. A/N, alright, here are some of the questions that I found. Q. Will he eventually return to Danmachi? A. Yes. Q. We never quite got a description of Knight's physique and luck, why is that? A. Part of it was me wanting to avoid excessive info dumping. This aspect of his, Knight physique, would be used on the current arc, which is why I delayed that explanation. Then again, I'll be answering their functions in advance. Knight's physique is simply bringing back Galahad's physical prowess from the Age of Gods, Camelot era. That would enable him to directly interfere with the mysteries instead of using magic as a medium first. An example of that was his even gods/demons fall. As for luck, it is the same as the canon explanation, basically divine providence/plot armor/makes him luckier. Q. So he was already level 7 before the 3-year time skip? And is he physically 15 or 16? A. Yes, he's already level prior to the time skip. He's also physically 16 years old. Though, y'all shouldn't have a misconception that Nobu couldn't upgrade his status on his own. It was stated a few chapters back that he could do just that but chooses not to since his status upgrade serves as a special time with his goddess. Q. How much time did pass on the other worlds? A. At the very least, it wouldn't surpass his 3 years inside the singularity. Q. Can you give us a description of his skills and abilities? A. This is an excerpt from chapter 108. It shows his post-timeskip status sheet. You will see that there are several new abilities/skills which would be explained as this arc goes on. This should also answer his current level, 10. Level 10. Strength, SSS 1599 Defense, SSS 1599 Dexterity, SSS 1599 Agility, SSS 1599 Magic, SSS 1599. Hacker, S Ubiquitous, S Luck, S Knight's Body, S Chain Attack, S Abnormal Resistance, S Hunter, S Dreamer, S Learner, S Revelations. If you add this to him being a Magister, infinite conversion that I stated a few chapters back, you might have an image as to how strong he would be post-timeskip. Q. Will he pick up some new skills during Jerusalem Singularity? A definite yes. As a small hint, think of the possible power UPS that could be found within the Singularity. Atlas, for instance, contains their busted magecraft, a complete information on the entire world, and most importantly, you know it if you know it. Q. Will we meet Ritsuka on FGO arc? A. What do you think? Winky face. Q. Is the time skip only for his age or the years passed for Earth and Gakkai too? A. The latter. Q. When Nobu returns, will his appearance still be the same as now? A. Nope. He will be more mature and taller than he was on the Danmachi arc. Anyways, that should sum things up. I hope it answers the asked questions from the previous chapters. P.S. And yes, I chose Melusine in accordance to his identity as Galahad. It's just funny to see him being so confused between PHH Lancelot and Fairy Knight Lancelot. It's not like it serves as a plot point for his future entry towards the British Lost Belt, definitely not. Chapter 102, Lion King. Form and Essence. These are the two central things that beings have according to Aristotle. They are inseparable to one's sense of self. Fairy Knight Lancelot, or rather, Melusine, saw the man's essence from their connection. It is extremely similar to the Galahad that she knew about the same girl who wielded Black Barrel's replica in a bid to go against fate. However, he is different from the girl in all aspects. His existence remains a mystery. His voice reached me and it happened abruptly. One moment, she killed her, the next moment, she responded to his words and was summoned. She became a heroic spirit and formed a bond with her master, no, her partner. Nobu's strength, in particular, was something she found surprising. Even in her world, he'll be able to fight at the top. As for his personality, it is just as he said. She'll know more about him as time passes. He isn't bad. Lancelot. I couldn't prevent the twitching on my mouth last night. I expected a familiar acquaintance to show up. It also sounds quite ridiculous to be honest. I was half expecting to see my father, not a young girl like her. It is something I found funny. Nevertheless, I am not underestimating her. I could feel a dragon's core within her. It is almost certain she is one. If I haven't reached the level of a magister, going in this world is self-inflicting myself with injuries. Fortunately, those 3 years weren't wasted. The infinite conversion is one thing, but my Magica arsenal was bolstered with continuous studies and the findings inside Tri-Hermes. In fact, I am planning to take it for myself this time. Beep. 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 An alarm suddenly rang off. An upsurge of magical energy has been detected 200 kilometers away. Appraising. Appraisal complete. It experienced a sharp increase of heat from nowhere. It is fully isolated from its surroundings, however. The amount of heat remains enclosed in its system. It has begun. A scene is currently projected inside the monitor. A tall golden pillar of light rose out of nowhere. It surrounded the entire city of Jerusalem. It reached out to the skies before I saw a slight fluctuation. Buzz. The world started shaking. A transparent barrier started to engulf the continent of the Middle East, as if containing itself from the outside world. She's done it. I couldn't prevent my disappointment and anger from rising up. I know this is bound to happen. In exchange for the entire world, she would be able to preserve humans against the ongoing singularities, the incineration of human history. From a utilitarian standpoint, it is correct. From an ethical perspective, it is not. This time, I chose to stand with the latter. Wrong, Ominiad. A flash of light appeared beside me, manifesting Lancelot back to her human form. From the looks of it, she knows about Wrong, Ominiad. Do you know something about it? Not much. She replied. I nodded before scanning the perimeters shown on the screen. She is about to use that move. By summoning Wrong, Ominiad, she could form a sanctuary that couldn't be defiled. Its castle walls are impregnable, as I have seen from several iterations. Without the Grail's power in those iterations, I could barely preserve the humans outside of its specified range. It took a planetary-wide Grand Magicka to barely resist it. That bought around a day's worth of time for me to swiftly settle things. What should we do? I am awaiting orders, Ga Shujin-sama. Two voices overlapped on my ears. To them, I declared. We'll be able to see a miracle soon. Jerusalem. A day after Ozymandias claimed the corrupted Holy Grail, another servant laid claim to the city. The very first thing she had done was to summon her retainers. Surprisingly, two of them rejected her summons. Nevertheless, it continued with everyone on the round table appearing in this singularity. Tisk. Why would they choose to oppose? Prepare yourself. We shall personally execute such traitors later. Mordred couldn't understand their reason behind their opposition. As for Agravain, he already treated them as traitors. Due to the Lion King's loss of humanity, she is willing to preserve humanity at any cost, even if that means killing billions of lives. Such conduct is not in line with several knights who valued justice, morality, and loyalty out of all things. Agravain shifted his sight to the newcomers inside the throne room. Leading them is a tall white-haired knight, the man known as Sir Percival. Along with him is Sir Kay, Arthur Pendragon's foster brother. Everyone along with them wore solemn looks. Only Gareth felt different from them. She met her brother's gaze, worsening her already complex mood. Sir Lancelot saw everything and heaved a deep sigh. He feels just as complex as others. He knew about the betrayal he did and feels extremely guilty about it. In the end, he already chose a side. Those who went and opposed his king would be met by his blade. You have already decided. The Lion King's indifference voice resounded in their ears. Immediately, 5 out of the 13 went on their knees and bowed to their king. The ones left standing are Percival, Kay, Gaheris, Gareth, Bors, Sir Pellinor, and Palamedes. Gareth kept looking back and forth between the group and Lion King before stopping at Lancelot. She clenched her fist as she couldn't find the courage needed to make a decision. At last, Percival smiled at her. What should I? In the end, she found herself kneeling. My king. You are no longer the one I know. You have strayed too far. Percival said. I am ready to receive your ire, but I will fight until the end. It is a brother's duty to set their sibling on the right path. Kay followed Percival's words. Let us fight again, Arthur. The rest of them said nothing. They simply drew their swords against their very king. The clash of morality and loyalty took place. My knights. She said. Execute them. Immediately, Gareth's countenance changed upon hearing that. Wah! She was the only one caught off guard. Mordred, Agravain, and the rest charged swiftly towards them. Clang! Clang! Percival, Kay, and the others reacted swiftly. They countered the incoming sword strikes in their direction. Still, it wasn't enough to maintain their formation. In a single clash, they were separated from each other. Brother! Why did you choose this? Gawain asked Gaheris. Their aqua-blue pupils stared at each other. Our king is no longer the same king we knew. Knights fight for the right. It was our shared belief, but it isn't now. Gaheris saw the current changes of his king, Arthur Pendragon. He explicitly stated he would sacrifice billions of humans in order to preserve humanity. If that was their king, he wouldn't even have chosen that path. They fought for the prosperity of their populace. If they sacrificed the said populace without any remorse, would they still be called knights? Was it right? Was it just? I see. If that is so. Gawain made up his mind. For his brother, he would end everything swiftly without pain. Galatine. Clang. Percival planned to push back Lancelot with that strike, yet the latter held up his ground. With his Longinus missing, he couldn't completely match his strength. He had to rely on his techniques. Unfortunately, even that is an area where Lancelot is far superior. The two men didn't say anything, their sword and lance are enough to do the talking. Seeing this chaotic fight, Gareth couldn't react properly. She blankly looked at the stoic Lion King who sat indifferently at her knights killing each other. She then shifted her sights to her brothers. It is far different from their normal training. Here. Clang. She felt the strikes to kill. Everyone. Gareth's thoughts headed into a random direction. Did Galahad predict this would happen? Is that why he didn't answer her summons? As the purest knight of them all, Gareth knew Galahad's tendency to be inhuman. At the same time, he upholds righteousness, justice, and loyalty the most. He wouldn't sit still upon knowing all three of them are being violated right at this moment. Little did she know. She was right. The Lion King Artoria Pendragon was the first one to sense it. Out of nowhere, the judgment she spread over with her wrong Omniad fell apart. It happened instantaneously. There weren't any obvious signs that it happened. However, Artoria is currently a divine spirit. In that brief moment, she knew what had caused it. Miracles. Tap. 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 Low sounds of footsteps appeared from outside the throne room. Slowly, it approached the open door, revealing a knight adorned in full black armor. Everyone stopped fighting momentarily. The arrival of this strange man disrupted their conflict. It is still painful to see everyone like this. A mature yet slightly familiar voice reverberated within the room. I entrust them to you. Behind him, another servant appeared. Melusine's blue dress changed into a set of black armor. She instantly gave off a familiar vibe to everyone inside the throne room. Wielding her set of twin blades, shot off to target the second most troublesome of them all, Agravain. Bam! With that, she drew the first strike. Cancelling wrong Omniad's isolation was successful. The humans from other parts of this earth remained alive, unlike the first two iterations. Our king. Shit. Complex emotions flooded my mind. Seeing her in that state challenged my beliefs. Would I choose not to do anything despite her wrongdoings? The answer to that is, no. I will do my best to set her on the right path again. This is what Galahad wanted as well. Really? No, we changed. My mind went back to reality. I felt a surge of power when I fought for the right. This skill. I didn't make a mistake when choosing it. Holding the sheathed Sora, I made a swift draw. Veritas luxury. The truth enlightens me. Shing. Su. Bam. The intangible strike managed to reach its target, my father. It sent him flying to the walls, which remained pristine after everything. It didn't take long for me to reach Sir Percival's side. You. Let's do the talking later. His eyes widened as he had seemingly realized who I was. Clang. Clang. Bam. My gaze shifted to Lancelot's, young girl, situation. She is single-handedly fighting Sir Tristan and Sir Agravain at once. The freed-up knights then decided to assist her. When I took my glance back, I met Artoria Pendragon's gaze. She is not the king I knew. Appearances aside, she didn't possess a hint of humanity left. Just like me in the past. An attack came from behind. I intertwined my index and tall finger. It partially activated the military's fortalicia around me. Bam! Mordred's Clarent was repulsed, forcing her back. I see. You are the irregularity. You went on a long journey. Galahad. As expected, her divine nature allowed her to see more things. Her reaction is similar to the other iterations I have experienced before. Hey! Mordred's disbelieving shout infected the entire room. In the midst of it, I responded to my king's words. I would prefer if our reunion hadn't turned out like this, my king. I lamented. I could partly understand your decision. However, I don't agree with it. While it may look like my emotional side suppresses my rational side, it hasn't. I could analyze the reason behind her decision to choose 500 pure souls that could repopulate Earth after Solomon's plans take effect. These singularities are a proof of how far Solomon could go. Desperate times call for desperate measures, or so they say. If that is your choice, then so be it. She lifted her hand. A golden light converged at her fingertips before heading to my direction. Instead of using my barrier magicka, I opted for a safer choice. This would also let me verify Rongominiad's perimeters. With that, I chanted. Praetorium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, show yourselves. The specific thing I chose appeared at this moment. Rongominiad's blow seemed to be a second away from reaching me when it seemingly stopped mid-air. Its stored heat started dying out before completely disappearing. At the same time, a complex chunk of information entered my mind. I started sorting through them, which prevented my brain from being overwhelmed. The thought partition and acceleration I picked up years ago helped in this regard. What? For the second time, Mordred was shocked by what she saw. How did you? Out of the 3 chances I have to use this magic, only 2 remain. It served a huge purpose, though. After all, Satoru-san is indeed Satoru-san. It allowed me to use Satoru-san's Limitless. Chapter 103, Reunion. Limitless is an innate curse technique limited to the Gojo clan. Basically everyone could use it as long as they awakened the said technique. However, only those with 6 eyes could turn into a monster. Just like Satoru-san. The Limitless I summoned is exactly the same as the one he used. What it brought isn't only the barrier itself but complex information such as the barrier's parameters as well as the colliding target. His 6 eyes made it possible to do such a thing. Through that, I was able to analyze the maximum capacity of that attack. Verification done. I'll test one more thing before leaving. I mimicked Satoru-san's hand gestures. It was a set of 5 mudras before the finale of intertwining 2 fingers occurred. Only 2 seconds had passed. Leveraging this opportunity, I used Historia Emendatus once more. Hollow purple. BZZT. Buzz. Out of nowhere, cursed energy began surging into my fingertips. His conceptual attack of infinite push and pull worked at this moment. The moment red and blue collided with each other, it turned into something else. Buzz. The attack turned into a long pillar of purple light. It headed straight into my king. Boom. This time, the castle walls started rumbling. It was affected by the hollow purple I sent out. I'll explain later. Hey! A huge magic circle was constructed. The command lines turned into magicka symbols. Summa Alpharet. B drifted away. In an instant, my view changed. We returned to the mobile base, a flying airship more than 15,000 feet above ground. The nanite armor returned to the silver ring on my finger. I also cancelled the full strength of my mana furnace. Phew. That was tough. How were you? I faced the man who asked that question. Percival's appearance hadn't changed one bit from what I could remember. He still has this concerned look whenever I mess up something. I have been living well. There's no need to worry about me. I replied. I also took Gareth with us. Is that all right? I shifted my gaze to the girl who's been looking at me in a daze. Behind her, I saw Lancelot's weary gaze. She is ready to pull her blade at any moment. Don't do it. I trust her. With the connection between us, telepathic communication is one of the possible things that could be done. If you say so. She then returned to her spiritron state. Her body turned into golden particles before disappearing from our sight. Have you been summoned by the Grail too? Percival asked. Not exactly. I've been living somewhere far from this place. A place to seek new changes for myself. I could see that you have been eating well. You wouldn't grow larger than before if you didn't. My mouth twitched upon hearing that. Percival, in a sense, is similar to the grandmothers who love feeding their grandchildren. He is the big brother within the round table. Galahad. You are really back. My old friend who is with us on the journey, Bors, looked like he was about to cry. The tall black-haired man seems like a distant guy, but in fact he is an emotional person. His blue pupils seemed icy every time, but everyone within the round table knows about his true personality, that is, being an introvert. Before you cry, you should take in mind that I am recording everything. You really? Unsurprisingly, there was someone who beat him to it in terms of crying. Wah! It's... It's really you. Bors looked awkwardly at me and the crying girl. My guesses were proven right as she stood up swiftly before rushing at me. Her hug wasn't delicate at all, rather, it was rough. The armor that she wore didn't help, either. I felt some pain, but that was it. I don't want to ruin her moment. Though, it drenched the shoulder part of my coat with her tears. You still cry a lot? You didn't change at all. I said before I looked at Bor's direction. Someone beat you to it. He was doused out of his emotional state, which made him feel embarrassed. I am curious. Gaharis spoke up. He might look similar to Gawain, but they emit different auras. Just like now. It's as if he wanted to see an interesting development. Ah. I looked at Gareth and had an inkling on what he's thinking. What happened after your journey? You disappeared without any warning. It's complicated. I got to know many things before. I was reincarnated into another world. It is a part of my wish, as you can see from my current self. If the previous Galahad is inhuman, I could say that I am the exact opposite. I have the humanity that he previously lacked. It won't be surprising if my former acquaintances notice this change. That's fine, then. He responded with a smile. I could see several blessings on you. They came from two goddesses, didn't they? Ah. Hey. What? Ha. With a single sentence, everyone looked at me in disbelief. Even Gareth's crying paused at that moment. Two goddesses. Is this it? This is happening. Bors couldn't believe the implications behind those words. Galahad. You've really changed. Percival sent a knowing look at me. Oh. Isn't this a good start? King Pellinor grasped his white beard. He looks similar to a traditional mage with a thin stature, though that was the same mistake his enemies made. Utterly unbelievable. Palamedes, a middle-aged man with a black beard and long black hair, expressed his pure disbelief. I didn't stay silent for long. Yes. They are my lovers. Galahad. The Knight of Revelation. He was crowned as the strongest in terms of spiritual and mental aspects. Nobody could beat him in terms of sheer willpower. However, it caused a defect that every knight of the Round Table knows about. Simply put, he is detached from what makes a human, humane. His justice is his sole anchor to his humanity. He acted in benefit of the masses, no matter how harshly it left him beaten up. Nevertheless, he had several instances when he is prominently a human. One such thing is his renowned fight against his father, Lancelot. That was when he exhibited his pent-up anger against the irresponsibility of his own father. In the end, he managed to defeat him in a pure sword fight, making him even more prominent in the myths. How did that happen? Gareth ate her fifth serving of spicy beef curry without noticing it. Percival, who was beside her as she ate, noticed her irregularity. Isn't that hard to believe? Yes. Galahad having two lovers. That should have been impossible before. Without her noticing, she forgot the dilemma she felt earlier today. Instead, it was replaced with the so-called Galahad paradox. Simply put, it is her acceptance and disbelief of Galahad's situation which created a vicious cycle. After finishing her 10th curry, it was only then did she stop eating. Hey! Gareth finally noticed everything and lamented her diet. I would get fat again. Heroic spirits don't gain weight. Percival aptly reminded her. Hey! Right. I can still eat a lot more. Percival drew a smile on his face as he saw Gareth eat happily. One of his joys in life is to see the younger children grow. That was the responsibility that he undertook as an adult as a knight. To protect both the present and the future. With Gareth's 15th serving, Nobu arrived in the cafeteria. There are a lot of tables in contrast to the actual number of people in this mobile base. Although, it is built in consideration of more people utilizing this base. Wearing a casual attire of black shirt and shorts, he came close to them. Did everything taste well enough? I apologize if the mechs are taking care of the cooking. I haven't learned that much yet. No, it's actually good. Like, everything is perfectly measured. Gareth commented. Also, this curry tastes real good. You heard that, Miku. I am thankful for the compliment, Gareth-san. Miku's voice came from one of the hidden speakers embedded on the walls. A homunculus. You really took on a different path this time. I did. I don't regret it, however. I came to like magicians as much as I did knights. Although, there are also sorcerers in our world. Upon hearing the word sorcerers, a question rose in Percival's mind. Sorcerers? Aren't they the same as magicians? In meaning, yes. But they are more similar to exorcists of the church in my world. They vanquish ghosts and malevolent spirits through a special method of manipulating negative energy. Your new world isn't peaceful, either. That can't be helped. Nobu replied. Just then, Gareth stood up from her seat. Right. Galahad. After you settle everything, can we come with you? A few hours ago, Nobu explained his plans to the knights. He wanted to correct everything and reach the most idealistic ending. It elicited their doubts, yes, but they chose to believe in him nonetheless. His sheer strength of being able to match the Lion King Artoria Pendragon is a huge feat in itself. Gareth believed in him, and so did the other knights. You can, actually. Your Saint Graphs aren't anchored to this world. A small tweak should be able to solve that problem. That's good. After talking for a while, Gareth left Nobu and Percival alone. She's still the same, yet I changed drastically. How ironic. Your changes are beneficial for you. At least, we would prefer you now than the one before. That makes me feel lighter. Nobu replied. We left on that topic before, no? The things I learned upon acquiring the Grail. Nobu began explaining what he had heard from heaven. From the counterforce being determined on setting Camelot's end up to it disallowing humans to harness such a powerful artifact for themselves, he didn't leave out one bit. I see. It was still our doing. Percival muttered. You're not mistaken. My father. Lancelot, his affairs sparked everything. The counterforce had no direct hand in that. Seeing Nobu's complex look, Percival asked a crucial question. Are you mad at him? Not really. Then why did you target him first? That's payback. This time, Percival felt his emotions more clearly. Nobu still harbors a form of hostility/anger to Lancelot. What are you planning to do after this? After this, it's still quite far. I am not fully certain I could set things straight. Our king is even stronger with her divine lance, wrong Ominiad. The disruption I placed would only be able to last within a day or two. So, we need to find him during this time span. Bedivere? He rejected her summons. Perhaps he felt the same way as you. Not necessarily so. From what I know, he was stuck within Avalon. He should be with Merlin right now. Avalon? How was he able to reach it? I am not sure. In this singularity, there are two major disruptions compared to the proper human history. The first thing is the use of the Arabian invaders to take over Jerusalem. The second thing is Bedivere not returning Excalibur to the Lady of the Lake. Since it is still technically here, Artoria Pendragon remained alive even after the Battle of Camlan. That caused her to lose her humanity, turning her into the Lion King, goddess Rong-Ominiad, of today. By returning Excalibur to her rightful hands, she would be able to regain her humanity, or so the outcome that Nobu witnessed within several iterations. I already have a plan to enter that place. It's just that I am not certain about the other gods and spirits of that realm. Achoo! A white-haired magus wiped his nose. Somebody's talking behind my back. Galahad, et. The magus Merlin foresaw the effects he would bring in their world. The moment one of his versions knew about Galahad's reappearance, it prompted every single Merlin at present to be keen. It didn't take long before the Merlin of the abandoned timeline made first contact with him. He shifted his look towards the kneeling stone statue. This loyal knight would fulfill his responsibilities until the very end. That was what Merlin predicted with the help of the timelines he saw. He was destined to die upon completing his purpose, yet he might not need to right now. As for its cause? You shall fulfill your responsibility. However, you won't lose your life. There's a trusty comrade who would help fulfill your wishes. Shockingly, the eyes of the statue moved slightly. Bedivere started regaining consciousness at this moment. This is the end of our meeting. Merlin spoke. Go, assist him in his endeavors. Everything would be set straight by then. With that, Bedivere's statue disappeared from Avalon. Chapter 104, Entry. There's still no sign of him. Did Merlin do something? Or was it caused by my actions? As far as I could recall, Bedivere showed up without fail around a week before this happened. However, he still hasn't appeared even after our king had built her sacred city. Merlin. Did he do something? In this world, I cannot assume that I am the only one with a future vision. From the moment Solomon attempted to do something, I saw the same distortion piercing through my location. It doesn't take much to understand that he could see through time just as I could. The degree on how he could do so is still unknown, however. Yawn. What a way to make my morning. I sat comfortably on one of the comfortable office chairs. I am currently inside the main control room. It is built for a number of people, yet there's only me and Miko controlling the entire thing. The irony, truly. Though, this might change soon with their arrival. Most of the round table knights have the writing skill. It's a long list. I thought of the list of things I need to accomplish today. That includes meeting with several other heroic spirits as well as attempting to raid Atlas' abandoned base. I am aware that they hold 7 super weapons, each capable of ending the world. It is important to know that I am facing a divine construct. Rongominiad, the divine lance that serves as the anchor between the material and spirit realm, the latter being more known as reverse side of the world. While I am not, in any way, planning to severely harm our king, I wanted to have more contingencies. If Bedivere doesn't show up within 2 days, I'll have to use up the remaining miracle as well as everything at my disposal. Even with all of that, victory is not completely certain. You're already here. Lancelot got out of her spiritron form. She looked at me with her usual dignified looks. I could tell she is accustomed to making that face for a very long time. What are we doing today? She asked. There's quite a lot. We will visit the great Persian hero, Arash. There's also the wandering monk Tang Xianzang, Tawara Tauta, and summoning another pharaoh for Ozymandias. I told her the plans I made for today. Lastly, there's the Atlas Institute's research base. I still haven't forgotten the thought partition and thought acceleration that I got from Tri-Hermes. I managed to copy the spell's underlying mechanics and studied it using several charges. It is notable that it took me a considerate amount of charges out of the 35 to learn the 2 of them at their current level. I am glad I could decide to turn it on and off, though. If not, I might be having more idle thoughts than only these. Anyways, did you have any problems these past 2 days? There's none. Sometimes, I don't know how to continue a conversation with her. Lancelot, in a way, is even harder to converse with than Bocchi. If the latter couldn't simply express herself, the former doesn't have any semblance of expression. She's more like a loyal retainer who is silent until ordered. Not even the food? Or the temperature? They are adequate enough. All right. If you have any concerns, feel free to tell me. I'll try to help as best I could. In that case, I have a question. Yes. Why are you treating me like this? Wouldn't a master-servant relationship suffice? No. This question finally came. I can see where you're coming from. I am also a knight whose loyalty is pledged to my king. However, I sought allies this time, not retainers. I said it before. What about Hatsune Miku? Her? Well, it's simply a dilemma. Since I am her creator, she wanted to call me as such. When I didn't like that, she tried by going with father, Unii-san, and the likes. Goshujin-sama is the least embarrassing title out of them all. Lancelot blanked out for a moment. Then, she, surprisingly, gave an understanding nod. If you were there. It's nothing. Usually, I would stay out of it for her privacy, but not this time. Was it your world? I asked. Come to think of it, we haven't had much talk since I summoned you. If that's what you prefer. Much to my surprise, Lancelot took my offer. My world. It is different compared to the one you know. It is a different Britain with a different ruler. I started to listen with great interest. This was the first time she took the initiative to tell her story. I am also genuinely curious regarding the parallel world Britain in which she came from. It is a land populated with fairies. Humans are, relatively scarce. From her words, Britain is the total opposite of what I know. It is populated by fairies, beings that are already extinct in my world. They held various powers related to their true name as well as their purpose. It coincides with the knowledge of spirits that I have from both my world and Gakkai. It is also the main reason why Ice has to chant her spirit name in order to call out those wines. The discussion also went into the ruling powers within Britain. It was headed by different fairy clans, with each city having a distinct city lord. As for the absolute ruler of them all. Say again? Morgan? King Arthur's half-sister. It should be the biggest difference between the Britain you know about. Really? Morgan ruled Britain? I know about several myths where she is named as the ruler of Avalon, but it hasn't been stated that she ruled Camelot. That shows how crazy parallel worlds could be. How about King Arthur? Her? She fought our ruler and won. But, I will have to remind you. Our queen fell not because of that. Instead, it's betrayal. She was stabbed in the back by her other retainers. I could sense hidden anger from her words. Being backstabbed is one of the worst ways to die as a ruler. It is reasonable how she defended her queen vehemently. She is also the user of wrought. It is turned into a powerful magecraft to stabilize Britain. Wrought as a form of magecraft. I muttered. How amazing! I fell silent for a while after that. Tick. The partitions inside my mind were opened up. It continued until it reached the 8th partition. Human minds could not multitask and do multiple processes. That's something I verified. Even if we train ourselves to multitask, it doesn't equate to simultaneous work, but rather a swift change between two tasks. The thought partition magic bypasses just that. By creating partitions, their alchemists are able to achieve true multitasking. The more their partitions, the greater the processes they could calculate. In the 8th partition, I am able to do more than 1.6 million processes. These processes are equal to a step, though. If it took 150 strikes to end a sword fight, that equates to 150 processes. My mind ran at such a fast speed that I completed a rough estimate of the wrought magecraft. Everything could be summed up with one sentence. How crazy! That idea was probable. The amount of work put into it, however, is a crazy undertaking. Weaponizing wrought is the same as weaponizing Regis Lapis Judaicus and turning it into magica. It turns a divine construct into something with greater reusability. There's also the fact that the sword has the ability to freeze everything including the end of time itself. Wait a moment. That gave me an idea. Once I return to my world, I'll use my stored up charges. I haven't used a single charge since a year ago. It'd be wasted since I can't go beyond the time I stayed in this world in this singularity. I have 14 charges stored. I do hope it'd be enough for it. I owe you one. I thought of an interesting concept just now. You mean, weaponizing a divine construct? For the first time, I saw Lancelot's expression turn into a surprised one. You might really achieve it. We'll see later. Ah. Once the bright light died down, it revealed the stature of a woman. Her ears swayed as she looked around her current place. She looked for a while before stopping at a white-haired man. She met the young man's gaze at this time. Are you? Someone asked me to summon you. He said before gesturing at the throne not far away from them. When her sights reached it, she froze as she saw him. Oh Ozymandias-sama. HOH. Do not be shocked. I asked you to be summoned due to your competency. Ozymandias never chose anybody else except for the woman another pharaoh by the name of Nitocris. Her feats are contrary to the norm. She didn't lead her people better than the others nor made excellent contributions. She was even designated as a puppet ruler of Egypt as the 6th dynasty's pharaoh. However, she did kill every single blasphemous person who spilled blood on the divine throne. She made these politicians die due to their grave disrespect to the gods of Egypt, as evident by the dirty tricks they used to crown her as a puppet ruler. In Ozymandias' view, that is enough to warrant his acknowledgement. The courage to do such things despite being greatly disadvantaged is what a pharaoh should be. I am flattered. She swiftly went into her knees and kneeled. One more chance left. Nobu thought as he examined the Grail replica. It's enough for a return trip. That's good. He planned for the remaining miracle to be his other trump card if both his plans regarding the Atlas Institute and Bedivere's gift failed. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction. His gaze pierced through the Egyptian temple and landed in the skies. There, he saw a huge pillar of distortion. It is the familiar phenomena of twisting time itself. That should be the arrival of the final master. You seem to know most about this world. You really haven't received the Grail's knowledge in this regard. Ozymandias trusted Nobu just by how he spared his divine beasts. He saw that the latter's power could effectively deliver death to its targets no matter if they are divine or not. Despite not knowing him much, that remained as a basis for their cooperation. I know it through something else. I see. The pharaoh didn't inquire any further. The thing dwelling within Nobu is the biggest reason why he trusted him. It was extremely similar to the aura that his old friend gave off. That is a sign of his acknowledgement. I may not live to see the end, but that presence is all I need. It shows that he is with me. I have been meaning to ask a favor. What is it? Can I enter the Institute's base on your place? Nobu asked him. That place? Certainly, but I won't have to remind you about its dangers, no. No. I am fully aware of the dangers it possesses. I won't try anything further if it becomes extremely dangerous. Remember your words. Don't be swayed by greed. Hearing Ozymandias's words, Nobu nodded. It is a factor he thought of a while ago. It is still good that someone reminded him as such. Then, I shall get going. With a bow, Nobu disappeared from the temple. Phew. It's already time. I will watch your back. I heard Lancelot speak from behind. She maintained her Spiritron form. She was also the only one to accompany me this time. The rest took the initiative to lessen my tasks and talked with the other heroic spirits in this world. As for me, I am currently standing in front of a black steel gate. It has been buried by the sand for quite some time. Recalling that servant's actions, I placed my palm on a touchpad and emitted a complex signature. I had to open 3 partitions to complete this simple task. Whoosh! The air decompressed inside as the gate was opened. It revealed a dimly lit hallway. It is built out of a strange black metal. Although, it turned into yellow bricks as I looked further. Just something that could help. I recalled the protected storage within this place. Its security and lockdown measures are extremely strict. I'll have to use my full power to deal with those measures. It's time to go. A/N, for those who don't know, the servant who opened Atlas doors is Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 105, Another Magician. The very first thing that has to be mentioned on Atlas Institute base are its defenses. A wrong move could activate a deadly trap enough to instantly kill a heroic spirit. During my first iteration within this singularity, a heroic spirit guided us to reach the Tri-Hermes. I could still remember the moves he made to avoid their security mechanisms. On the right. Left. It'll come from above. The trickiest part was that their detectors shift places. I had to use the partitions to predict its algorithm changes. Fortunately, nothing wrong occurred on the way to the central portion. The moment we stepped inside it, we were greeted by a completely distinct sight. Unlike the wall of bricks within the brick maze, it is made of strange black alloys with symmetrical patterns and designs. It is akin to the anechoic room that suppresses electromagnetic waves and vibrations, basically any sound in general. Tap. 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 My shoes made contact with the cold ground. Some portions of the institute are covered with sand due to Ozymandias's doing. Though, he wasn't able to enter it at all, only leaving his sphinxes circling around this base. It is the reason why I gave him the heads up. It's similar to your place. Lancelot appeared and commented about it. It took some inspiration from this place. Although, I didn't make it enclosed and chose to add cameras outside. That way, you won't feel suffocated by this kind of room. We had some idle talks before I arrived in front of 3 tall obelisks. When my palm touched it, blue lines emerged from it. These lines reached out to the smaller marble obelisks before its monitor booted up. A connection is formed between me and it. Immediately, my senses were bombarded across all directions. It didn't affect me due to the full activation of Mana Furnace, but I decided to open up all of my partitions. The overwhelming sensory bombardment stopped affecting me in full. The blue hologram showed off a series of ternary numbers before it stabilized. They built a proper library, compiled the data, and gave out the answer. Just as I assumed. The only reason why I could remember the events here is that my other iterations thought of it in a fight, with their partitions open, that is. The amount of thought within a single use of my cheat became exceedingly large as a result. Though, it resulted in me having even greater knowledge with its every use. Their storage of data, it's something related to nanostructures. With my 8 partitions open, I started decoding the mechanism behind this quantum computer. That's right, a quantum computer. The verification ended up pointing to a type of crystal that has its refractive index undergo constant change. In turn, these constant changes enable quantum computing, whereas a small crystal something around 30 or so centimeters could match hundreds of supercomputers at once. Yet, this solves everything. Quantum computing is something already available in my world through NASA and IBM. But, it has various limitations. What I was aiming for is to remove those limitations. That would enable me to drastically improve everything. Simply put, this encounter with Atlas quantum computer contributed a lot to my current technological tree. That's already one. After storing everything on my mind and passing it to Miku's network, I started the second intention behind my visit here. Solomon. In the 10th iteration, I got to know about my King's Spear, Rongominiad, as well as a portion of Solomon's intel. In my 11th to 14th iteration, I went ahead of the final master and used Tri-Hermes' remaining energy to search for many things. In total, there were 8 search chances that I did. Tri-Hermes shut down after the second use, something that couldn't be prevented by the other iterations. Nevertheless, one of the things I discovered is Solomon's information. A servant on the same level as that person on the mountain. The special classifications for certain heroic spirits. Grand servants. These are the most special servants that exist within the 7 classes: Saber, Archer, Rider, Assassin, Lancer, Caster, and Berserker. Each of them holds enough power to fight off entities that threaten humanity itself. However, for some unknown reason, Solomon went against humanity. The ones he was supposed to protect were mercilessly slaughtered by him through the human incineration incident. I need to dig deeper. I am already aware of his 3,000 years long plan as well as the white circle that is responsible for the said incineration. Solomon took 3,000 years to charge up a near-infinite magical power to obliterate all of humanity in countless parallel worlds. What is unknown, however, is his intentions. Why did he do this? That is something I'm trying to find out. If I manage to find it, it'd be the best. If I couldn't and its energy source runs out, I could simply turn back time. After several minutes had passed, I exhausted its energy. I see. I made a huge discovery. It isn't a coincidence. Chaldea. It seems like they know about this matter the most. I processed those data before summoning forth my cheat. A familiar sensation of itchiness appeared on my chest. Modify the target state to 5 minutes ago. When it asked for the confirmation, I gave it. Its power, something that defies the physical laws itself, descended forth. It enveloped the Tri-Hermes. Its energy levels started going back to how it was before. Just like that, I had another 2 chances to search for something with it. Atlas technology, magecraft, confidential information. I want them all. For the first time, Melusine saw Nobu's intellectual side. She saw him absorb copious amounts of information consecutively. His concentration is mostly on analyzing and processing the knowledge he received. Incidentally, his solemn look is enhanced by his already good appearance. He really... Before she could comment further, Nobu snapped from his daze. We're about to be finished here. There's only a single place to be visited. We could rest after this. All right. Nobu moved around the central portion of Atlas Base. He walked with familiarity as he activated one hidden door after another. This time, the hallways are all made of sleek black and silver metal. It had a hint of modernity within it. Nobu saw various magecraft and bounded fields placed upon their pathway. Et lost inventum. Harmonia eversus. De torquio veritas. Be lost in the wind. Destruction of harmony. Distortion of truths. The phenomenon mixer took hold of the bounded fields before they gave way to them. His approach is completely unlike his former self that didn't have any knowledge of Atlas capabilities. One of the things he searched for are their advanced bounded fields. He understood its importance through the barrier magica as well as the other preset spells that he knew about. With his hacker skill, he would be able to carry these bounded fields and act as his passive barrier. It is akin to having an automated military's fortalicia active at all times, just like Satoru Gojo's Limitless. As they reached the end, all the bounded fields were already within his control. What greeted them was a black gate that sealed the other side. The moment Nobu touched it, the door opened on its own. What greeted his sight are the encased materials within the room. Each of them consisted of items that held great value. He found several photonic crystals stored in the room. The resources remained untouched due to the fact that Solomon's incineration came too abruptly. The Atlas Institute of this world couldn't react until it was too late. Hence, leaving the abandoned base alone. These are supposedly the confidential research items that should have only been accessible by the designated officials as well as the director of the institution. Unfortunately for them, Nobu was able to reverse the Tri-Hermes state, turning it into a search engine at his will. These are enough. He was planning to take the Tri-Hermes itself at first but chose not to after knowing the aftermath. Atlas might be abandoned, yes, but their prepared means goes beyond this world. As an example, it's really not here. The 7 super weapons of Atlas don't exist within this storage. There are more important items such as kilograms of photonic crystals enough to recreate Tri-Hermes, yet the final weapon doesn't exist in this place. Or rather, it had been dealt with to prevent its exposure to the outside world. Knowing their creed to keep the dangerous things inside this place, it is more probable they locked it down or even destroyed them for the sake of this world's peace. Just as Nobu packed up most of the things inside the storage, he came across a glass box. Inside it is a broken and rusty rifle submerged within red sand. "Hey! Don't open it!" Suddenly, Melusine commented. "Yet! It has something else inside of it." Within the glass box, Nobu saw something else. It was a rotting type of energy, something that could potentially pollute the surroundings. The energy was strangely similar to magical power as well as telisma, yet there is an additional component that made it rot. Damn it! His eyes widened in realization as he found it to be similar to something else. Twilight Syndrome. This world also has it. Nobu processed his findings before he decided to take one last look at Tri-Hermes. He used more than 5 charges to accumulate innumerable knowledge, but he decided on using another one. Placing the glass box inside his 5-layered storage space, they left the now empty room. Seeing Melusine wanting to say something, Nobu decided to ask her. "Lancelot, do you know something about it? It is similar to the one in my world." She began telling another story of her world. It was the gradual decay of Britain that existed on another world. The rotting energy, grain, was something produced during the death of a higher-order life form. Its decay signified the lack of life. Death. Perhaps killing gods could generate these. Just then, he felt the presence of magecraft in the central control room. Nobu decided to rush swiftly with space magicka. Melusine was slightly delayed but she managed to reach his position not long after. There, she saw an old bearded man opposite them. His outfit was a pair of coat and pants akin to the ones of the Victorian era. The old man held a long black staff in his grasp. "We finally met, fellow magician. Greetings, Clock Tower Magus." Nobu met with the clock tower of this era. It was also the thing that reminded him of Melusine during their first meeting. He knew they wore clothing similar to this. Although their conversation remained cordial, Nobu already finished setting up the bounded fields all around him. He utilized what he learned and created a prototype of automatic militaries fortalicia. A magus? No. He should be a magician. During his study of Solomon's origins and reasoning, he came across the knowledge of magicians. They possess something known as true magic that allows them to manipulate mysteries in a completely different way. It is similar to the physics-breaking magicka that magisters also do. It is impolite to keep the greetings to myself. You may call me Akasaka Nobu. I am known as the Clock Tower's Grand Marshal, Mr. Akasaka. But calling me Mr. Schweinorg will suffice. Grand Marshal. Wasn't it the highest position? Despite his initial surprise, Nobu calmly dealt with the situation. His opened partitions ran dozens of simulations behind the powerful magician's intent behind this visit. I would also like to greet this young miss. She shouldn't have been summoned at this time. The other world's magicians are truly frightening. The old man lightly commented. What do you need, Mr. Schweinorg? I believe you dropped by due to an important reason. Important, indeed. I saw something interesting, to be honest. You brought forth a new possibility just by existing. See the future. All formidable entities sure do have this ability, including me. Nobu thought. This magician shouldn't be underestimated. That specialty. Was it jewel magecraft? It has something else with it, something similar to my world travel magicka. All 16.7 million processes are used to deduce Kisker Zelrich Schweinorg's strength and intent. A new possibility? Was it related to the Twilight Syndrome? Twilight Syndrome? So that's how crises are called in your world. Zelrich replied. True. In the far future, this world would need your help to defeat a formidable being. In return for your assistance, what would be your price? The two magicians directly went into the point. Chapter 106, A Knight's Anger. This. It feels like another déjà vu, or rather, it already happened once. I am intent on saving Gakkai by killing 2 of its terrifying monsters. Since the moment I established a connection with my world, its safety is already guaranteed. From this vague connection with them, I knew that nearly 2 years had passed since my departure. They didn't have much trouble either. I'll see to it later. Saving the world? Shouldn't this topic be carefully thought of? Surely, Mr. Schweinorg doesn't expect an answer right at this moment. Indeed. I am only informing you in advance. He replied. It is up to you to decide. I nodded at his words. My mind remained active throughout this entire time. I would be able to act immediately if it occurs. From the looks of it, that wouldn't happen. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. The item inside the glass box belongs to another ruined world. It held one of the possible outcomes if humanity lost. You may be able to utilize that broken rifle, perhaps. Ruined world. If dozens of higher order beings died, it's possible to recreate this concentration. I arrived at the conclusion that Mr. Schweinorg isn't lying. He really is aware of this rifle's origins. Come to think of it. A rifle. Isn't this a super weapon? Black Barrel. The gun that could deal an effective blow against higher order beings. It scales with its target's lifespan, and higher order beings could live for thousands of years. Hence, this rifle is extremely effective against them. Just as I realized these things, he gave a knowing nod at me. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. There might be something special for the girl during our next meeting. He said before continuing, then, until we meet again. With those words, he vanished along with sparkles of bright light. They came from the jewels used to activate this mage craft. Upon verifying his disappearance, I deactivated the infinite conversion state. A magician. Have you seen him before? I asked the girl behind me. No, I haven't. How did he? When she met my gaze, she paused before realizing something. You already know about it. Yes. I already visited the clock tower once and found your signature to be familiar. Lancelot's face turned red due to embarrassment. I could discern the real reason behind her emotion simply by utilizing the link that we have. I could tell other masters also couldn't do it, though. Maybe. After that incident, she reverted to her expressionless look. I busied myself by reversing Tri-Hermes state and searching for the relevant information regarding Black Barrel. There, I found out its peculiarity. The Black Barrel in my storage is the original. It is the same Black Barrel that could be used to take down higher order beings. However, it's broken. Turns out, it wasn't the Black Barrel from this world, but rather, another parallel world. Atlas was able to deduce many things just by the environment it was exposed into. One such discovery is the density of these so-called grains on places where higher order beings fell. It was broken for a long time before it somehow made its way into the Atlas Institute of this world. They didn't place it on the same place as the original 7 super weapons mainly because of its broken state. That, and the fact that it is more convenient to research it from their storage instead of the special place where they placed the legitimate super weapons. To be honest, I already harvested way too many things in this place. I am not regretful about those super weapons. We also have those back in my world. If it's not fated for me, then so be it. It's not like I wouldn't return here sometime. With this much knowledge. Another round of upgrades. So, you're friends with the person who helped everyone here, and you wanted my aid? Arash rhetorically asked the 2 knights in front of him. It's not that difficult of a problem. If everyone said something good about him, I see no reason to refuse. Phew. Upon hearing his answer, Gareth immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They evaded the possibility of a clash as simple as that. You are serious, friends? If you'd said so, we wouldn't have left you waiting. A thin-robed man came to them. He raised his arm, revealing a black circular bracelet with octagonal edges. It dispelled the magica barrier separating their village from the outside world. Percival and Gareth stepped inside the village. He really did this. It looks reminiscent of Camelot. Percival commented as he saw the cemented pathways and several tall buildings. He truly landed in an interesting world. Would Camelot also look like this in the future? Arash heard their comments and wore a wry smile on his face. That's what I thought too. I came here thinking they needed my help. Who knew they could deal with dozens of beasts at once? Ozymandias' doing of summoning forth his entire kingdom affected the entire Middle East. He disrupted the lives of millions as well as their livelihood. Everything is still working fine due to their stored-up resources, but it won't be long before hunger and starvation becomes prominent. Fortunately, Nobu constructed hundreds of resource nodes throughout the world. He gave the people in dire need a chance for a better life. Having won their trust, they reciprocated by serving as one of the resource collection points. The village guarded by the cursed arm Hassan is one such place. What does he need? There are plenty of resources currently stored. If Sirius wants to fight someone, he can count us in. All three of them are surprised by cursed arm's words. He's that great of a person, hey? I'd like to meet him someday. About that. Zoom. A loud zooming sound flew over their head. Then, it proceeded to fall into their direction. The person floated gently as he carried a small girl along with him. He didn't wear his usual combat suit, but rather his signature black overcoat. Strangely enough, there were bits of sand that floated a few centimeters above them. These pieces of sand fell as they stepped into the ground. Pardon for the intrusion. I discovered everyone is already here. His golden pupils gave a calm light. He felt dignified and intelligent at the same time. It surrounds him at all times, as if they are already a part of him. You are serious? Yes, Arash-san. Nobu replied as he placed Melusine on the ground. The latter didn't think much of this. You've also eaten well, cursed arm-san. But you didn't seem to grow fatter. Things are always like this. Cursed arm paused before he realized something. Ah, isn't this one of your jokes? Perhaps. This semblance was the biggest similarity between Nobu and Galahad. If they made a joke, they would make it difficult for others to know whether he truly meant it or not. Having gone through a lot, Nobu learned to interact like this. What's more, he seems to like it. How did it go? It went well. Aside from several surprises, I managed to accomplish everything. That included the threat our king is wary of. Being a caster is truly different. Percival commented. If you chose this path in the past, would you have been like this? Yes. However, I'm not suitable to become one in the past. It's best I chose the path of a knight back then. With Galahad's inhuman characteristic, it is hard to say whether he would derail from a human's morals or not. It is exactly due to him being a knight did it complement that side very well, turning into a knight that protects others. Arash-san might have heard everything already, no. Nobu's gaze turned to Cursed Arm. The latter then proudly crossed his arms. I already told everything there could be told. Yeah, I've heard everything. I'll gladly offer my assistance. Nobu and Arash saw each other eye to eye, the latter's judgment unimpeded as he saw Nobu's true nature. From the moment they met, he knew about Nobu's nature due to his special eye that holds clairvoyance. Things might be distorted on Arash's side, but it still allowed him to know what kind of person Nobu is. In the end, he judged him as someone worth trusting. The two shook hands as a kind gesture. So, what are we fighting? That depends. Nobu replied. If we really are left with no choice, we will fight someone. She's very formidable. How formidable? Very. Nobu paused for a while. It looks like you'd be able to see it soon. Did I jinx it? Leaving Arash's joking comment, Nobu looked into the sky. He felt a huge amount of mysteries and magical power being concentrated several thousand kilometers above the ground. Its target is none other than this village. A king without mercy and compassion. I could understand why he would feel that way. Their king lost all traces of her humanity. She no longer cared as long as she managed to preserve humanity in her way, even if this singularity causes the collapse of the entire pan-human history and humanity as a whole. Bedivere. I really need to find him soon. For now, he looked farther and saw familiar faces. This is our personal fight now. I will handle it alone. Hearing the graveness in his tone, Gareth and Percival knew they wouldn't be able to interfere with the upcoming fight. Although, only the latter knew who his opponent could be. He's still your father. It'll only be a minor beat-up. Sir Lancelot. Gareth immediately flared up upon hearing Lancelot's name. Meanwhile, Melusine subconsciously looked at her direction before acting as if nothing happened. Yes, I promise. Nobu recalled the memories he saw that day. Out of them all, he was most disappointed with one thing, Lancelot's betrayal of Gareth's trust. Despite knowing the latter wouldn't fight against him, he went ahead and killed her. That, in the most logical sense, is infuriating. I won't kill him. Galahad. Before she could tell something, Nobu disappeared from her sight. You won't be able to prevent it. Percival spoke. It's best to trust his words. He never backed down on any of them except for one. I understand. Praetoridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, show yourselves. A cloak of distortion wrapped around my body. I experienced changes as I found myself wearing a set of black armor. A long sword remained sheathed on my waist. The circular shield could be called forth out of nowhere. Clank. Clank. Mana Archaeodius, overload. Mana Archaeodius, overload. My entire body was washed upon by mysteries. The skills turned on the active state of turning into a being of mysteries, a higher order life form. This is enough. Even if I'm angry, I wouldn't let out power that could destroy an entire country at will. He is still my father despite the irresponsibility he committed. Nevertheless, it couldn't quell my raging anger at all. Sheathing. Unsheathing my longsword, I discovered its deep blue sheen instead of its former black color. Historia Emendatus required an anchor to attach the past. The Nanite suit was converted into Galahad's armor while the sword of strange hangings is attached to Sora. Simply put, I have my goddess blessings at this moment. A surge of power came from within. One wished for a bountiful hunt while the other granted an inviolable blade. Lastly, the skill I acquired throughout this time flared up. 3 Covenants. Special type skill. It is required to specify 3 permanently binding covenants. Each covenant brings forth a beneficial effect. When violated, a corresponding backlash would occur. Currently, 3 covenants are active. It is one of the skills that appeared on my choices when my status became level 10. It enforces a binding gaze, whereas it gives out enhancements and punishments if it is followed or disobeyed. Although I could use my chances to reverse the selection, something I tried once I had been careful in choosing the permanent covenants that I obey. Covenant 1, standing up against the injustice I see. Covenant 2, eliminating the unredeemable evils I encounter. The first and second one went along with my way of living, thus I didn't have worries about them. Lastly, Covenant 3, fighting for what I absolutely deem right. There are only a few things that I absolutely deem right, with one of them beating my father's face. Unfortunately for him, 2 of the 3 covenants flared up just as I faced him. You. Don't worry, father. I placed the sword's side facing my forehead as I distorted the mysteries around me. Veritas lux. The truth enlightens me. I whispered before declaring. I won't kill you. With that, I swung down my blade. A/N, apologies for these late updates. I have been completing my stacked up projects in uni right after I got sick that I didn't have much time to write these chapters. While I might not be able to promise a more stable update next week, I will try my best to upload at least 3 to 4 chapters by the following weeks. Once we are done with our finals week, this schedule will definitely return to normal. That's all, happy reading. Chapter 107, Total Beatdown. When the Knights of the Round Table were summoned, it is not just their usual selves, it is their versions of when Camelot had already collapsed. Everyone matured in their own way. Percival regrets how he wasn't there when their king needed him the most. Tristan laments how he left his king, that he didn't assist her during crucial times. In the same way, Lancelot holds several regrets. Bam! Clang! Holding his long sword upside down, he was continuously pushed back by Galahad's consecutive strikes. The strikes arrived at him too fast to the point he could barely defend himself. Despite being pushed back, Lancelot didn't opt to use his stronger attacks such as his noble phantasm. After all, everything was his fault. Su! Clang! Galahad chose to stop and placed his blade in front of him. It was my fault. Lancelot tried to speak to him. Which fault? I apologize, but you didn't narrow it down. Swoosh! Once more, his intangible strike descended upon Lancelot once more. Clang! The latter could only defend himself from it. He grew stronger. He thought. It seems like an Eastern technique, a curved blade. Use your everything, father. Please. Unbeknownst to Lancelot, Galahad rather, Nobu's anger wasn't quelled at the slightest. Lancelot holding back only felt like he wasn't able to fully express his current emotions. Thus, he chose to do it the same way they did in the past through a duel. Back then, Galahad was the winner. As such, Nobu aims to achieve the same result as him. All right. At this moment, Lancelot got a hold of himself. He might hold remorse towards himself, but he knew it was only through this could he help Galahad or at least compensate him for everything. Just the sin of serving as the spark to Camelot's downfall is already bad enough. What's more, he killed the squire whom he bestowed knighthood with, Gareth, in the midst of his rampage to save Guinevere from her execution. Come. Show me what you've learned. Nobu didn't respond any longer. He held his sword with his two hands before charging straight at Lancelot. He swung it horizontally, tilting the gathered momentum at its tip. Swoosh! Clang! Just before the two blades made contact, Nobu skillfully changed its trajectory. Lancelot was still able to block it, but he ran the risk of his guard breaking. Crack! Rumble! Their collision produced another wave of aftershocks. It easily dug through the ground, affecting their radius of several dozen meters. Surprisingly, Nobu chose to back off. What is he? He changed his grip to a single hand. His free left hand swiped the bluish blade as he chanted. Parasamgate. Going completely beyond. The sword changed. A certain aura surrounded it, completely waking the two latent blessings within the blade. At the same time, a sense of sanctimony surrounded him, complementing the sword's current feeling. Lancelot couldn't help but see Galahad's past image. The boy who loathed him for being an irresponsible father yet held it back until their duel appeared on his mind. Although, he is accompanied by two goddesses this time. I won't hold back anymore. Nobu activated his infinite conversion state to partially activate its mystery distortion improvements. Despite his words, he couldn't truly unleash everything that he got to his father. He would immediately die, and Nobu doesn't have any plans on adding guilt to his anger. You're still holding back? I see. Hearing those words, Lancelot entered his special state. Every obstacle in his mind was removed, be it his regrets, remorse, or self-loathing he has towards himself. Only the sword and his enemy his son remained in his sight. Without saying a word, the two began another round of fighting. Strong. I saw my father's prowess when I was regaining Galahad's memories. It is for such a reason that I am confident in their ability to deal with our world's enemies properly. Clang! 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 Using my built-up momentum, I sent one sword strike after another. I used the trick on my footwork as well as my torso to connect those strikes together. When the combo reached a large number, the skill chain attack made them far heavier than before. Chain attack, S. When it reached the S rank, it peaked. There were no longer any improvements that my fauna could bring as it already brought out my full potential. I could still continue to break this limit on my own by developing it. That is the truth behind fauna. It served as a key to unlock all limiters. It assisted mortals in their path to godhood. In my case, it is more of an additional booster instead of the main rocket due to my knowledge with Mana Furnace. Other than that, there are many things that are working out right now. Father's tense look flashed as I finished another sword strike. If my predictions are right. Buzz. Hum. Erendite overload. His sword glowed a mystical blue as it went for a diagonal strike that came from my lower right. Veritas Lux. The truth enlightens me. Clang. Buzz. I swung my blade as I utilized the phantom sword of Kurakarid Hirani. I might have been using a long sword but it didn't hinder me from its application. Just as Kyoshiro-san, my mentor in swordsmanship, said, swordsmen are not limited in their sword and position. They could strike their target from kilometers away. It wasn't everything, however. Right after neutralizing my father's phantasm, I took this opportunity to launch another initiative at him. My presence was concealed at its highest level. The underlying phenomena surrounding Kurakarid Hirani didn't only involve direct sword techniques but also footwork and most importantly, stealth. A master swordsman could perfectly conceal himself until his blade rests on his opponent's neck. Zoom. My view shifted on his back. I am merely a few meters away from dealing a fatal strike on his neck. By the time he had looked in my direction, the tip of my blade was pointing at his neck. Clang. Bam. Lancelot dropped his sword on the ground. The holy sword, Erendite, made an extremely heavy sound as it fell to the ground, even being buried on the soil due to its sheer weight. While putting my sword away, I felt my complex emotions becoming more loosened. I understood where they came from and why they erupted. Simply, I hate Lancelot. Both my logical and emotional side does. Even Galahad does, despite his humanity being challenged by his rigidness. How bad could he be to be judged as such during that time? That was all I could say. Not only did he fail as a father, he also failed as a mentor, to Gareth, a comrade, to everyone else, and a loyal knight, to his king. Sheeting. I sheathed my blade. I looked calm outwardly, but only I know how bad my emotions are going off at this moment. It wasn't enough. With no choice left, I surrendered everything to my fists. Subconsciously using Kurakarid Hirani's footwork, my right jab didn't take much time to arrive at his face. Bam! Everything was a serious duel between two knights. A battle between a father and son. It could be their way of reconciliation. However. Drib. 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 The father-son duo came back to the shielded village. Nobu didn't suffer any injury save for his fists covered in blood. They trickled down to the soil, creating marks of red spots in it. As for Lancelot, Percival and Gareth couldn't make a comment. They looked at Nobu confoundedly as they questioned him about Lancelot's pitiable state. I didn't kill him, Nobu declared. He should heal within a day or two. He will bear his swollen face for now. Yes. If you ask me, that wasn't enough. No, it is enough. Any further would lead to your death. I held back during those punches. His questionable statement made everyone look at Lancelot's pitiful state. He didn't suffer any injuries from below his neck, but his face is the absolute worst. Bruises, cuts, bleeding. It was only short of a few more before it could be used as a face in horror movies. Sir Lancelot. Seeing Gareth's concern over him, Lancelot felt like he was stabbed by a knife on his heart. Percival separated from them and went beside Nobu. Are you fine? Yes. I was able to release some of my grudges to him. It's part of being a human. I'm glad you could feel such things now. Recalling the previous Galahad, Percival truly couldn't consider the two of them the same. Galahad Nobu went a long way to become a better human. Although, there's also a part of Percival which thinks that Lancelot deserved that beating. He is the closest one to Galahad beside Gareth, after all. He filled Lancelot's role as his guide. It won't be long before that light reaches us. You will use it, no. Nobu's nature is to protect. It didn't come off as surprising when Arash saw that his noble phantasm fitted that bill. Yes. Nobu nodded at them before he moved in front of the entire village. It didn't possess any walls or the like due to the magica barriers that concealed it. Just with that, they were able to hide from plunderers and bandits populated around the area. He remained in his current form as he summoned forth his large circular shield. Seeing it brought back many memories for the knights. PSSHK. Stabbing it into the ground, he softly recited. Lord Camelot. A huge magic circle consisting of blue lights emerged from the shield. It then elicited golden motes of light which started forming tall ivory walls around the village. Every member of this village felt a sense of security upon seeing the walls. To the knights, it carried a distant memory of their once standing kingdom. Whistle. A whistling sound came across the entire village. A thin golden light descended upon their place like a string. Boom. Buzz. When its true nature is revealed to be the divine lance's attack, it emitted a strong surge of magical energy. It turned the surrounding radius into a huge crater. It sought nothing but to destroy everything it came across. Its power is extremely potent to the point it defied the laws of physics. Just like the strongest sacraments of their world, Rongominiad held enough power to distort the world itself, something to be expected from the lance that served as the anchor between the reverse side of the world, spirit realm, and the physical world. Nevertheless, the ivory walls remained standing. By the time the attack ended, not a single bit of it was broken. Soon, they dispersed into motes of golden light. The same happened to Nobu's knight outfit. It reverted to his previous magician's outfit. A katana remained sheathed at his waist, as it showcased an aura belonging to the divine. Original coordinates found. Coordinates locked. Does Ga Shujin-sama want to initiate a counterattack? Nobu heard her voice from his earpiece. It won't damage them much, but still do it. That'll show our intentions. Understood. Selection, start. We're going with Orionids. Artemis seems a bit angry after that attack. Within 30 minutes, Nobu could strengthen the connection that originated from his katana, Sora. It allows him to communicate more clearly with the two goddesses despite spanning over worlds. Even though it remains vague as only the concept of the message itself passes through, that was enough for him. Affirmative. Casting has started. Out of nowhere, a bow made out of constellations popped out of nowhere. While the rest seemed confused, Arash made an interested look. Dea obscenio fatas. I entrust my fate to you, my goddess. 3 magic circles immediately spawned. When the arrow passed through them, a blanket of space transported it to the satellite's location. It passed through the hundreds of magic circles generated by it. They spun slowly as they calibrated themselves to their most optimal state. This process took an instant as the light arrow passed through them. After that, the arrow possessed the power akin to a god. Whistle. Boom. The moment it was about to make contact with the holy city, a mirage of a tall white lance protected it. Their collision produced a wave of bright light that affected the entire world. For a moment, it seemed as if it was morning throughout the world. Ho! Such power exists in this era as well. A traveling monk stopped by. She became interested in the meteor strike's power as it clashed with the inviolable divine lance. Indeed. He would bring forth changes. Ozymandias thought of the man who made him remember the true goal. He was about to head the same path as the goddess Rongominiad, preserving his followers inside an enclosed kingdom, when the boy made him realize it was all for naught. It is much better to fight against the future than have a future like that. Senpai. Are you all right? Yeah. Reinforcement worked wonders. While Mash checked the condition of her orange-haired senpai, a beautiful woman came out of the flipped makeshift vehicle. What was that, Romani? Was it a foreign thing in this world? No. It's more reminiscent of the mystical, magic, god. The readings over here went crazy. If we're not mistaken, it has the same magnitude as the white-haired servant's attack on the Roman singularity. To think such power exists in this world. The man's voice on the other side paused as he remembered something. A saint. Is it possible that a saint was summoned by the Grail? That's possible. An attack of that magnitude could only be done by them. No, wait. Romani interrupted her musings. There's something strange orbiting the atmosphere. His voice was cut off until it reappeared a few moments later. Are these satellites? Chapter 108, Resolving Things. Everything has been chaotic for Chaldea lately. First, the initiation of their human order preservation was a huge failure. Due to a traitor, left laner, 47 masters died on their way to the first singularity. They were entrapped in their crystal coffins when a huge explosion occurred in Chaldea's command center, thus killing them all. The only one who was left was a master chosen from the civilian side. Second, their reliances, Shiba, are always malfunctioning at some point in time. It caused them to suddenly face beings far beyond their power. Nevertheless, they got through it. Lastly, they had to travel into another singularity with only 8 hours of rest. They couldn't even have much rest from the North American singularity when they went into the 6th singularity. Worse, they couldn't even know much about it due to several factors disrupting Shiba, causing them to rank the said singularity at X. Simply put, many unknown things could happen far beyond their journey on the previous singularities. A satellite? No, it's not just it. There's a cruiser here as well. What's going on? Romani couldn't believe it. Was this the foreign thing? But it's fully operational. Is someone using it? Although he was caught off guard, he still properly explained everything to the crew inside the singularity. Perhaps it is. What do you think we should do? It's best to gather more information first. Maybe we'll know more about that space battleship after some time. I see. Despite the miracle used on the construction of my mobile base, Altair, it couldn't fully hide from Chaldea's insane specifications. They have Shiba and Chaldeus as their mainframes. They also have Trimesgistus, a lowered version of the Tri-Hermes found in the Atlas Institute. I was only able to earn 3 miracles throughout these 3 years. I guess I need to use several more miracles to make it more concrete at least. That'd come after this entire fiasco ends. I also want to go home at this point. What countermeasures should we enact, Ga-Shujin-sama? None. But try to establish a communication line with them. That will be difficult, but try it nevertheless. Understood. Just as I was about to return to everyone, Miku noticed another announcement in the earpiece. A new fluctuation reading was done. Providing visual clearance. I closed one of my eyes. There, I was able to see Miku's perspective from the computer. The satellite image slowly zoomed in until it clearly shot the new servant. No, wait. It's about time. When I reached to everyone's positions, I spoke. Bedivere has been found. He's not that far from here. Really? Then, we can. Yes. I nodded at Gareth's words. We could settle this entire fiasco. Lancelot, my father looked confused at my words. It grew stronger when everyone expressed the same thought as Gareth. Wait, what will happen? What about Bedivere? I recall our king couldn't remember him at all. It's very simple, father. I replied calmly. Bedivere holds the Ergetlam in Celtic mythology. But, it is in fact a disguise. What he holds is none other than our king's sword that he failed to return to the lake. Excalibur. Sir Bedivere. He was the sole knight who was there during King Arthur's final moments. In the Arthurian legends, he was known as the knight who didn't return Excalibur to the lake. Only when he was scolded during the third time did he do so, and upon his return, his king was no longer there. It was told that with Merlin, the wise man, he set up a place to commemorate his king as well as his return. Thus, the moniker once and future King of England had sprouted in history. In Galahad's world, there are many similarities that happened, although it was mixed with the mystical. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory, possessed many abilities born out of the heart of the world. Its sheath, Avalon, has the power to make Artoria Pendragon immortal. She didn't age once she became 15 due to it. Hence, when Bedivere failed to return Excalibur to the lake, she became immortal. She turned into a wandering ghost who couldn't die. She did age, however, due to the weakened influence of Avalon once Bedivere disappeared in this world. When she gained the divine lance Rongomyniad, her humanity was erased, turning her into the goddess Rongomyniad that this singularity faces. I need to kill my king. Bedivere's last memory was Merlin's voice. He didn't know how long had passed since his failure, but he knew he had returned for a reason. Merlin's voice contained the prophecies that could happen if he fails this time. No. There's still a chance to avoid it. A fateful helper. He was focused on his journey when he saw a black projectile coming close at him. Swoosh. It didn't take long before it crashed several meters away from him. Bam. Cough. A cloud of sand flew as it absorbed the projectile's direct impact. In its midst, Bedivere saw a faint silhouette of a person. Snap. In an instant, the dust cloud cleared up. It also revealed the person behind that silhouette. Sir Galahad. It's been a long time, Sir Bedivere. The one who greeted him is Nobu. He rushed as fast as he could the moment they discovered Bedivere on the satellite's feed. You have also been summoned by the Grail. Quite. I see. Your outfit. No, wait. How did you fly here? Bedivere was quick on the uptake. The Galahad that they know doesn't know how to fly. Does being a caster explain everything? Ah? A caster? Since when? While he was confused, Nobu approached him. I'll explain everything later. For now, everyone is already present up there. A split second later, Bedivere saw a complex magic circle appearing underneath them. Sir Galahad? Where? His words were halted as a strong suction force dragged them through space. Once he opened his eyes, he found out they were out of the desert. Instead, a modern command center greeted his sight. The moment he stepped foot inside the huge airship, the relevant knowledge to pilot it entered his mind. Even though Bedivere isn't a heroic spirit, the Grail still gave him the skills of one. After all, he exists on the border of life and death. With a gust of wind, he could turn to ashes at any given point in time. This airship. You built all this, Sir Galahad. Think of it as a perk after arriving 3 years earlier than you. For a moment, Bedivere felt embarrassed. He knew Nobu must have worked hard in order to build this ship. Moreover, he has a feeling that he is also heading towards the same goal as his. Well, there's a reason for all this. You are aware of our king, no? Yes. At this moment, Bedivere's look changed into a serious one. In fact, I know your mission is to deliver Excalibur to our king. What I aim is to restore her humanity. It could still be done. I already saw it happen once. When Bedivere's pupils met Nobu's, he saw the stars hidden deep within it. It felt the same as the previous Galahad, whom they viewed as one of the greatest knights. Sir Merlin said something to me. Was it Sir Galahad? Merlin. Yes. He mentioned a helper bringing me closer to my goals. I see. Nobu had another gauge on Merlin's strength. He also has clairvoyance. Besides Solomon, there is another possessor of clairvoyance. Inwardly, he sighed at the huge amount of abnormalities in this world. The prophecies of Cassandra and Atropos are already insane enough, what more of the clairvoyance holders who could see through time at will? Wait a moment. Solomon and Merlin. They have something in common. Their class. By looking at it from another angle, both of the clairvoyance holders are casters, the equivalent of magicians in his world. If casters didn't have it, then only the special people have it. The only specialty for now is the grand position. Nobu recalled the information regarding grand servants. It was stated in Tri Hermes that they stand at the peak of their class. They are responsible for safeguarding humanity against strong threats. If there's only one grand position, then candidates. If others knew about his thoughts, they would be surprised to find out he had deduced the main criterion for the grand position. Merlin is strange, and strong. For once, Nobu wanted to meet the man who shunned him. It isn't that hard to ride. I could already pilot this one, Galahad. Nobu and Bedivere looked at the girl who sat in one of the control seats. She handled Altair's controls extremely well, making Nobu realize how busted her rider skill was. It worked similar to the skills that he gained on Gakkai, but it is more of a manifestation of her previous legends than a level-up system. If I wish for it, wouldn't that work? Nobu had a hunch he would encounter such things not far from now. Although, his current status is sufficient in handling servants. Level 10. Strength, SSS 1599 Defense, SSS 1599 Dexterity, SSS 1599 Agility, SSS 1599 Magic, SSS 1599. Hacker, S Ubiquitous, S Luck, S Knight's Body, S Chain Attack, S Abnormal Resistance, S Hunter, S Dreamer, S Learner, S Revelations. Orionid's Moon Hunt. Historia Emendatus. Miracle Maker Creation Forge. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, S. Curse Hunter. Pure Heart. Knight's Resolve. Combat Lock. Holder of Mystery. Lord of Machines. Magister. Three Covenants. Key to Wonderland. Ship Commander. Visitor of Worlds. Knowledge Seeker. Memory Archive. Protector. Thinking of his previous status, Nobu felt nostalgic. It wasn't as long as the current one. Now he had reached level 10 after all these years, he had truly reached the peak. Although, there was one thing that made him curious. Revelations. It didn't have a rank. That was the final developmental skill he gained at level 10. It didn't have a rank and was left with a question mark. It had been several months since then. That was the only ability in which he doesn't know the effect. The Dreamer ability allowed him to manifest his memories into reality. It is an official version of the Alice's Wonderland skill. Learner made him more inclined to discovering new things at a faster rate. It worked alongside several knowledge-based skills such as Knowledge Seeker, Memory Archive, Magister, and Hacker. It is partly the reason why his mind could be considered a quantum computer at this rate. At this rate, even Nobu doesn't know how strong he would be once everything is unleashed. The battle on the throne room wasn't simply enough to force him. Solomon. How would I fare against him? 12 hours later. Really? It seems you are more enlightened than this ignorant self. Please don't say it like that. Several dozen kilometers away from Jerusalem, a man and a heroic spirit chatted. I might have been your enemy had you not talked with me. That simply meant the opening of a new path. Humans undergo eternal suffering. Sometimes, their judgment could be clouded by it. Indeed, benefactor. Only, I have been the one whose mind was clouded. The woman with Buddhist robes had her palm facing the other side as she bowed her head to him. The man, Nobu, was startled at first. The woman is none other than Xianzang Santang, the Buddha of glorious sandalwood. Her attainments to Buddhism's core teaching, the Tripitaka, Pali Canon, is extremely high. Nobu believes he couldn't match her in terms of Buddhist enlightenment. Then again, she has a case similar to Swime, that is, she doesn't believe that she's on that level. There's no need for a formal greeting, Miss Santang. No, I believe I would have made that blunder regardless. What she was talking about is her siding to the Lion King. She believed that only by her plans succeeding could humanity have a chance against the huge threat known as Solomon, or the being who dresses up as him. With her limited means and her Buddha state revoked, she could only trust her judgments. When Nobu came to her and gave her another possibility, she didn't hesitate to grab it. Moreover, he is also well versed in Buddhism, as she saw the current enlightenment he had attained. His indomitable will to do the right is a sign of it. As for what I have said before, You will be able to see it now. Upon his words, the allies he mentioned had arrived. A huge pyramid floated on the ground as it was surrounded by a transport aircraft along with a dozen modern fighter jets reminiscent of the F-22. This singularity. It will be settled now. Chapter 109, Final Stage. The holy city of Jerusalem became an impregnable fortress the moment it was merged with the divine lance, wrought. Since then, only people with a pure heart could gain access. That is to say, it couldn't be harmed externally. In the 10th iteration, Ozymandias had to collide his Ramesses II, his temple, in order to work with my magicka and break through it. The second time it happened, it was Santang Suanzang's suicidal attack, the palm of a Buddha temporarily manifesting in this world. It shouldn't have happened during that time, but it was due to a miscommunication. Without knowing about her full prowess as a Buddha, I left her alone until it was late. Although, it informed me of the full details surrounding the core events at this moment. It is similar to how I did things back in Gakkai. With such a huge information advantage, the chances of victory rose significantly. Just like then. I want to create a better ending. Buzz. A voice came from my right earpiece. When will you start? Now. I replied as I stepped closer to the ivory walls. I am currently inside the city, facing the tall white walls that separate it from the rest of the city. What lies beyond is the throne room. Phew. There are a few stages to this plan. The first stage is to counteract their golem army, which I could do with my mechanical army manifested out of Knights. There is also the issue with the other round table knights as well as the aftermath of this battle. The probability of having several unexpected appearances such as the Hassan on that temple as well as Solomon's own intervention is an issue as well. Meanwhile, the third one involved opening the castle and disabling the physical manifestation of Rong Ominiad. The latter could be done with Ozymandias Ramesses II and Altair's full-powered attack, but it would remain invulnerable so long its castle gates remained closed. It would enact the principle that only the pure ones could pass. Thus. All right. The moment I touched the ivory walls, I felt it'll only take a single push to open it. Was this the effect of pure heart? The last time I entered, I timed it when I released that miracle. It disrupted the entire operation of the divine lance, which led to a brief time to enter and exit. I still have the final miracle, yes, but I am planning to save it for an emergency. Now. The rays of sunlight seemed a tad bit brighter at this moment. That is until. Bzzz. Hum. Crack. Boom. Out of nowhere, a bright golden ray pierced through the shield with the shape of a divine lance. Its destructive power is on another level. It is the kind of attack that could directly kill gods. It is the combination of Magicka's pinnacle and the authorities of the gods of Egypt. Although it still isn't enough to match special conceptual weapons built on special conditions, it could destroy its physical form, the sheath. Zoom. The F-22 fighter jets flew right over the city. They left a trail of light as well as a series of small shiny objects. Buzz. Hum. Bam. They stayed still mid-air before they all exploded. A visible blue wave overran their radiuses. When these waves clashed, it formed a zone whereas mystical entropy is in place. No form of magecraft could be cast at these zones. This world shouldn't have this mechanic, but I successfully brought it over with mystery distortion. With this, Rong Ominiad's physical shell should be more brittle. We're coming over. Gareth's voice resounded in my earpiece. It didn't take a moment before the transport carrier spat out several black figures. When they became closer to land, their fields were distorted. It brought them a soft landing as a result. Cough. Or not. After this small dust cloud passed, everyone was dirted by their slightly imperfect landing. Only Percival and Gaheris made a safe landing. Ow. I'm dizzy. We can train more after this. I proposed. No. Well, it seems she gained a fear of skydiving. It's actually a popular hobby in my world. Even normal people have fun with it. They have fun with this. As we talked, Lancelot manifested out of nowhere. They're coming. Her eyes darted to a certain direction. Huge amounts of magical energy gathered in that direction before a magical energy blast came at us. Custodio. Guard and defend. A 7-layered Magicka fortress manifested. It blocked the incoming attack, absorbing a part of its energy to strengthen itself. Sporadically, an infinite distance was drawn between it and the outside world. It kept happening for 2 seconds before the attack died out. Bedivere. Yes. The grey-haired man nodded with solemnity. Despite the pain he has to constantly suffer just by holding Excalibur, he acts as if it doesn't exist. To him, nothing is more important than redeeming our king. I admit. Such an act is admirable. Hundreds of homunculi in the form of knights started to surround us. They are golems manifested along this entire castle. At the same time, the ones stationed outside began preparing for the huge temple flying in this direction. In this mission, time is against us. Let's act now. A duel. It is an honorable fight where two knights bet their honors in order to prove something. It could be their possessions or beliefs. Inside the castle, several blades clashed. Clang! Clang! Su! Su! Percival's lance struck Tristan's arrows. The sorrowful knight didn't mind it and continued firing arrows with his eyes closed. Even so, he acted as if he could see everything in full view. So that's why. Did you blind yourself out of this inhumanity, Tristan? You could consider it so. As old friends, Percival understood something about Tristan the moment their blades met. You are atoning by choosing this path. In the legends, Tristan left the Round Table after a tragic event happened to him. As a result, he wasn't there when his king needed him the most. He couldn't do everything as his king died in solace. When he was given another chance to repent, he didn't hesitate to choose it. As things went by, he closed the distance between them. Strangely, he didn't choose to engage in close-quarter combat with Tristan. What is he planning? Tristan recalled their strange actions a while ago. When he encountered them, Percival chose to cover them as they pressed forward. It turned into a one-on-one fight between them. Where is he? Galahad? Percival asked rhetorically before a smile slipped on his face. He is going to make things right. Really? You too? Tisk. Mordred held her great sword as she saw her opponents. They are none other than Gareth and Bors. Ironically, the younger generation of the Round Table clashed in an unexpected way. I'd be defeated if it was Galahad, but you too? Have you become too overconfident with yourselves? Gareth received Mordred's remark with a light gulp. The infamous knight who held Clarent rampaged on many battlefields. Each time, she left a trail of corpses in her wake. Admittedly, that was something she couldn't do. No. Galahad is preoccupied with more important things. We are here in his stead. Bors stated. Ha! Are you looking down on me? At this moment, Mordred's temper took a turn for the worse. Bam! Clang! Gareth received her charged strike and was pushed back. The former held her lance horizontally on top of her face, with Mordred's blade being several inches away from her. Tisk! Sensing the incoming attack, Mordred disengaged Gareth and turned to Bors instead. Clang! 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 Bors used his entire life's experiences as a probationary Round Table knight. Unfortunately, that seemed lacking in front of the overwhelming knight Mordred. Hup! Gareth charged towards her. The huge lance gathered momentum as it drew closer to Mordred. The latter tried blocking it with confidence, but the sheer amount of force pushed her back this time. Screech! The lance's tip and Clarence ridge created sparks as their wielders channeled their emotions. Where's Galahad? That should remain a secret until later. After exchanging glances with Gaheris, Gawain turned to Kay, who also shook his head. Then so be it. Gawain trusted his king's prowess. With the divine lance in her hand, nobody would be able to shake her rule. I assume you came here for a fight? However, I am truly baffled why you chose to do so at this time. It is currently 2:13 p.m. Gawain has the blessing of the numerals, whereas he would be strengthened during certain periods of time, that is, the times in which the sun shines the brightest. We want to convince you. Hey! You'll understand later. Sheeting! Sheeting! The two knights drew their blades. A king. They rule and protect their people. They are the guiding light that brings a nation to prosperity. It is the role that she, Artoria Pendragon, had undertaken for years. In order for humanity to survive, she chose this path. She chose to sacrifice the entire world in exchange for 500 human lives. But, before she could even take action, everything was disrupted by this world's irregular Nobu. The boundary she was about to set to protect the remaining portion of the singularity collapsed due to a miracle. In turn, it hindered her plans regarding the selection of pure human souls. Add to that the departure of the knights who fought against her, everything went in shambles. Nevertheless, she didn't panic. She didn't feel anxious. She simply sat on her throne and thought of alternative plans. That was how inhuman she is. The moment she sensed their intrusion, Artoria glanced at Agravain. I will deal with it, my king. Agravain kept his comments to himself as he respectfully bowed and left the throne room. Unlike his expectations, he was welcomed by a young girl instead. It's you. Agravain. He didn't belittle the girl as he saw her prowess. It is completely unthinkable that someone could deal with 2 knights of the Round Table at the same time. Moreover, she somehow gave off a familiar feeling. You must be a knight as well. Fairy knight, Lancelot. Unexpectedly, she answered his query swiftly. Fairy. Knight. The girl didn't say any more words. Her glance was enough to tell Agravain that a fight is about to happen. Clang. Clang. Bam. The Lion King saw the ongoing fight. Not only that, she also foresaw the arrival of 2 people within the throne room. A white-haired man wearing a black coat was accompanied by a long-haired knight with a metallic arm. For a moment, the Lion King paused on the knight before turning to Galahad Nobu. You should have understood this action of mine. Yes. It is a probable way to save humanity from extinction after King Solomon's incineration of human history. Then, it doesn't justify your actions. You lost your humanity, my king. Without wasting further time, Bedivere started moving forward. Artoria was slightly confused by his actions, yet she couldn't find the thought to blast him with her divine lance. Click! His silver arm was detached from his body. A second later, it started transfiguring into the shape of a sword. By the time Bedivere was in front of her, it turned into a sword she was extremely familiar with. Bedivere kneeled as he presented it to her. This is my mistake alone, my king. I disobeyed your words. Had I followed it, none of this would have happened. The moment Artoria touched the sheathed Excalibur, her memories had returned. I remember. Bedivere. Along with her humanity. The implications behind her actions started to weigh on her. She was no longer the invulnerable goddess Rongominiad but King Artoria Pendragon. I see. Thank you, Bedivere, and Galahad. Galahad wore a thin smile as he felt a sense of fulfillment. It was a journey that lasted for 3 full years. It is even longer than his journey on Gakkai. Still, he doesn't regret undertaking it. I am glad to see you back, Your Highness. Nobu spoke as he gave a respectful bow. It was a magician's bow towards someone they greatly respect. After doing so, he continued speaking. Sadly, this isn't the end of everything. There remains one last matter to be dealt with. Artoria immediately saw what Nobu was pertaining to. A huge white ring of light glowed intensely on the blue sky. Everything seemed to be normal, yet it isn't. A near infinite amount of mana started converging on the ring of light. As expected, Solomon began to interfere. The final stage of this singularity starts now. A/N, Uni is out here causing my health to deteriorate, whelp. I wasn't even able to remain healthy for a week before I caught another cold. Worse, we'll be having our finals starting tomorrow. Anyways, I apologize for this long interval. I could only promise that it'll be better once our finals pass, preferably around 2 weeks later. I still have quite a lot of projects to finish, so I'll be ending this note here. Happy reading! Chapter 110, Sacrament. Out of the 5 iterations I had in this world, they all ended as this singularity collapsed. It does not work in a literal sense, but the separated timeline merges into the proper human history. However, in each time I experienced that ending, a single thing remained to be consistent. Solomon's Ring of Light. Somehow, it started to show an abnormality moments before I went back home using the Grail. It wanted to do something before it got shut down. Although I haven't encountered anything in those iterations, I had a hunch that something will definitely happen in reality, and it did. Instead of the magical power dying out, it steadily grew stronger. Planetary analysis completed. Traces of mystery and metaphysical distortion have been detected outside of the planet. Conclusion: the Ring of Light is located on another layer of the world. Hearing Miku's voice, an idea popped up in my head. Imaginary number space. It works just like the spirit realm and the reverse side of the world. The imaginary number space is a dimension based on imaginary numbers, which in mathematics, are something that doesn't have a definite value. Its principles work the same way as quantum mechanics, where the subatomic particles don't have a definite form. It is perfectly explained by Schrödinger's cat. Albeit, this number space is also tied to the theory of relativity. To put it simply, it is a dimension that is vague in nature, thus creating countless possibilities and phenomena. I closed my eyes and began running my thought partitions. He resides in that place. Is there a way to invade? Similar in nature as the spirit realm, and Tenkai. Quantum mechanics. Is he utilizing subatomic particles to manifest a phenomenon? 1,000 thoughts ran over my mind. I examined the things I found through Altair's observation and the knowledge I got throughout the iterations. Its direct effect impacts Earth. If so, that's what we have to deal with first. I have a few solutions in my mind. One such thing is the utilization of Satoru-san's infinity. As long as the magical power remains near infinite, it wouldn't be able to pass through that barrier. However, can I process it? Based on the scale of Solomon's attack, it would impact the entire Earth. An infinite barrier constructed over 26,000 kilometers plus the parameters I have to process when the attack hits. Even if I have enough power to sustain its usage, my mind might not be able to stably handle it. If so, that choice remains. With the miracle I saved as well as that, it would be able to work. I exited from my hyper-focused state. Fine. Yes. I formulated a plan to deal with it. Hey. I could tell my king is ready to use everything in her arsenal to deal with things that includes Rongomyniad and Excalibur. Two divine constructs equivalent to the strongest sacraments in our world. It is certainly reassuring to have her assistance. I am confident I would be able to block the majority of that magical energy. I presume it works similarly to your divine lance, my king. I met her emerald irises that regained a touch of humanity. I was a bit unfamiliar with her current height, though. Our king gained that part the most. It does. She replied. That is what I saw. He was able to gather such a huge amount of energy and incinerate most of the humanity outside this singularity. It occurred in every possibility as well. Solomon is not just strong, he is extremely strong. From our king's words, he was able to affect every parallel world and incinerate humanity at present. It's as if he stunted the growth of a tree. All that was left is to trim it from the branches down to its roots in order to cut the entire tree down. In this case, humanity is the tree, and Solomon is cutting its branches using the singularities he had created. As to why he couldn't directly interfere and instead place these corrupted grails, the price to pay might be high. But this begs the question. Why is he interfering now? It should be my fault. Everything is occurring because I interfered in this world. Seeing our king's concerned gaze, I knew everything wasn't up for naught. Restoring our king's senses feels gratifying. Touching my earpiece, it connected to a communication channel. How is it going? I asked. We are in position. I am ready to use it. Noted. You will be the one responsible for protecting the rest of the world, Father. Yes. Beeb. Upon hanging the call, my emotions turned very complex. I don't know how to talk with him. I don't know whether I should be angry at him for his irresponsibility or pity him with the amount of self-blame that he cultivated. By the time I connected to another call, it settled down. I see. My action isn't required any longer. Indeed. I replied to the Pharaoh. However, we need your assistance for another matter. Does it have something to do with that ring of light? Yes. You will need to protect your entire domain. Ozymandias' domain included the desert he had manifested over the entire Middle East. Although, I have a way to partially extend it outside. There's no need to ask. I will do it. Thanks. We went straight to the point before ending the call. This is one of the reasons why we got along in all those iterations. Bam. Just then, Agravain was sent flying inside the throne room. How did you? Bzzt. Lancelot converged magical energy from her sheathed blades before sending it out to Agravain. It generated a force strong enough to knock him back. Seeing this, I immediately acted. Everything's already settled with Lancelot. Cease it, Agravain. Both Lancelot and Agravain looked at us. The latter especially seemed confused as to why he was stopped by our king. I am the one who has done the wrong thing. My king. While they were bewildered, Bedivere came to our side. He clutched his severed arm as the aftermath of holding Excalibur began to show itself. Without Avalon, the king's sheath, his wounds started worsening. Wait a moment. Sir Galahad. I touched his shoulder. A familiar thought appeared by then. Modify the individual state to 10 years ago. Bedivere's wounds stemmed from his ethereal body being corroded by Excalibur's power, one which stated that only the promised king could wield it. However, he was not affected during his hibernation state, that is, the time he stayed on the reverse side before being sent out by Merlin. If we do this, it is not impossible to reverse those damages back. Confirm. A distortion swept through Bedivere as it altered him. His state was overwritten to that of 10 years ago. His grievous wounds within his ethereal body were reversed until only a small portion remained. Hey! My apologies. My mind became preoccupied with other things. I forgot to heal you immediately. Ah, no. I'm already grateful for Sir Galahad for healing me. Bedivere responded with a nod. My mind, which is connected to 100 or so satellites as well as Altair, noticed the flippant disturbance. The white ring of light is about to release the nigh-infinite amount of magical energy it had gathered. Just as I was about to act, an unexpected assistance arrived. My entire body was wrapped in the distortion caused by manipulating time. Then, my attire transformed into the same night garment worn by Galahad. That's all I could do. A voice similar to mine resounded in my head. I am grateful for what you've done. I am satisfied with things in this way. Galahad's stoic voice fluctuated. It contained a hint of fulfillment. The sacrament. I will help you manifest it. Suddenly, something began changing. Revelations, X. An untouched illimitable possibilities opened up to me. Galahad's guidance is akin to light in the midst of a dark road. Historia emendatus might seem broken, but it has its limits. It isn't a problem with inanimate objects. Although, it becomes a different matter when a living thing is involved. Out of these 3 years, not once had I summoned a living being. It is why I kept a miracle in order to manifest that sacrament. Without hesitation, I stepped forward. Praeteridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, show yourselves. Buzz. A burst of blue lightning manifested in my right arm. It was the same distortion from before. After it happened, a modern watch appeared on my wrist. It has a black strap. Its dial has a white background. Its arm slowly ticked every second. Under the guise of an ordinary wristwatch is one of the strongest sacrament, the one bearing lapis judaicus power. I was looking at it when I found myself in a different place. It is a pseudo-dreamscape with a blue sky looming over the horizon. The ground was filled with grass and flowers. A dozen gravestones could be seen from a distance along with a person. You. It's not the promised time yet. The man has red hair flowing along his waist. He wore a black vest with golden embroideries. It is akin to something a nobleman would wear. He emanated an aura of sharpness that drove everyone away from him. When our gazes met, he became startled. It was not you, but how come? He muttered. You are accepted as the sword's owner. The world's end hasn't come yet. I replied. But, I need to borrow the sword's power. What situation? No. You are fighting to protect? I see. As if not hearing my words, the man continued on his deep thought. You would still need its activation chant first. He finally looked directly at me after concluding his thoughts. Never forget these words. Even if it is merely a manifestation through time distortion, the sword on your hand is as real as it could be. I couldn't see anything beyond this, but I know you would use its power responsibly. Before I could reply, he muttered. Cries talus gladius, coram cerulum lumen, secarat ventus ad finum. This crystal sword, with its blue glimmer, shall cut the looming end. His words had seemingly distorted mysteries itself. It opened up the dormant potential hidden within the sacrament that I had summoned. You are qualified to hear its name. The man spoke with utmost seriousness without a hint of arrogance in it. Never forget. It is known as. The moment I heard the sacrament's name, my mind blanked out. It is firmly etched in my mind, yet I couldn't contain the shock I am feeling. Its name is extremely preposterous but still fits its capabilities perfectly. What? Is it really? Before I could think further, I was sent back to reality. I am staring at the watch on my wrist. Galahad. Galahad. The voices of Lancelot and my king overlapped. I'm all right. I responded to their concerns. It is about to descend. My divine lance had already enveloped the entire world. Hearing that, I nodded. I will do my part, too. I said as I began chanting. Cries Talus Gladius. This crystal sword. Bolts of blue lightning overran my entire right arm as the watch started to transmute into its original form. Corum Cerulum Lumen. With its blue glimmer, it started taking the form of a long sword. It is firmly grasped by my hand. An overwhelming surge of power began originating from it. That was passed on to me, which was then handled by my dream organs. Secarat ventus ad finum. Shall cut the looming end. Buzz. Hum. The light died out. What was revealed is a blade made out of blue crystals. Its crossguard as well as the handle are purely made of ivory white metals. In its center, a red crystal sat in place. Lapis Judaicus. From the moment it was completed, a near-infinite energy was sent into me. The Lapis Judaicus channels the energy formed by the universe into my body, one that was accumulated since 13.8 billion years ago. Infinitus commuto. Infinite conversion. My mana furnace flared up and reached a new height. My existence itself is heightened. Unconditionally, I released a psychic chill that froze the corners of the room. I held the long sword with its center facing me. It is the same thing I had done with Kurikarad Hirani. I didn't initiate any chant or the likes. This world. I won't let Solomon destroy it. In actuality, my Lord Camelot could accomplish the same task of protecting the world. However, a shield's main purpose is to defend. The purpose, of its existence is to shield its wielder away from harm. What I seek is something beyond that, the power to end the threat itself. This long sword has the power to do just that. After all, its name turned out to be Ein Sof. There is no end. The sacrament that could end the inevitable ending has come. Chapter 111, First Meeting. I am strong. That's what I would like to think after observing my current state. The nigh-infinite amount of energy from the universe's conception is at the tip of my hands. It made me wonder how strong the whole Philosopher's Stone could be. Shaking that thought off, I acted. Sheeting. Hum. Buzz. The light of incineration wrapped around the entire world. The people would only see a blinding white light if they looked into the skies. However, Ein Sof's blue glimmer shot at it. It was very small at first, but it immediately contended with the white light. It spread out until the white light was fully covered by it. Then, everything froze within its grasp. The magical energy was suddenly lost. Its movement became null, completely frozen. Click. 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 The ticking of time resounded in my ears. That one attack had strained my entire body. The dream organs are in a state of imperfection, with only the infinite conversion keeping them active. It continuously regenerated these damages. Hum. By the time everything was nulled, a sharp whistling sound followed. It could be heard all throughout the world. That is the result of their collision, their aftermath, to be exact. Out of nowhere, several lights appeared to counteract them. They originated from Ramesses Tent Iris and Altair. Rongominiad's physical shell also blocked a portion of it before breaking. My king. I need your help one last time. I spoke. I will tear open the place where Solomon's hiding. You need my divine lance. She took a moment before replying. Your attack would suffice. I see. She said before nodding. You, really grew powerful. It is fortunate that you encountered this chance. Yes. I captured a feedback from the incineration light. That was all Ein Sof needed to track down its target. As a sacrament based on the highest concept on Kabbalah, it possessed all 10 sephirots as well as the chain that ties, Seder Hish Tal Shalu. The highest being is far detached from the comprehensible, yet there lies something that ties him to his creation, that is, the physical world and its inhabitants. Correspondence. All the details involved in Solomon's dwelling entered my mind. These were processed by my thought partitions. Hey! I didn't notice when, but it had increased to 9. From the 1.6 million thought processes, it went up to 387 million. The number of things I could process increased. It took me no time to find a way to create a hole straight to Solomon. No, it doesn't suffice. Just then, this line of thought appeared. I need more miracles if I'd face him. This is reckless. The thoughts of directly confronting Solomon disappeared. If he could freely use that nigh-infinite magical energy without any restrictions, I would have stepped into a huge landmine. I stuck to my previous plan of striking from beyond. Sticking my index and middle finger together, I made a slicing motion with my left arm. Instantly, countless stars greeted my sight. It is the same view as that of space. Slowly, it transformed into another place. It was a pure white infrastructure with a weird atmosphere. My mind caught onto some of the details of that place. I am right. The ring of light is present in that place. Forget firing it once, he could have fired it dozens of times. It'd be a stalemate at best. Worse, Ein Sof remains limited on time. It's time. As I have reminded my king, a golden lance formed on her palm. A huge amount of magical energy was stuffed onto it, one that could easily destroy a continent at the very least. Click. Fuzz. Sue. It made a sharp whistling sound as it headed towards the throne from beyond the portal. I didn't hesitate any further. Miracle usage detected. Purpose, to defeat a mighty foe. Confirm. Confirm. Suddenly, the crystal blade lit up with an even stronger sheen of blue. Lightning arcs surrounded it. Then, I felt a gaze. From beyond the portal on the throne sat a man. He has long white hair and tan skin. The 9 rings on his fingers emanated a sanctified aura the same as Longinus and King David's sword of hangings. Most importantly, I felt the surprise on his eyes. Buzz. I swung my sword down. That thing. Solomon remained sitting on his throne as his attention was completely preoccupied by the long sword Nobu held. How is this possible? He saw through the sword's true identity with a glance. It was something made out of God's concept, a completely ridiculous creation by the mortals. Even the Atlas Institute wasn't able to come up with something of this magnitude. Why is his influence here? Out of all times. Solomon knew how the beings on the reverse side couldn't directly interfere with the outcome of this world. He had long given up from those powerful yet indifferent beings toward humanity. Yet, he felt his presence just now. The Lord that Solomon had served. Swoosh! The full-powered Rongominiad went straight to his head. Bam! Crack! It was blocked by the transparent shield that Solomon had always activated. However, cracks began building onto it as the divine construct started taking its durability. Just then, another attack followed. It was a crescent blue light heading his way. Solomon reacted extremely quickly at its sight. He strengthened the previously damaged barrier magecraft he is using, which was then further enhanced by the 9 rings on his fingers. It is virtually impossible for any attack to pass through it, lest a special event occurs. Nevertheless, the impossible was broken by the dim blue light. Bam! Crash! Crack! The barrier was nearly broken upon contact. Its composition was suddenly frozen before it began losing its power. This is... Once more, he acted decisively. The ring of light on the sky incinerated the entire temple. It served as a curtain around him that counteracted the eternal freeze embedded to the attack. However, it caused himself damages in turn. A moment later, Solomon was severely injured. Burn marks could be seen all over his arms while a gashing wound was present across his chest. The incinerating light managed to nearly nullify the sword's power at the cost of a huge energy reserve as well as self-inflicted injuries. Worse, it still managed to pass through his enhanced barrier and leave a large wound on his chest. It did not only affect the physical body, it directly affected his soul. In such a way, he had to carry that injury for a good period of time. Blood trickled on his mouth as he hatefully looked at the man beyond the slit in space. He couldn't muster the power to launch a counterattack. Suddenly, a dozen similar strikes appeared and targeted him. They are all weaker in intensity as the previous one. Still, it posed a problem to the current Solomon. Solomon felt nothing but anger towards Nobu. He couldn't counterattack due to his diminished capabilities as well as him existing on a singularity. If a huge amount of energy was consumed once more, he wouldn't have enough to enact his plan on time. His 3,000 years of preparation would be all for naught. The portal closed immediately as he spoke. You will pay. Fu. Swoosh. Ein Sof disappeared in motes of blue light before taking the form of a wristwatch. I could feel my fingers continuously trembling. Exhaustion started to fill my entire body, something impossible the moment I became a magister. I am still inexperienced. Lord Netashim understood many things about the world. It far surpassed my current worldview. That's what a genius could achieve if he was given 1,000 years. Though, I don't need that long. Perhaps a few more years would suffice. The harvest on Atlas Institute would raise me up to another level once I apply them all. Despite this exhaustion, I didn't falter my steps. The infinite conversion started mending all of them. It's done. The threat was taken care of. Are you all right? My king asked. Yes. There's no need to worry. I will recover in no time. A taste of iron appeared in my mouth. From it, I discovered that blood started trickling down my mouth. Swime bled during the fight with 10 of Greed's leader, no. That was the first instance of him bleeding with infinite conversion. It was a manifestation of considerable damage. The next time was when he had his first encounter with another world's goddess. I calmly wiped it off with my gloves. Are you really fine? This time, it was Lancelot who expressed her concern. Yes. I won't lie about my condition. The last time I did that was when I slept for half a year. I wouldn't do something like that again. If you say so. For once, I noticed that Lancelot is more expressive. I guessed she was the type to keep her emotions bottled up, something I'd seen from many introverts, with Bocchi-chan as the first and foremost. After this, I helped in organizing the aftermath. From stopping the ongoing fights to contacting Ozymandias and my father, it took a while to complete. By the time everything was over, I had everyone returned to Altair. The relationship between the two sides are quite salty due to the recent fights. Although our king tried her best to mend it, it wouldn't be over within a day or two. Nevertheless, it is our responsibility to inform them that everything's over, that the king reverted to her previous self. That's how I could tell they would bury the hatchet at some point in time. Hey! I sat in the central position of the airship's control room. It is something I dubbed the commander's seat after creating this airship. The control room's surroundings are currently filled with bright stars. The walls reflected the camera feeds outside Altair, thus projecting the night view here. My attention turned to the wristwatch on my left arm. The sacrament disappeared once the magic's duration was over. However, when I habitually touched Sora, a change occurred. It disappeared and was replaced by a similar-looking wristwatch on my left arm. Unlike the plain black design from before, it has a mix of red and blue metal, with its strap being black. Its gears are visible to the naked eye as they move. It reminded me of the wristwatch that I bought and modified to become a mystical item. Red and blue. Hephaestus and Artemis. Strangely enough, it emits an aura of time distortion. I also tried using its activation chant, but to no avail. Frozen in time. That was when it dawned on me. Einsof did disappear. It was only through its sheer power could it resist the correction of time. It froze time itself for it to remain with my possession. Then again, it posed another problem. How could I use it? It didn't take much to reach the answer. My cheat. Einsof's duration with my magic was 5 minutes. If I reversed its state to 5 minutes ago, it might come out of its frozen state and become usable. Once 5 minutes had passed, it would then revert to this frozen state. It looks like my charges became more precious. 7 charges. It'll serve a good use. With the Grail's current rate, it could now gather a charge within 15 days. This change occurred when Galahad appeared once more. Speaking of him, I wasn't able to hear from him again. Where did he go? A peaceful night had passed. The airship, it's more than 15,000 feet above the ground. Yawn, yet. It should belong to either a magi organization or a noble phantasm. It should have an owner. Unfortunately, it was not a peaceful night for Chaldea. The huge event that occurred within this singularity threatened to directly remove it from history. It would be turned into a bubble universe before being pruned by Goetia Ring of Light, Ars al-Madal Salomanis. That way, his efforts of establishing this changed history and affecting the pan-human history would be all for naught. It is equivalent to Goetia sabotaging his own work, which confused Chaldea. Why would he, out of all people, sabotage his own work? Not only that, there are also the lights that shielded Earth from harm. From the conclusion, it could be seen that they were successful. Thus, it covered this singularity with enigmas. Da Vinci noticed something and brought out her explosives. Mash, get ready to carry Ritsuka away. Da Vinci-san. The orange-haired master yelped in surprise as she was carried by her Kaorhei. What's going? Romani detected the disturbance occurring in front of them. I see. There's no need to worry, Da Vinci. Romani. It's not an enemy. Just as he spoke, a man appeared out of thin air. Blue particles surrounded him as he materialized midair. Flap. The ends of his overcoat flew along the wines. The man easily landed on the ground softly. He demonstrated the phenomenon of subtly dispersing force to the ground. His golden irises looked at Da Vinci and Ritsuka before stopping at Mash. Lastly, he looked at the hidden projection along with them. Giving them a slight elegant bow, he spoke. Greetings, people of Chaldea. I heard you are looking for me. Chapter 112, Agreement of a Magician and a Magister. For 2 days, the large airship became an enigma to Chaldea. They wondered who would have built that if it was the result of a servant's noble phantasm or a masterpiece of a magi organization. Haven't you been attempting contact with my airship? You must also be curious about the huge disturbance from yesterday. I believe I could answer them all. Was it you? It was Romani who spoke up from behind. Why, yes. I was involved with defending against the incinerating light, Romani-san. The other 3 Chaldeans went silent. They kept thinking of the possible actions as well as the power that the man in front of them holds. If it serves to convince everyone, the light from yesterday was King Solomon attempting to destroy this world. We fended it off at that time. Hearing his words, their evaluation of the man rapidly rose. Someone who could directly confront Solomon is extremely strong. Lastly, I owe an explanation, to Miss Mash, that is. Explanation? The purple-haired girl asked in a murmur. You may call me Sirius or Akasaka Nobu, but in the past, I used to be a knight of the Round Table. He said before continuing, the identity of the heroic spirit within you, it's another version of myself. Out of everyone, the one who seemed the most composed is none other than Romani. It seems like, you really are him. Chaldea. If I were to be asked, they are an organization carrying a huge burden. The duty to save their world is a heavy one, more so when there are a lack of high-end powers. In my world, there were still 8 people who stood on the peak. They held the most dangerous threats while the rest handled the weaker ones. Chaldea, however, is facing something at a higher scale. King Solomon. I saw the strength and potential of their heroic spirits. There are some that could directly rival the strongest of Gakkai, my world even, yet they couldn't defeat Solomon. Hence, I decided to lend them a hand whenever it allows me. Since it could seem suspicious. I'll just do this. Let's make our meeting place more comfortable. Snap. I snapped my fingers. A moment later, the dreamer ability took effect. There aren't any signs of magic circles before reality was overridden by my dreams. Soon, the surroundings were changed into a familiar lounge Hephaestus Familia's home. Noble phantasm. No, it isn't one. Da Vinci-san responded to Ritsuka-san's query. It is a form of visual and projection magecraft, but far more complex than that. Having said that, she looked at me with growing curiosity. Please, take a seat. I said. Romani-san too. All right. Chaldea's acting direction heaved a sigh as our eyes met. As expected, Romani-san is hiding something. No matter how hard he hides it, the brief surprise he had was caught by my eyes. That was how everything went when I opened 6 thought partitions. Feel free to ask me questions. If you aren't comfortable with it, there's no need to worry. I myself have several questions for everyone. Once more, Romani-san took the lead. Can you give a more detailed account of yesterday's events? A detailed account, that's simple. I restored this singularity with the help of others. I reversed the alterations of Solomon's corrupted Holy Grail. But then, it seems he got furious about it and sent the light of incineration onto us. I began telling a short account of the battle from yesterday. I omitted some very crucial details, though. During our meeting in the 10th iteration, there was a servant Sherlock Holmes who pointed out Romani Archimon as the most suspicious person in Chaldea. That included how he acted as an assistant of the former direction, yet his records are all confidential. There's also a fact that one of their high-ranking officers betrayed them and caused significant damage to Chaldea. Add to that my discovery today, it seems like he is hiding something. Can I ask something? This time, it was Miss Mash who acted. Yes, go on. That. You said you owe an explanation. Indeed. As I have mentioned before, your power belongs to a heroic spirit, who is another version of myself. The one within you is none other than Sir Galahad, one of the 13 Knights of the Round Table. The true name of your noble phantasm is Lord Camelot. You should also have the round shield as well as the Sword of Strange Hangings with you. These should prove useful in your adventures. Everyone went silent after this revelation. It was broken by Da Vinci-san's strong curiosity. Galahad. Did you really see the Holy Grail and talked with God? The Holy Grail? Yes, I have indeed seen it. As for the other one, it could be considered as such. Da Vinci-san should be familiar with Kabbalah. God couldn't be directly perceived due to his transcendental state, thus it is more of a mixture of signs, symbols, and languages that I perceived. Nevertheless, it did come from him. During my explanation, I saw yet another peculiarity at Romani-san. It was melancholy. Anyways, I am speaking on behalf of the other Galahad. Don't take his actions as bad. He only wanted to see whether you are worthy of inheriting his power. That was how rigid I was. No, no. I am grateful to him. I wouldn't have lived if not for him. Seeing this, a smile crept up to my face. Somehow, she's giving the vibes of a younger sister. I thought about my little brother back in my home world. I have a lot of explaining to do. Back then, I chose to settle everything about my past life. This resulted in the current events meeting Gareth, father, my king, and everyone else. Fortunately, there are Artemis and Hephaestus who could communicate with me, albeit vaguely. I could imagine how they could pass the message that I am all right to Kazumitsu-san. For a moment, the direction of my thought process went in an unexpected way. Wait a moment. He did wear a maid outfit at that time. It was the Bunkase culture festival, when I visited him. For some reason, I arrived at their maid booth with him wearing a maid outfit. He didn't even need much arrangement for everyone to mistake him as a girl. Of course, I did what a good brother would do. I took photos to commemorate that day, which turned into another trauma of his. I snapped back to reality. The questions kept coming until it was my turn to ask some. Much to their surprise, they didn't ask much depth about Chaldea, mainly their experiences as well as some information regarding Solomon. When it was time to leave, however, I asked for a favor. Can I talk with Romani-san alone? The rest looked at Romani-san's projection before they saw him nod. I am the safest out of everyone. Also, if Akasaka-san wanted to deal with us, he could have done so a while ago. After their conversation, I ejected everyone out of this dreamscape. So, what do you want to talk about? He asked. Solomon. How are you related to him? At this moment, he unveiled his true reactions. He didn't bother hiding them as compared to before. He was once summoned during the Fourth Holy Grail War by the former director. With his strength, they were able to win the Grail and have their wishes granted upon them. It is primarily the reason why Chaldea exists now. Then why is he seeking to destroy humanity? Because he isn't Solomon in the first place. I see. King Solomon is someone who received revelations from God, much like me. It became confusing when he sought to destroy the very beings he once protected. I did think of the possibility that it wasn't King Solomon. How would you explain the fact that he possessed those noble phantasms? I believe you are aware of his temple and the Ring of Light. That was something only for heroic spirits, no. There is something that inhabited his remains. That entity is currently controlling his body to accomplish his goals. An entity residing on the corpse of King Solomon? Now, things took a drastic turn. If Romani is telling the truth, which I am more certain he did, it poses many problems. For once, I wouldn't be able to expect his sympathy towards humans. While I was thinking, Romani-san began removing his gloves. It was merely a type of projection magecraft, yet it couldn't stop the remnants of information that it emitted. What was revealed is a golden ring. Instantly, it overlapped with the 9 rings that Solomon wore on that throne. Could it be Solomon? Romani-san, no, Solomon made a wry smile. You really react fast, Sir Galahad. It would have been a matter of time before you found everything out by yourself. It isn't wrong. I have the Grail's future vision as well as the miracles it could create. That's right. I am Solomon. Much like you, I wished for the Grail to live as a human. His words reminded me of my past. Galahad was inhuman all his life, which led him to pursue a better life. It manifested through me Nobu. To think King Solomon is also like that. However, that left a huge problem. As you can see, the autonomous guardian I created before my death, Goetia, wanted to annihilate humanity. Ars Goetia. So that's why. Through Ein Sof, I was able to connect to every living being. It is more of receiving data from the other end. I was able to find Goetia's hiding place due to that. Unfortunately, Goetia is not considered a living being but a form of magecraft. It is a program set to protect humanity, only for it to betray Solomon's prior wish. Everything started making sense. I trust you wouldn't harm humanity, Sir Galahad. Indeed. While I might not be able to focus on supporting this world, I would still lend a hand. I don't want to see my previous world, to perish. Facing a man similar to me, I couldn't help but sympathize. Then again, he is already human enough based on his current actions alone. We didn't run out of topics to talk with. Romani-san is someone hailed as the king of magecraft. His knowledge is even greater than mine. He knows a broad spectrum about magic and the likes. It is unfortunate we couldn't talk like this during combat encounters. You're already going back to your world, right? Yet. After we pay a visit to the clock tower, I am planning to do as such. I replied to Romani-san. What about your king? With the fate system you talked about, I might be able to put something up within a day. While my king could sustain every heroic spirit through her wrong Omniad, I would like to create some sort of backup to tie their so-called saint graphs. The fate system is a solution to that problem. It is one of Chaldea's system for summoning and anchoring heroic spirits. It's time to make my decision. Chaldea's meeting with Nobu went well to the point Da Vinci and Ritsuka were surprised on how well it went. Chaldea gained a trustworthy ally, after all. A magister like Nobu is extremely strong, more so with Einsof in his possession. After that, the arrangements came next. Every heroic spirit decided to stay with Nobu, much to his surprise. With that, all that was left is to talk with the clock tower marshal. Stepping into the clock tower's bounded fields, Nobu felt the difference from the inside. The concentration of magical energy as well as mysteries are stronger than the outsides. The most important thing, however, is the corpse of a dragon beneath this very land. It is Albion. It's Albion's corpse. Nobu was familiar with Albion's aura as he was there when they slayed it. King Vortigern, the leader of the Saxons, fought against their king, Artoria Pendragon. He was the personification of Albion, which granted him abilities, including his transformation into Albion's physical form. However, the real Albion died under this earth. When the age of man arrived, he remained on the physical world, unlike the other dragons who went into the reverse side of the world. In the end, he died due to the unstoppable coming of a new era. Nobu thought of the origin behind Lancelot's past but chose not to delve much into it. The reason why he chose an ally and not a servant is due to his personal preferences. His conviction doesn't allow him to treat them as such. Even Miko, who calls him Goshijin-sama, is treated by him as an ally, not a tool. As such, he turned the command seals into pure energy instead, which is still being absorbed by the Holy Grail. Could you gain something? I don't know. Perhaps. Alright. Nobu took a glance at the medieval-style infrastructure before he set his sight at the top of the tower. There. He stuck his index and middle finger together before swiping down. BZZT. A space slit appeared. It contained the vast stars from the sky. It looked majestic as they glimmered every now and then. Once the coordinates are locked, the other side turns into the same office that he saw from earlier. Nobu and Lancelot stepped on it before being greeted by a familiar middle-aged man. It seems you have made your choice. About Goetia. I'll help. As for the strong opponents whom you mentioned, I should do the same. But, we have to change the clauses a bit. Go on. You'll also need to take action, Mr. Schweinorg. The remaining magicians in your world, too. Upon dropping that statement, everything went still. Or perhaps, you couldn't do that? I see there are a total of 5 magicians in this world, at the very least. As you have said, that would be quite hard. MN. Nobu simply nodded as he looked at the serious-looking magician. Only the 2 of us would be able to make a move. The seat for the first and third true magic was vacant while the holder of the fourth was in a special circumstance. I see. What about the enemies? Zelrich didn't choose to hide anything at this time. They are beasts who sought to end all life on Earth. A harbinger of the end. Really? Nobu muttered. It wasn't a natural phenomena, no. Nobu recalled the data he found through Atlas Tri-Hermes. He knew that the Twilight Syndrome didn't exist in this world. In the near future, humans will kill the planet. It is exactly the one that called them out here. Currently, only one such being exists. But, it remains to be unknown as to what this world's special status would cause. You can also see through other possibilities? Or were they parallel worlds? The latter. I was able to communicate with my other selves through it. All right. Nobu paused for a while as he thought about it. Mr. Schweinorg remained honest. He must have wanted to save this world, or create the possibility where it is possible. Zelrich didn't hold back all this time. It was his first time encountering a being like Nobu, a magician from another world. That alone signifies a new possibility, what more one that could possibly show a good end. When our world needs assistance, it doesn't have to be said. I am aiming for a partner. Of course, we would help. In the end, Nobu offered a gesture for a handshake. Chapter 113, A Proposition. So, what do you feel? Nothing special. After the agreement, we decided to stay further in the clock tower. I was able to skim through the so-called mage craft, which isn't much different from the ones on Tri-Hermes. It is quite similar to Magicka's way of manipulating mysteries, though it is dependent on the power of these mysteries. All right. Do tell me if you need something. Galahad. MN. A foreboding came upon me. You must have noticed something already. It is useless to keep hiding it any further. Yes. You have the same origin as Albion, but you have an aura of decay. It didn't take long to put two and two together. The thing contained by the broken rifle was dubbed by Atlas as grain or ether. This energy appears whenever a strong being dies. Lancelot, for reasons unknown, has it. You didn't ask even if you knew. That was basic courtesy. I suppose. The young girl nodded as she flashed a complicated look at me. I haven't lied to you. I came from a different version of Camelot, the one those people called the British Lost Belt. Lancelot started revealing her origins. No, someone like you came to our world. It didn't take long to realize who it was. Miss Mash. Nodding, she continued. They sought to oppose the rule of our queen. Queen Morgan Le Fay. Wait a moment. Morgan Le Fay? The same cousin of King Arthur who tried to screw with our king's rule. This parallel world Camelot is strange, indeed. She was the one who gave us our titles as fairy knights. It granted us the power of the Round Table Knights from the proper human history. However, its true purpose is to seal our true forms. I used 5 partitions to process everything. True forms. Is it harmful for you to revert to that form? Perhaps. Then, she shouldn't go back to that form, at all. Then, someone could use your true name to force you into that state. Once again, she nodded solemnly. I myself am quite skilled at sympathetic magicka. It is a type of magicka that uses someone's name in order to affect them remotely with magicka. The curses caused by voodoo dolls are one such example of it. Immediately, I reacted. There's no need to mention your true name to me. We haven't known each other for long. It only caused discomfort on your side. This is precisely why I am willing. From the beginning, I acted according to my beliefs. I encountered these moments several times that people are willing to trust me based on what they saw from me. I repay that act with integrity. If Lancelot is willing to reveal her name, then so be it. In my world, I am commonly known as the Fairy Knight Lancelot, Tam Lin. I serve under Aurora, the leader of the Wind Clan. The serious ambience reached its peak. My true name is Melusine, an incarnation born from the White Dragon's remains. Melusine. Just like the Fairy of the Lake. What a fitting name. From her reaction, I could see she didn't expect those words. Ds. I wasn't kidding. It suits you more than Lancelot. One thing I would like to keep a secret was that the image of my father keeps popping up with that name. After this awkward silence passed, I took the initiative to offer a handshake. It is merely symbolic and the second time we've done it, but it represents a renewed agreement now that she revealed her true name. With a hint of confusion, she received it. I felt a soft yet small hand contact mine. We're partners from now on, Melusine. It was a strange feeling. Never had Melusine encountered someone as pure as him. He didn't possess any corrupt thoughts. His beliefs aren't as messed up as the fairies from the British Lost Belt. Whatever he believed in, that was it. There are no hidden motives whatsoever. It was simply akin to her meeting with Aurora. This time, however, she is drastically luckier that she encountered him. It's strange, but good. Melusine thought as she felt his hand. She didn't notice that a smile crept up to her face. Just then, she felt a series of changes. Her Saint Graph had unknowingly formed a link with the White Dragon's corpse. It didn't make any changes visibly, but it altered her saint graph directly. It is currently based on Nobu's Holy Grail, albeit it didn't interfere as it deemed it to be harmless. What? That's how it was. Nobu also detected this change. He abruptly stopped his plan to interfere. With Melusine's name being known to him, the requesting end of their contract, he gained the same eyes that allowed masters to see their servants' parameters. Strength, CB. Endurance, A+. Agility, BA+. Mana, A+X. Luck, BA++. NP, A+X. Somehow, he found this system to be similar to Falna. However, her status was displayed with 6 different orbs of light. They shine brighter the stronger they are. Only her attributes were shown, with the rest of her abilities such as her noble phantasms hidden. As for the class skills, of a Lancer, that was already enlisted on the data Nobu found within Tri-Hermes. Only her personal skills remained hidden. Albion. It should be its recognition towards Melusine. An acknowledgement of the one hailed as the strongest true dragon could bring forward absurd changes. Are you all right? Yes. It didn't harm me. That's good. After that, the awkward silence came. Yet another Bocchi-chan. If Bocchi is the god of introverts with all their characteristics, Melusine took on the characteristic of being withdrawn. She doesn't usually like to express herself. She would only talk when I start the conversation. Come to think of it. We'll be meeting again soon. Nobu's eagerness to return to their world burned strongly once more. 3 years. Scratch that. If my time on Gakkai is counted, I was nearly gone for 3.5 years. While I am not aware of the time difference between this world and mine, it shouldn't be that big. Galahad would have warned me if it was. He was simply that kind of person, meticulous and direct. That's where I got the trait of speaking everything that has to be said. Britain of your world. I am interested in seeing it. I stood still in the control center with my king beside me. The rest of my fellow knights are piloting Altair, with heightened interests. Since they have the riding skill as a form of our training as knights, it applied into riding high-end airships as well. The ones with higher levels such as Gareth easily learned how to pilot it. Although, Agravain insisted on remaining at our king's side. When the entire matter was over, things become awkward between the two sides. Of course, Agravain kept his feelings in check and chose to be the same old minister he once was. I will make sure it will be done. I already foresaw a bit of trouble when I decided to bring everyone. I didn't reject it simply because of one thing. My king blames herself for my end. It was not only me, but she expressed her regrets in which she sent me on that journey in vain. As a divine spirit, she got to know many things including the counterforce, the reason behind Camelot's collapse. With it, she understood how it contributed to her kingdom's downfall. But, she didn't excuse herself from her faults. If she had led them better, it wouldn't have happened in the first place. In the end, that was also the reason why she wanted to help me with the troubles in my world. All systems check. We're good to go, Galahad. Everything is as Miss Gareth had said. Everyone's help lowered the burden of directing Altair. I am able to focus my current processing speed on our return path. Miko's slightly synthetic voice resounded in my mind. Thanks for the help, everyone. I said before pulling out the fake Holy Grail from my storage space. At this moment, its sole function is to store enough energy to manifest a miracle. A copy of the Holy Grail has been detected. Assimilate its stored power. Since I haven't seen the possibilities of this function, I only used it now. If it is merely temporary, returning to my world might prove to be more difficult. Confirm. The Holy Grail within my grasp instantly turned into motes of golden light. Synchronization complete. Miracles, 2. Charges, 9. Surprisingly, the Grail gave 2 miracles as well as 2 charges. Considering one miracle was enough to strengthen Ein Sof's attack on Goetia, it is very useful. It didn't have something like the Holy Grail, after all. From what Romani-san told me, his greatest strength as Solomon lies on the 10 rings he wore. It was the same rings of Solomon that God gave him when he chose wisdom out of everything he could have asked for. He trusted me that much. I could understand why. There are many factors as to why he chose to trust me. One of them is my difference compared to the Galahad he knew. He said that I am much better than the rigid Galahad who seems to know something. Speaking of him, I wasn't able to talk to him. I used everything that I had but I wasn't able to reach him. It's strange. Just as I thought of him, I found myself transported within a dreamscape. It is purely made of ivory white floor and walls. A clear blue sky served as its background. I thought you didn't want to see me, Galahad. I sought the most proper time for this meeting. Galahad appeared at this moment across from me. He had the same appearance as the Galahad whom I usually talk to. However, there is a difference. Their eyes. Unlike his eyes that contained a trace of humanity, this Galahad didn't have that at all. I must warn you. The path offered by Goetia is the best possible outcome for humanity. Elaborate. Beyond him lies innumerable strong foes. Foreign gods that sought to usurp our world, the lost belt kings who wanted to replace history, the cryptors who supported that change, and the self-destructive plan imposed by Chaldea's former director. He spat out one revelation after another, befitting his title as the Knight of Revelations. If humanity did not accept Goetia's proposed path, humanity would come to face these worsts. It is choosing the lesser evils, then. You are correct. I am too familiar with my former ways. For the sake of the greater good, I wouldn't hesitate to choose the lesser evils. A trace of normalcy might still be found within my past self, but not when deciding an outcome that could influence the majority. In this regard, I am truly inhuman. He must have given you these revelations, I asked. Then, he must have mentioned another possibility. The chances of humanity surpassing them on their own is close to nil. But he said it. I am right. The one who bore Ein Sof, never ending. His vision could truly see far into the future. Then again, it was stated in the Bible that he only proposes while man disposes. It should be attributed to higher order beings' transfer into the reverse side that acted similar to the spirit realm. There is only a low possibility of it occurring. Spelling the end of those foreign gods doesn't end things. Galahad spoke calmly. This world forsaken by gods and wills alike faces endless danger. Once humanity becomes the enemy of the universe, it would be too late to reverse it. I decided to open all 9 partitions that I have. 387 million thoughts were processed by my mind along with its partitions. I weighed everything objectively that included the probability of these events occurring. In the end, I acknowledged his worries. But haven't you forgotten something? I asked. If the humanity of this world isn't enough, then how about the humanity of other worlds? If probability isn't at your side, all you need to do is to break it. I have done that several times back in Gakkai. I believe I would be able to find people from other worlds who could help us in this regard. Even Galahad fell silent upon my proposal. Anyways, it is time to let the young girl inherit your power. You didn't want them to succeed, yet they would inevitably defeat Goetia. How could you say that? I shall keep it a secret. This is precisely the reason why Romani trusted me. I am far too different from my past self. With Galahad's inclination to be just and right, plus the humanity I gained. These were enough to be trusted by him. So, what would you choose? Then so be it. He replied. I shall let your plan work out. That's good to hear. Then, without any warning, I returned back to reality. Are you all right? My king noticed this change of mine. Yes, it's nothing much. I only had a talk with someone. Is that so? When I met her gaze, I saw a trace of concern form over her mature appearance. To be honest, I am quite unfamiliar with this appearance of our king. The changes were too big to disregard them. After processing everything Galahad said, I focused on the matter at hand. Utilizing one of the miracles within the Grail, I formed an anchor to this world as well as a predicted pathway. Consume one miracle to accomplish the desired outcome. Continue. Continue. With that, a large-scale distortion wrapped around Altair before it immediately sucked us out of this world. Our surroundings turned black before the change occurred. Crack. Shatter. The airship left the world where I previously came from. Still wrapped within this intangible yet prominent distortion, we started our journey to enter another world. These are the stars we see in the sky. Gareth and Sir Bedivere mouthed their curiosity towards the next scenery. We are greeted by the sea of stars. Then, a well-lit path appeared within our sights. It was characterized by a thin white line. At the end of it lies a very familiar sight. A round blue planet. Earth. It took a long time to return. In a luxurious temple within the desert, there was one such being that remained undeterred by the series of events. He had neither shown any will to interfere in the events mandated by heaven. Since Nobu and the rest didn't need his help, he remained obscure until everyone's disappearance. The old man of the mountain watched as the singularity collapsed, reverting to its former proper form. The foreigner shrouded from heaven but has its blessing. His deep voice muttered these words. How big would the changes you will bring? It is nothing short of miraculous. Truly. Was it the possibilities held by other worlds? A Galahad who went into another world. I am sure it isn't merely caused by the other world. Da Vinci responded to Ozymandias' musings. After the singularity was over, the remaining servants joined Chaldea. Their saint grafts were bound into the fate system. Thus, they wouldn't truly disappear when they die. It is precisely the reason why Chaldea only grew in strength as they progressed towards more singularities. The heroic spirits within their ranks only grew in numbers. Indeed. He is talented in his own right. His personality is also suited to garner more allies. Well. He's more friendly than I thought. Isn't that right, Romani? Da Vinci looked back to the acting director who grabbed a cup of coffee. The bits of caffeine within it jolted his drowsy cells awake. Yet. He is the most ideal knight to exist, more so that he has attained his humanity. Ha! Humanity and self-sacrifice are the most crucial aspects of heroes and he has both. Even Ozymandias couldn't help but compliment him. A hero. He is indeed one. Romani smiled as he agreed with him. You're missing a crucial thing. Da Vinci pointed out. Women. Ah. Well. The pharaoh and former king of Israel, two beings who had multiple lovers, couldn't react. Romani was impacted by it the most, simply because of the number of his lovers in the name of diplomacy. They numbered around 1,000 as a result. In the end, Da Vinci's argument remained strong. Chapter 114, Returning Home. Since the day I longed to go back, I had a silly thought. What's the best way to make an appearance? I could simply appear in front of Ryuhu similar to the Magician X manga that we've been reading. Of course, those were just my musings. I would like to meet with someone first before Swime. I am thinking on how I could play this small trick on them. A/N, Magician X equals Kaido Kid. No. How about a simple teleportation magica? It feels quite bland. Things become different when I am facing this decision and not just imagining it. In the end, I asked Miku about her opinion. Connection established. A way to make your appearance? Why not do what Ga Shujin-sama's heart wishes? Well. It is actually in sync with my first thought. Well then. I came close to my king who was staring blankly at the opened docking station. The winds brushed our bodies yet it wasn't able to do anything. My king. Do you want to arrive in Britain first? Britain? Wouldn't you want to meet your parents first? That, well. I confessed to her. I'm going to settle an important matter. After that, I'll meet up with my parents. Is that so? It is an important matter. After all, I couldn't let her go to that dorm as she was about to do in the first iteration. At the very least, I could help her take care of herself. The people in that place didn't care about her condition at all. My sight looked at the sea of white clouds. We arrived on Earth's airspace a couple of hours later. I find it quite amusing to see everyone pilot an airship instead of horses. I wouldn't even be surprised if Gareth finds an interest with motorcycles, much as I did. Sheena is quite special. She has a potential for cursed energy. However, it could only activate sporadically a semi-open state, if you may. It could cause her to see demons and cursed spirits from time to time, but they couldn't harm her since it deactivates after some time. It was one of the reasons why I asked Miko to specially monitor her status. How about? I recalled her first special painting and thought of a plan. Sheena Mashiro is special. In the entire world, her paintings are widely recognized. Each work of hers earned her enough fame to be dubbed amongst the ranks of famous painters such as Kaufman, Kahlo, Kusama, Picasso, and so on. One of her works is made with such a perfect ratio that it was dubbed divine art. Nothing wrong could be seen on that artwork, be it the lighting, color scheme, and partition. Nevertheless, it didn't matter greatly to the girl. She is living in her own world. Japan. Manga. Her thoughts floated on her head until her steps halted. As she walked the streets of Britain, she came across a gathered crowd. It was a public performance. All she could hear was the strumming and the vibration of the guitar strings. Coupled with the amplifier, it formed a strange harmonious melody. What's even more strange is the fact it was something she recognized. Is this? God knows. A song that shook the internet back in 2015. It was first posted on Nico Nico Douga, but it quickly spread to more populated platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. It was supposed to be a Japanese pop song, yet it became famous. As to why it was made popular? It was none other than the debut song of a musical prodigy, a boy with the stage name Shishi. What they didn't expect was the unique themes his songs tackled. From depressing songs up to Oni songs, he nailed every single one of them. Most importantly, his skills with the guitar is godly. On that day, 5 years ago, she met him. Sheena started looking for any flashes of inspiration. In turn, her family allowed her to go outside, but with the supervision of 2 maids. They didn't wear the flashy maid outfits as one would expect. Her eyes wandered around her surroundings until something came to her. It wasn't her eyes that received that satisfying experience, but her ears. She had visited several orchestras and didn't find them very appealing. Although, this guitar solo with a strange rhythm managed to catch her interest. Ah! Suddenly, her eyes met with the one who played it. A boy not more than 11 years old possessed the same golden pupils as hers. Sheena's mind stopped working due to embarrassment. The boy's look remained to her until she was the first one to move her gaze. Much to her bewilderment, only then did the boy stop looking at her. Well. Since you 3 are my first audience, what would you like me to play? It would be free of charge, of course. His slightly immature voice explained his intent. The 2 maids turned to Sheena. What would you like, Miss Sheena? Well. What? Her continuous stutter reminded the boy of his pink-haired acquaintance. Bocchi-chan is a standard even overseas, hey. He couldn't blame himself. That was how impactful she was as his first friend. That song. God knows. The boy instinctively told its name. I want to hear it in full. Sheena replied to him. I see. The boy slid his fingers through the guitar's fingerboard. It made a small electrifying noise. It was purely his habit to do things in that way. He didn't speak further and focused on playing the song. The first part of the song has begun. It is the part where Nobu needed to tire his fingers out. Fortunately, he was experienced enough. When the second chorus came, the build-up exploded. Coupled with his little tricks that served as an addition and his masterful playing, it started to garner attention. By the time it ended, all Sheena wanted to know was one thing. Its story. What was it? The boy simply smiled as he replied. You'll know it soon. It's been 3 years, and he didn't come here again. She couldn't help but pout towards her friend. Was he angry at me? Sheena thought of that one strange event 3 years ago. Nobu acted a bit strange and built some distance from her. It disappeared soon after, but she couldn't help but recall it now. While this frustration started to build up within her, she finally managed to squeeze a gap to see the performer herself. He had just finished playing Eruption, which made everyone silent due to their sheer shock, that is. That was extremely good. No doubt about it. It's like Van Halen was the one in front of us. This is so fucking good. One couldn't even help but swear in exclamation. Unfortunately for them, the man wore a black hoodie and a cap. Only his eyes and lower face could be seen. Which coincidentally stopped at Sheena. How could she ever forget those golden eyes? One of her talents was to never forget about things she saw. The man smiled at her as he gestured with his cap. That's it for the evening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed my performance. Soon, he began packing his instruments. Nobody really bothered him as they approached him to compliment his skills before leaving. Although, there came an exception. That guitar. Those skills. No way. This accidental revelation left the teenager with chills on his spine. His eyes widened as excitement burst through the roof. Are you Shishi? That was his guitar. His shout alerted other people. As long as they aren't living under the rock, they would know about the child prodigy who was even acknowledged by Eddie Van Halen himself. Unfortunately, he was long gone when they sought him. Hey! I'm sorry about that. Currently, I am facing an angry Sheena. The small pout on her cheek explains everything. I was on a long journey, you see. But you didn't add me on Insta. or even Facebook and Line. I forgot. I had this urge to confront my past self. Back then, I thought that I would only cause her death if she came near me. That was a kind of fear I didn't dare challenge from the 4th to the 7th iteration. Then again, I lacked strength at that time. The worst thing that could happen to me at that time would be reviving my loved ones. Even if they would come back alive, the trauma was already inflicted. Add to that my messy state of mind before. It's natural to make these mistakes. You didn't even say it to me. I'm really at fault here. I wryly smiled. Stupid Nobu. Nobu no baka. Right, you are planning to be a mangaka. Nobu should become my director. Recalling these memories, I really promised something like that. I was quite good at creating narratives due to my first-hand experiences with what people deem as fantasy. When will you leave for Japan? I asked even though I knew the answer. Tomorrow. That's good, then. We could go back together. It's time to return after this journey. It took 3 years, where did you go? Gakai and Jerusalem popped into my mind. What follows next are the sites I found all over the world when I was on the Singularity. I went on a trip around the entire planet. She went silent for a while. Bam! Sheena abruptly stood up while holding the tabletop. Her face suddenly came close to me. That's amazing. What did you see? Calm down. I have them stored on my phone. I said as I pulled out a sleek silver phone from my pocket. It was one of the compact supercomputers I made in the form of a smartphone. After entering the biometric passcodes, I was able to access its gallery. There, I captured the sceneries all over the world. I handed over that phone to her, which she received with glimmering eyes. Wow! She swiped over one of the pictures and asked, where was this? Antarctica. In the Singularity, I found several new ores in Antarctica. These are the ones suitable for heat quenching the most, their perfect match, I dare say. Have you seen the penguins? Yet. They should have some pictures there. After a while, she handed over my phone back. I know what my next subject will be. Penguins, Antarctica, and Aurora Borealis. I asked. That's right. I will add the missing things later. For the first time, I found solace talking about mundane matters. It feels quite unfamiliar to me. After everything I had gone through, there's somehow a mismatch for it. Most importantly, I touched the wristwatch hidden under my sleeves. They felt the complex feelings that passed through me just now. I recalled my time with Sheena. Nobu. When I was caught in melancholy, her confounded look brought me back to reality. Tilting her head had a different effect. It made her more cute. I'm all right. I spoke. Since it's already nighttime, I'll come with you on your way home. Is that fine? Yeah, really. Okay. Since the little prank was over, I removed my black hoodie and cap. It unveiled my full appearance. Surely enough, I felt the gazes of everyone in this cafe concentrated on me. Together with Sheena's beautiful looks, we became the center of attraction inside. Let's go. Ah. Seeing her surprised look, I wondered. Was my appearance that shocking? After the meeting with Sheena, I decided to cross over the entire Europe by myself. With my flight magica developed to this extreme stage, I was able to fly without the need of arbiter. Now, it purely serves to empower my combat strength by increasing the intensity of my control over mysteries. In a flash, I was greeted by the familiar sight of Kyoto Tower. The hustling and bustling of this city never changed even after 3 years had passed by. Soon, I descended. I found myself in a very familiar place, the playground I used to hang together with Bocchi-chan. All of my memories with this place sprang up. It felt sentimental remembering them now. 3.5 years. Quite a long time had passed, indeed. Flutter. The ends of my black overcoat fluttered along with the wind. Sensing a huge presence, I looked at my back. There, a strange blindfolded man kept mumbling to himself. Yes, yes. You were that kid back then. Your memory is still as sharp as ever. Satoru-san. The strongest contemporary sorcerer made his unexpected appearance. Chapter 115, My son grew up to be a harem protagonist. Satoru-san. A person whom I looked up to once. Why the late night visit? Satoru-san. I started off by asking this question. Well, I would know if an interesting guest came. he replied while placing his back on the tree. Satoru-san lifted a portion of his blindfold. His mystical blue pupils made their appearance. A sense of being examined closely appeared in my mind. The observation of micro-expressions. Basically, it is Satoru-san's way of gauging a person. Your eyes are still as sharp as ever. But yes, I am here to visit my parents. I presume you are here for the annual goodwill event. Hearing this, he flashed a thin smile. There's your source of information again. Magicians love to play mysterious, don't they? It's one of our occupational diseases. In the literal sense, that is. Magicians literally turn into beings of mysteries. The preference of wanting to be seen as mysterious is purely a tradition. Right. So you aren't planning something interesting? Like the extermination of the Time Vessel Association or the 3 land gods you defeated? Unfortunately, there's none as of the moment. The eradication of the Time Vessel Association was one of the things I orchestrated behind the scenes. To put it in the simplest way, I attacked them from all sides economically, legally, and physically. When they are weakened by the first 2, I contracted Miss Mei Mei and had her completely eliminate the remaining cultists. That marked an end to the cult that stood tall for more than 1,000 years. I recall Miss Mei Mei complaining about some troubles with the Jujutsu Society. Well, one more zero on her paycheck did the trick. But you can look forward to something big in the near future. Satoru-san paused a bit as he placed his blindfold back. I see, I see. Suka, Suka. With that implication, I managed to heighten his sense of danger. He already knew about the accounts of magisters as well as the dangers faced by them. Satoru-san hopped off the tree and started approaching me. Well then, I'm off. Leaving those words, he straight up disappeared. It is the short-distance teleportation curse technique in action. Without any more interruptions, I took the familiar path on my way home. Gojo Satoru. The strongest sorcerer of the contemporary times. He alone could manage everything that happened in Japan up to this point. His mere presence deters countless rogue sorcerers from causing trouble. As a proof of it, he alone took down the majority of the special grade cursed spirits that appeared during the last 10 years. Even in the entire world, he is considered to equal the esteemed magisters. His strength and power was that strong. For such a strong person, what comes to his mind? If I placed that kid beside Nanaman, there's no difference at all. Of course, it is the option that seems fun. He grew this strong. Tisk tisk, he's even more of a monster than I thought, he mused with an entertained look. Wait. If I look at it, aren't his looks also outstanding? Upon this comparison, Nobu shared many similarities to him. In the end, it left him on a happy note. After all, there's someone I could finally talk to. He could finally properly interact with another equal. I might have been on Satoru-san's list already. With Lord Nestaheim and Nettesheim being elusive, he wouldn't have a chance to have a proper interaction with someone equal in strength. It is one of his peculiar traits as the strongest contemporary sorcerer. In the other iterations, he opened this up with the reason of having the same vibe as Nanami-san. That is true. These idle thoughts stopped as I arrived in front of our gate. Just when I was about to press the doorbell, the gate opened. Bring this too. A black-haired teenager held several manga on his right arm. His vision suddenly shifted to me. It's been some time, Swime. Ah. He nearly dropped all of the manga due to his shock. His mouth went slightly agape as he couldn't begin to express his surprise. I could take a picture of your funny look, you know. I didn't choose to do that this time. After all, I am aware how I made everyone worry, for 3 years, that is. Miku stated that I was gone for 3 years on this side, though I managed to have a vague sense of communication through my connection with my goddesses. Even so, that is not enough to explain everything. You're finally back. You kept us waiting for a long time. As expected, he regained his composure. Swime? What? The voice that came from behind Swime suddenly halted. My emotions began to surge up. All the worries, anxiety, and guilt that I felt over those 3.5 years resurfaced. These are not enough to break me, but a bitter taste was left in my mouth. Tou-san. His deep maroon pupils stared at me blankly. He still had the same short black hair since back then. I'm sorry it took this long, Tou-san. Instead of responding, he came closer before giving me a hug. That was enough. Silence overrode the surroundings for a while. Don't blame yourself. The most important thing is that, you're here. After the hug, he patted me on the shoulders. He seemingly thought about something before smiling. There's your 2 girlfriends giving us updates regarding you. That's why, visit them as soon as possible. I will. 2 worlds. How did your journey end up that way? Suimei was, of course, shocked as to how my journey to 2 worlds went. Even my trip wasn't all that bad. Luck, I guess. I was slowly becoming used to the more casual way of speaking. I can't tell if you're lucky or unlucky. He wryly said. You said that you've mastered the infinite conversion too. Yes, around 3 years ago. So. How strong are you right now? I am a magister. That explains a lot. Tio-san was listening to this entire conversation when he shifted it to another topic. How about your girlfriends? And I believe it wasn't just the 2 of them. I was speechless for a while. When I looked at Suimei, I saw his teasing look. Oh, that reminds me. Suimei also has several girls who fell for him, no. Wait, you're diverting the topic. He's right, Nobu. I would just like to hear the number. As the situation has it, Tio-san fixed his glasses. I couldn't escape, hey. I'm not sure. But, if I would include the ones I am aware of, there would be, more than 5. My son grew up to be a harem protagonist. At this moment, it felt awkward being questioned by Tio-san, more so when my best friend is here. Suimei is also one. I pointed out. Maybe that's why you 2 became friends. Isn't there a quote about birds of the same feather, stays together? Hat. At least I am not the only one who felt awkward by it. Ahem. Kaa-san is still at work. She should be returning by now. Click. I'm home, CG. A voice came from the entrance. She walked over to the living room and saw us. If Ryuhu took his appearance from Tio-san, my genes mostly came from Kaa-san. We have the same white hair as well as a pair of golden pupils. Suimei-kun's here? And the second round of guilt began. Welcome home, Kaa-san. Nobu-kun. Kaa-san's voice cracked as she muttered my name. This time, I was the one that gave her a hug. Due to my height, I found her to be shorter than me. I'm back. I'm sorry it took a very long time. She replied with nothing but tears as she responded from my hug. It became tighter within every second. Kaa-san is really the more emotional one. Although she could act strong, even stronger than Tio-san, she was like this when it comes to crucial matters. A while later, she wiped her tears with her sleeves. You shouldn't do something like this again, understood? She said in a strict tone. Yes. This wouldn't happen again. Tio-san approached us and offered to help Kaa-san calm down in the kitchen. It left me with Suimei. I'm sorry if I had to see that. I should have left stealthily. He guiltily said. Family matters should remain within the family. That's not a problem. Just remember, how many times did you visit this house back then? You're my friend. Don't think much about this. Thanks. With that, our topic went on a more serious matter. You had just returned from the other world, hey. It's not as intense as your journey. It's quite pathetic, actually. Suimei told me how he lost more than 40% of his power simply due to the differing myths and constellations of that world. He hasn't found the way to retain his strength while being on another world, yet. There aren't many innovations either other than the summoning magica. I expected more from it. You can give Kakai a go. I am planning to visit it again, actually. You can come with me and test out some things such as fauna. That was a god's power, wasn't it? Tio-san explained it to me. It's just that. I wanted to be stronger first to have the power to protect myself. I would lose most of my strength when I travel to another world, after all. I'm not like Tio-san who could still be strong despite it. Whenever someone crosses over to another world, they have to open a hole from this metaphysical barrier I dubbed world membrane. It protects the world from the invasion of another world's harmful phenomena such as when it blocked the Twilight Syndrome that seeped from our world. Kazumitsu-san could perfectly deal with the seepage through his holy magica. Thus, the only problem was Suimei's unwillingness. I facepalmed upon hearing that. All these times, you still haven't removed that thinking? I thought Kazumitsu-san said that you're strong enough already. Isn't that to comfort me? Man. I don't know what to feel for my best friend. Defeating a rank accursed dragon at the age of 12 and mastering several grand magicas qualify you from being strong. Didn't you also do the same? You didn't believe yourself to be strong at that time, either. That was my bad. Still, you should remove that thinking right now. You mastered infinite conversion already. But, wouldn't it be useless in cases when I go to another world? I wasn't able to use it back then. Well, I have to blame myself for not finding that solution when I was in Gakkai. I was already sent to the singularity when I learned about it. As for getting them through Lord Netishime, it is difficult. According to Swime and Miku's database, he became elusive over the past 3 years. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I got that covered. You mean? I have a way to retain your strength in other worlds. It is my turn to help my friend. Going to another country for a girl. You've grown up. She's a friend, Tio-yu-san. I wonder, how many grandchildren would we have? You too, Kaa-san. A night had passed since our reunion. We had a long talk regarding many things. Although, they had to be cut short due to me needing to return to Britain. We'll continue this later. Yes. I nodded at Kaa-san's words. You will drop by Ryuu's dormitory, right? MN. Is there a problem? There is. Tio-yu-san replied. Ryuu. He was heartbroken once. He's facing some sort of phobia, or anxiety right now. It will be best if he hears your words. I will. The main reason why Ryuu studied in Tokyo instead of Kyoto is due to this reason. Just like Bocchi-chan, he wanted to be away from his past memories that are painful for him to remember. Maybe letting him wear 1 or 2 combat suits could alleviate that. Back then, Kazumitsu-san revealed my involvement to the supernatural side. That included the things I did on the company building's basement levels. The development of those combat suits are a part of it. His fear of heights might relapse. Kaa-san pointed out. I'll make sure he enjoys it instead. After I bid farewell, I kick-started my flight magica. It is time to return to Britain. A/N, the update schedule should be returning to 1 chapter per 2 days. I finally got through this semester. It was one hell of a ride with all the 2-hour sleep I did for several weeks. Any errors, grammar/story, I made within this period would be slowly fixed starting tomorrow. That's all. Happy reading. Chapter 116, Ace. The flight was scheduled to be this afternoon. That means I could accomplish something before that time arrives. So this is Britain. Those infrastructures. Only Merlin could have perfectly designed them before. Interesting. These cars are far more efficient than horses. I would like to see Camelot. Was its location here the same? I spent this time acting as a tour guide to everyone on the round table. It wasn't. It was turned into a semi-mobile fortress that acts as the Magician Society's headquarters. I replied to my king, who is currently in casual attire. She wore a beige sweater along with a pair of black pants. Although the sweater is loose, a certain aspect of hers stood out. Really, I am not that used to seeing my king like this. According to Lord Netishime, it was something King Arthur himself passed on to him. That's how it was used to safeguard our world from threats such as Twilight Syndrome. I see. She muttered. Where is he now? He was declared dead. But, there are many things that suggest he disappeared rather than dying. In this world, King Arthur was declared dead in the early 200 to 500 AD. However, even Lord Netishime doubted that account. He's buried in Glastonbury Abbey. That place. Sir Bedivere looked complex at the mention of the place. We could visit it later if my king wants to. I said. For now, I will introduce some places here in Britain. There's the entire group felt dissociated during this tour. While Percival's group didn't mind it, a select few acted distantly, perhaps due to guilt, regret, or something else. When my king removed her gifts from everyone, it made them more humane compared to before. As such, the after effects of the battle left them with a bitter taste. Sir Tristan is a prime case. Even now, he remained silent throughout this journey. Though, the little girl's condition is worse than his. After some time, we scattered into several groups. It just happened that I joined the younger generation, which included Boris, Gareth, and Mordred. I decided to separate from them and buy something from Shambles Street. They sell some good crepes in this place. Knowing their preferences, I ordered 5 of them before reuniting with them. That is. Yes. The legendary crepes. Gareth evidently looked excited upon seeing them. I'm sorry I didn't have these up there. I didn't think about them until now. Those 3 years are mostly spent studying, analyzing, and inventing new things, something that required me to become a shut-in. While I didn't neglect my food choices by eating cup noodles continuously, some of these desserts were neglected by me. I gave the strawberry crepe to Gareth and Boris. They had the same preference when it came to berries. As for Mordred. Hey! She was surprised by this gesture. I don't know what she was thinking, but she was in a daze until now. Try this. Mordred stared at the blueberry crepe on my hand for several seconds before accepting it. Thanks. She said in a rough tone. I kept the remaining 2 crepes within my grasp. It didn't take long for Gareth to finish hers. Here. I gave her the extra strawberry crepe in my hands. You didn't have anything yet, right? I'm fine. Is that so? She gave me a look before sneakily glancing at Mordred, who, at this time, also finished up hers. After I gave Gareth her crepe, I looked at Mordred. Just in time. I handed over the last crepe. It's yours. You haven't eaten anything yet. Like I've said, I'm good. This is your first time tasting this. Take it. Under my persuasion, she took it. A hint of joy could be seen on her complexion, but she tried to shield it as much as she could. It resulted in her being more awkward than the Mordred I knew before. Still, I could see her shoulders tremble under the black t-shirt that she wore. Much like my king, she also chose pants instead of skirts. Actually, every girl on the round table did. Thus, it felt more like a family outing than anything. Let's hope it gets settled here. The final stop for their tour. King Arthur's grave on the Glastonbury Abbey. A huge number of tourists visit this place every year. The novelty of King Arthur's legend reached the hearts of many. In a marked land, there was a sign that said, "Here lies the once and future king." This place is one of the centers of his legends, and as such, mysteries could be tangibly felt by any magicians who visit this place. There's someone here. Artoria went silent as her eyes confirmed the existence of this world's King Arthur. She immediately caught something strange in it. The world's end. Just as she was able to meet Goetia eyes and know about its purpose for the human order incineration, she understood the purpose of the so-called Twilight Syndrome. Shit. Galahad. Nobu didn't respond to her words. He was overcome with a realization to do so. The greatest evil. Lord Netishim's disappearance. Even King Arthur. Suddenly, he saw a metaphorical white line. It served as the connection between him and the other end of it. Revelations, X. This ability's first appearance was when Galahad appeared and helped him acquire Einsof. Simply put, it guided him to the successful path. It is something that interferes with space, time, and fate itself to help him attain his desired result. Right now, all he wants is to verify his conjectures. That is. The moment his fingertips touched the line, he saw several visions. They are quite blurry, but he could still understand them. First, it was a man surrounded by 13 knights. Second, it was a middle-aged man who wore the magician's outfit. Third, it was a vision of the holy sword being used on something. Buzz. A tinge of pain assaulted his mind. Blood trickled down on Nobu's eyes as a sign of damage on his ethereal body. Despite those damages, he chose to hold onto it. The last image entails a huge shadow covering the sky. Every person within the prior visions could be seen in that place. Similar to Einsof, the holy sword glowed brightly in an attempt to defeat the greatest evil. Shatter. Coke. Nobu coughed out blood. He wasn't supposed to be affected as a magister. His life level is akin to a god's. With his infinite conversion open, he would even begin to surpass them. Yet. An enemy of the world. He inadvertently recalled Galahad's words. That was what Chaldea would end up in the future. Somehow, that title seemed fitting for the being that he saw within the vision. As an enemy of a world, it held enough power to go against the world. Galahad. I'm all right. It doesn't hurt much. You don't need to worry, my king. Nobu replied as he wiped his tears of blood with a handkerchief. The same went for the stains of blood that he coughed just now. He looked at the other knights who were busy looking at other sites within the abbey. I hope you won't tell them about this. It would only make them worry needlessly. He said. That thing. It's dangerous. Is that the enemy of your world? It is. Only, I didn't know it existed. That. It's as strong as Goisha at the very least. No. Perhaps even stronger than him. Nobu commented. I have a feeling that it is the full manifestation of the Twilight Syndrome. For a while, the king and her knight dwelled upon this unexpected discovery. You can at least speak to them now. After the entire tour, I headed to Sheena's residence. Behind me is Melusine. If I didn't convince her to join on the latter part, she might have not been able to speak with the other knights of the round. At the very least, she was there when we visited Glastonbury Abbey. What did you see earlier? She asked. There's no need to worry about it. Don't try to shift the topic. I am telling the truth when I said there's no need to worry about it. It's about a discovery regarding my world's most troublesome enemy. I revealed the things I saw in the vision to her. The greatest evil. It's similar to it. Melusine revealed to me. There was an insect of abyss that sought Britain's destruction. How strong was it? I acknowledged that Melusine came from the lost belts that Galahad previously warned me about. Meaning, she came on a future timeline, one when Goisha's threat was replaced by an even greater threat. Strong enough to destroy our Britain. Something similar to that kind of threat. It perfectly explains why Lord Nettisham disappeared in the futures I saw. Come to think of it, Swimei still met him a week ago. Knowing his personality, he would have struck a conversation with me. Just as I thought of it, something flew in my direction. I took hold of it, revealing a black card with silver engravings. Ace. It was similar to an ace found in a deck of cards. Before I completely processed it, a voice came to my mind. Tokyo, Shinjuku Station, October 31st, 6:40 p.m. The card dispersed into thin air as particles of light. That was him. Lord Nettisham. Those dates. It also coincides with the beginning of the Shinjuku incident. No matter how many times it repeated on my iterations, it always happened at 7 p.m. It seems like I'll become busy next month. Nobu. Are you dizzy? We could take a seat for now. No. Restroom. Ah. Upon our arrival at Haneda Airport, I escorted Sheena to the restroom. I took care of our luggages on the way. You have sharp eyes. It's not that hard to spot them. Evidently, it was Sheena's first time taking a trip alone. I am glad that Japan's system when it comes to this is as organized as it could get. We could have opted for the private jet option, but she insisted on the experience of riding a normal plane. As a result, she couldn't use the restroom until now. After everything, we are finally on our way to the parking lot. Where's the cab? You'll see. I took out the transponder key from my pocket. Click. The headlights of a customized car lit up. It has a design akin to Koenigsegg's Retra, but it is made out of my workshop. The number of functions that it has could surprise anybody. I nodded at her before she followed along. Click. The trunk opened up. I placed the luggages there before closing it. After that, I opened the right front seat. Please, Aja-sama. A tinge of embarrassment appeared on her face before she swiftly entered. I followed next before starting up the car. Skillfully, I got it out of the parking lot before entering the highway. Did someone take it here? Yes. I asked an acquaintance to bring it over. What about the license? She asked with curiosity. It's easy to deal with it. As long as you have an international driving permit, you can drive at my age. You know about many things. Thinking of my current knowledge, that is not an understatement. Yeah, so don't forget to count on me if you need any help. I replied to her. You are my friend. And a past/future girlfriend. It sounds very confusing. Can someone change drastically within 3 years? Based on what Sheena saw, it is affirmative. Nobu, someone whom she made friends with 6 years ago, changed so much in a good way, that is. If he is still childish and says occasional nonsense in the past, he is more reliable now. He's just like. For the third time, Sheena felt her heartbeat speed up. This feeling of jittery was something she felt since a while ago. She couldn't understand the reasons behind it, however. Slip. She slipped into the floor due to her being dazed. Bam. Sheena. Nobu swiftly ran upstairs as he heard it. Ow. Wait. I'll get some ointment. He assisted her in standing up before entering his room. Not long after, he came back with a small capped container. Without thinking much, he held her hand and led her downstairs. For another time, she started feeling jittery. It is a feeling that couldn't be easily expressed in words. You have to be careful next time, all right? Nobu began lecturing her as soon as she sat down on the sofa. I wonder how Shinaji became reassured to leave you by yourself. We have an acquaintance here. Would that person be able to help you at all times? My father trusts her. Shina replied. You too? Well. Nobu recalled the moment he met her parents for the first time. They immediately recognized him as the son of Akasaka Seiji, an uprising billionaire. Coupled with his maturity and their relationship that spanned over 3 years, they trusted Nobu when it came to helping Shina settle in Japan. After all, it was she who wanted to pursue something in this country. She earned enough fame and merit to the point they gave in to her wishes this time. He should have a hidden intent. However, Nobu knows that her father is a shrewd man when it comes to maintaining prestige. He has a caring side, yes, but he was the one responsible for raising Shina's value to the art industry. Is he? Despite not having a thought partition open, he arrived at that answer. Really? After all the scheming he had done in Gakkai and Jerusalem, he had encountered a small plan once more. Is he trying to match us? Those distracting thoughts only occurred within a second. Still, his brief daze was caught by Shina. Nobu is like me. Whenever I see Shina, I am reminded by another friend of mine, Bocchi-chan. She's somewhere in Shimokita. I'll give her a visit later. My focus went to the breakfast that I was cooking. I woke up early for one reason, to help Shina prepare for her first day in school. She is a transfer student in Swimei University of Arts. Yes, it is often a topic that I use to joke around Swimei. It is a big coincidence that a prestigious university has the same name as his. Of course, I would also like to visit my brother who, by another huge coincidence, attended this school. It's fine. Cooking is not much different from mixing potions or arranging the ratio of metal alloys. Though, I am still wondering how several magicians have such bad cooking skills bad enough to turn any edible food to charcoal. After placing the omelette on top of the rice, I refrained from slicing it in half. I placed the pan on the sink before going upstairs to visit the bathroom. I didn't use any aprons since I am confident I could do things properly. Shina? How is it? I'm going out. Hearing those words, I turned over swiftly. Click. The door to the bathroom was opened. Steam came out of it. Something resulted from the hot shower. Nobu. I'll go downstairs. Your breakfast is ready after you dress up. All right. Without opening my eyes, I went downstairs. Is this really the best solution? If we lived in separate apartment units, I would still need to help her with things like this. That was how it went during the other iterations. I came over to her apartment unit every day to help her get up until she managed to grasp everything a year later. I couldn't begin to imagine how she would have lived alone in that dormitory. But things could get awkward at times. The one from earlier is an example of how it could happen. I'll deal with it as it comes. Just as I said this, it felt like an interlude for the things that are about to come. Chapter 117, Catching Up. Although our current residence is on the same ward as Suko, it is still a considerable distance away. A/N, Suko is an abbreviation of Swimei University of Arts. Thus, I opted for the best option. Hang tight. I started the motorcycle's engine. It is considered as a big bike due to its 1000 cubic centimeters, but I did well enough to disguise it as 300 cubic centimeters. That way, a student's license would suffice in using this motorcycle. Shina wore the black helmet I gave her. Then, she held me from behind. Her short skirt was turned into the baloney level. She held on my waist as she sat sideways. Tokyo has the tradition of wearing short skirts, but they could be adjusted at times such as now. Vroom. Our brief journey began. I maneuvered through the traffic and narrow pathways easily. When did you learn this? Her voice became weaker due to the resisting wind. Still, I was able to hear her. Driving a motorcycle on a mountain track isn't a good idea. Oh. It elicited a laugh from her. The penguins. She spoke. What are you trying to say several days ago? Oh, that one. I was about to give a big revelation to her regarding penguins but chose to postpone it until now. They might seem cute and all but, their mouth is more devious than a piranha's. It's full of sharp teeth. For a moment, Shina fell silent. Are you thinking of an eldritch penguin? I asked her. As expected of Nobu. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Being an exchange student wasn't naturally that easy. The paperwork that has to be done both online and direct meeting are quite many. Fortunately, Sheena's parents already settled them. The online part was dealt with by them back in Britain. As for the direct meeting, her father had a cousin at the university. Once the duo arrived on Suko, they headed to the faculty room. Sheena was surprised at how Nobu acted familiar to the school. They didn't get lost nor asked for directions. I see. These are her identification papers. She only has to sign? I understand. Nobu looked at Sheena, who nodded at him. While she was signing the papers, Sheena's cousin examined him. She has reddish-brown hair and eyes. For some unknown reason, she wore a slightly revealing outfit in the university. Nevertheless, it fitted into the school's guidelines. She was a subject of many students' crushes, though. You are Sheena's friend? She asked. Yes. Sheena Ji entrusted her to me. How old are you? 16. Oh. Inwardly, Chihiro was surprised by his response. Young but mature. A top-tier boyfriend. Chihiro was one of the bachelors who never got married, and in turn, is desperately seeking a partner. It caused her to instinctively evaluate the men who came across her. Standing at 189 centimeters, Nobu towered over most people in Japan. His charming eyes and well-mannered countenance made him attractive. His fashion sense also came a long way from his previous self. Not once did he look at Chihiro's revealing outfit, which stemmed from his habit to respect everyone. Which school are you studying at? Her curiosity grew towards this young man. I'm not attending school as of the moment. He replied. I graduated college a few years ago through a special course. I see. Nobu chose not to mention his doctorate certificate. True, he felt no need to attend school 3 years ago, as a teacher, that is. A/N, it was stated in chapters 11 to 12 that he wanted to attend school once. That was the only way to enjoy his school life. Ever since he became the youngest to attain a doctorate degree, he had long left the public scene. Except for his shishi times, he didn't show up much in public. Done. Alright. Sengoku-san, we'll be going. Ah. Okay. Like a reliable brother, Sheena followed behind Nobu. The stupefied Chihiro wondered how prodigious one must be to graduate college at 16 years old. In the hallway, they passed by many high school students. They went silent upon seeing the two idols. Sheena has a doll-like appearance that made her an eye magnet. Nobu is even stronger in this regard. His height and captivating golden eyes caught the attention of many. Despite not knowing them, it is the nature of human beings to be attracted to eye candies. I still remember your words from years ago. Nobu smiled at her confused expression. You said you'd make friends once you came to Japan. Ah. Sheena froze upon hearing those words. That challenge, for several years, posed a huge problem to her. It is evident when her only friend was Nobu. It took someone well versed on an introvert's natural phase for her to have a friend. Naturally, Nobu held her cold hand. I believe you can do it. In this manner, they arrived in front of her classroom. Due to being this early, there's not many students inside the classroom. Good luck. MN. Sheena's bright smile reached him once again. After sending Sheena to her school, I headed to another place. As I strolled the streets, I contemplated my current internal state. It's complex. Sheena was my girlfriend on the third and fourth iteration. I brought it upon myself to make her smile, unlike the tragedies that occurred at those iterations. Whenever I died, I am certain the living took that hit the most. When she was the one who passed away, I felt how it was to be on their side. That was the time when life lost all its meaning. Escaping from those dangers wasn't enough. Having the power to directly confront them is the only solution. That was akin to escaping from a huge tsunami. No matter how far you run, you would still be reached by it. Then again, I already have 2 girlfriends. I am confused on how to proceed. Speaking of it, our connection should be back later. The moment I returned to our world, I lost the communication link with my goddesses. After analyzing, it was adjusting to my current position. I reckon we would be able to directly talk with each other once this update is done. Soon, I arrived at the front gate of a dormitory. The wooden plaque has the characters Sakurasou engraved into it. I looked for the doorbell hidden underneath their mailbox and rang on it several times but to no avail. Nobody came to open the door. Just then, I saw the dormitory's door open. Yes. A girl with slightly messy hair came out. I'm here for Ryuhu. Ryuhu? Oh, you mean Ryuhu-kun? That's right. Who might you? The girl stopped talking as her gaze paused on me. I met her gaze before she exclaimed. Ah! Are you Nobu-san? Ryuhu-kun's older brother. She then added, you're the one who went on a trip around the entire world. Yes. As far as I could remember, the girl, Kamiagasa-san, was just like this. After she let me in, I removed my shoes before entering. What does it feel to travel the entire world? It's good. I came to see many good things, though food is one of the aspects I will never forget. I see. Anyways, Ryuhu-kun often mentioned you. I couldn't help but smile upon hearing that. What did he tell? That you are a greater genius than him. Oh, and handsome, too. She said. He wasn't lying about it. I recalled his tendency to have an inferiority complex in the past. I brought him under pressure after becoming the youngest person to receive a doctorate's degree. Add to that fact the things that happened to him. It is partly my fault on how it ended up like this. He doesn't usually come out of his room. Kamiagasa-san told me more stories about Ryuhu. These are his moments that I missed out purely because of my adventure in another world. This is one of the prices I have to pay to gain that kind of power. A while later, I arrived in front of his room. Knock. Knock. Who is it? A sleepy voice came from within the room. When the door was opened, it revealed someone who only wore an oversized t-shirt. His bed hair is evident with how messy it seemed. Ah! Ryuhu suddenly froze in place as he locked eyes with me. Hey! It's been quite some time. Aniki. It didn't take long for him to regain his composure. Just like Tio-yu-san and Kaa-san, he swiftly went on an embrace. It only lasted briefly before he separated. You grew up. You too. As siblings, we are all too familiar with the awkward phrases we are spouting. Well, you really became a shut-in, hey? It's like a room straight out of a manga. Ah! I can still recall the days when you wanted to be the popular kid. In fact, I still have it. Nope, nope, nope. Not the recordings. His countenance swiftly went into a fluster. Yes, yes. I might have kept several backups, but I won't use it against you. Hearing that from you makes it dubious. He replied with a deadpan. I went inside his room. It was filled with trash like bags of chips, bottles, and messy laundry. You really became a hikikomori. Ugh. Don't worry. I'll help you clean this later. I replied. And it seems like you are having a cup men for breakfast. That's because I don't know how to cook. It's also embarrassing to rely on my dorm mate's cooking, you know. Hearing his problems, I fell silent. Undoubtedly, my presence has a factor on it. If I was here, I might have been able to help him resolve these things earlier. I'm sorry. I prioritized that world trip more than you, my brother. Aniki. There's no need to worry about it. Didn't you do it to write several breakthroughs? In the contingencies we've set up in the past, my disappearance would be attributed to researching several fields and making successive breakthroughs at once. That was what Ryuhu and the other people close to me knew on why I chose to have a world trip. Only, those breakthroughs are already present on Miku's database. It only needs to be uploaded before it makes a revolution on the current world's progress. I've heard from Tio-yu-san about your biggest problem. At least, let me help you on that one. Okay. I shifted to another topic to remove the heavy atmosphere. About the training. How much did you continue? I asked. I haven't been able to do much within the past 2 months, but the weights are still here. I haven't visited our training ground lately, either. When Ryuhu told me he wanted to become the popular kid, I decided to help him with a set of exercises. I left a training regime up until he reached 18 years old. That was how he was able to follow them and maintain a healthy body. Still, Ryuhu leans more on the adorable side, that is, the cute appearance that women prefer. The image of him wearing a maid outfit flashed in my mind. I couldn't believe how much I laughed when I saw him like that. Don't worry about this. Your Aniki will help you remove your hikikomori status. Maybe you will have a girlfriend, too. As if you already have a girlfriend. I merely looked at him in silence. Wait, what? I kept staring at him. With trembling fingers, he pointed at me. You have a girlfriend. It is what it is. Hey. Ryuho couldn't believe that I had a girlfriend during this supposed 3-year trip. Really? Come to think of it, you were already a school idol in the past. It wouldn't seem strange for you to have one. Only if he knew it was more than one. Then, I'll make a prediction. I thought of the girl who would capture his heart. Their series of coincidental meetings made me think they were the protagonists of a romance manga. Within 6 months, you'll have a girlfriend. Right, right. Ryuho merely shrugged my words off jokingly. Now that you're here, what's the command line if you... From then, it turned into fixing Ryuho's technical issues on his current program. Since he had a difficult time with it, that only meant that nobody on the internet was able to resolve it, considering the fact that programmers have the Stack Exchange for things like this. A/N, Stack Exchange is the website where most programmers visit to copy command lines or to solve a certain problem. Here's your breakfast. Ah, thanks. While we were working on it, I passed the boxed breakfast I made earlier. I took the reins while Ryuho focused on eating. Oh. This is good. When did you learn how to cook, Anaki? When we caught a snake. It tasted good, actually. Does it taste the same as a chicken? Nope. Only their textures are similar. It's more similar to an eel. You lived an adventurer's life. Coincidentally, he is right on that one. Yet. I did become an adventurer. A level 10 adventurer in another world, though. With this, we continued our casual talks as we caught up to 3.5 years of separation. A/N, next chapter would feature Bocchi. I am very hyped for this one. Chapter 118, Two Gods Meet. Ichiban is just as good here. MN. It is. After fixing some of his stacked up coding problems, I encouraged my brother to breathe some fresh air, or touch some grass outside. Ever since he had finished the entire first-year program in advance, he did nothing but to shut himself inside his room. You're planning to visit Hidori, right? It should still be her classes now. I'm planning to surprise her at that location. The studio where she plays, I mean. Ah, starry. While I was gone for 3 years, Miko did a good job masking my disappearance by responding to their texts. Of course, I read through all of them and knew about my acquaintance's general situation. I've heard she managed to make new friends, and that was after 3 years. I said. I'm planning to take her out for dinner but... I paused for a while before telling Ryu about Sheena. I am currently living with Sheena. She moved here in Japan yesterday night. Ryu's jaw dropped. Is she? Nope. What? He exclaimed. I thought she was. But, living together. He became slightly frantic as these chaotic thoughts entered his mind. Sheena trusts me in this regard. Nothing like that would happen. I see. We continued to dine until it was 1 p.m. I'll be coming back to our house to grab my guitar. Do you want to see my performance? I don't have anything to do. Ryu shrugged. I'm in. All right. Starry. It is a live house located in Shimokitazawa. It is one of the live houses a band could perform at. Their quota is also priced in the middle compared to the bigger live houses. A/N, quotas are the amount of audience/money a band should reach before they could perform in a live house. In Starry, they need to sell tickets worth 30,000 yen for a band to play. Overall, it is something suitable for up-and-coming bands. Really? Najikasika feels perplexed at the young man in front of the counter. He has a huge guitar case on his back. Despite his stunning appearance, all she thought of was performing without a band. And paying for the quota by himself. It wasn't strange that there were musicians who tried to play solos in the live house now and then. Only, they weren't successful in reaching the quota and failed in the end. Usually, these people are the ones who couldn't join a band due to several reasons. That, or their skills are subpar which caused them to be ignored by other bands. Add to that the young man's desperation of paying 30,000 yen by himself, it is enough to make her misunderstand things. Suddenly, it reminded her of another troublesome guitarist within her sister's band. I'm sure about it. If you say so. Sika took the 30,000 yen bills and booked him for the entire afternoon. It was her third time asking him about this matter. He remained persistent, and as a livehouse manager, she didn't pursue it any longer. Do you have any stage names? The young man fell to a deep thought. A smile then appeared on his face. Mango box? Okay. For a moment, Sika's sharp intuition suggested that this young man knows about that troublesome guitarist. Though, she didn't ask any questions. It was too far-fetched to easily believe that things are like that. Still, that was enough to keep him on her mind. If it's really as such, I'll be seeing a nice show later. Just then, her sight went to the YouTube tab she opened earlier. There, one video was currently in a pause. Eddie Van Halen, Eruption/cover. It has been a while since I last played a guitar. Buzz. Inside the band room, I continued playing Stairway to Heaven. It served as a nice warm-up before I began playing on stage. It was followed by the solos of my other songs. This custom black Gibson guitar has served as my instrument since I was 8 years old. I didn't have the chance to bring it with me when I was transported to Gakkai. I feel nostalgic playing with it again. Aniki. You're really sure about bringing me with you? Yet. Haven't you played in Yokohama studio once? You are already good enough. But that was 4 years ago. I'm not sure if I could still play like that. At one point, Ryuo was also interested in musical instruments. He chose to play the drums. He became so good with it that he performed well when I brought him with me to one of my performances. However, it seems that his self-confidence was impacted badly when his friends left him for being too harsh. Since he was very strict with that project of theirs, he became greatly disliked with them to the point he was being talked to behind his back. When he found out about them all, he confronted them. Then, everything is now like this. It's fine. Didn't I suck at guitar at one point? We're also wearing these. I pointed at the cardboards of mango on the ground. I didn't think you'd keep them. Of course. It contained our good memories. Sighing, Ryuo agreed to my request. He used the drum kit within this practice room, studio, and began playing on my rhythm. Ryuo was off at first, but he managed to gain the hang of it after our first song. This practice ensued until it was time to perform. Upon wearing the mango boxes, I made a stifled laughter. I see. This is what Bocchi-chan looked like. Please stop using me as reference. As expected, his deadpan voice resounded from within the box. It was only when we were messing around did the roles reverse. I was the one being deadpan too, as opposed to my usual deadpans most of the time. Alright. Counting the time, Bocchi-chan should have arrived already. I am currently wearing a black long sleeve. I pulled my sleeve and checked the time through Einsof's watch form. Time conscious as usual. That's a nice watch. It's custom made. Her characteristics are in this. Your girlfriend? So she likes blue and red. It made me think about my goddesses in another world. I should make a plan to wholly introduce them when they arrive in my world. For your successful re-debut. Thanks. We bumped our fists before we left the room. When someone sees two men wearing a cardboard box step into the stage, what would the others think? I think I've seen this one before. The regulars on Starry had once seen a sparkling moment when someone performed under an entire mango box. Her performance was below average at first, but she managed to make a comeback in the latter half. Since then, these regulars have managed to witness that band. Hey? Bocchi-chan. One of the two girls present in the livehouse couldn't help but mutter. Ahem. Everyone might be wondering why we are here. To perform, right? One of the men who wore the mango box spoke as he did the final tune out of his guitar. That is only a part of the reason. In reality, we are here because of a friend. We wanted to make some sort of surprise to, well, surprise her. The man stood up after calibrating the amplifier. While she's not here, for now, let us enjoy this show. The man started playing. Click. Stepping onto the amplifier, he began his guitar solo. That is. The 8 or so viewers immediately recognized the song as that band. It was one of the more popular songs created within late 2019. What they didn't expect, however, is that something's different. Clang. Once the guitar solo was over, the drummer made his move. From then on, it was an immersing song. Not once had they made a mistake. Everything was in proper tune and rhythm. It's as if they are watching two professional band members do their job. What's more, the man who took the role of the lead guitar also served as the rhythm guitar. That was by no means easy for newer band members. By the time it was over, their instinct led them to give a round of applause. That works for an opening, right? The lead guitarist spoke. But we'll continue on. Here's our next song, Misread Mislead. It was a Vocaloid song that became famous a few years ago, one specifically made by Shishi. The intense tempo of the song hit them right off the bat. Asu. Himitsu omosu kara utsukushii. That's right. Does keeping secrets make you more beautiful? After that, the next two songs are by no means unremarkable. These two songs, Fireball to You and Shunrei, had their varying uniqueness that made them stand out from the rest. In short, it is the reason why they are Shishi's works. Phew. Those are 4 songs already. It's time for a short break. When the audience heard that, they thought they would be resting literally. Little did they know that it isn't. Just then, the late arrivals showed up. I failed my English exam. But it's not that difficult, says the person who always uses Insta. How about Yamada-san? I'm planning to inherit my parents' business. She failed 3 subjects. She needs to come for the summer classes. The group of 4 girls talked about their struggles. It didn't take long before they noticed the brief silence and the 2 performers with mango boxes. Nei-chan. Seika Najika, Ijishi's younger sister, was startled as she saw Ijishi with a serious look. The 2 sisters shared the same yellow hair and scarlet pupils. Even so, their auras are vastly different. You're finally here. What's going on? Just watch. You'll understand why. She pointed towards the 2 strange men. Isn't that a? Goto Hidori, or rather, Bocchi, recognized the Les Paul at first glance. It is fairly similar to her father's vintage guitar, one that costs 300,000 yen but is different at the same time. She already noticed the modifications done to the guitar itself. Coincidentally, she met gazes with the lead guitarists. She doesn't know why, but she felt as if he was saying "hear this," to her. Bam! With a strange opening, they played a song on their break. It immediately gave off a disorganized and chaotic vibe. Yet, a semblance of harmony could be discerned from it. The lead guitarist's fingers danced on the guitar. The song demanded an extremely swift speed with little to no breaks, in which the man delivered well. That is Eruption. One of the few songs she took months to master. The 106 seconds long guitar solo proved to be a tremendous challenge. However, it didn't end just that. The man had, surprisingly, exceeded the original solo's length. It was his original work that surpassed beyond its duration. Even then. A custom Les Paul. A mango box. A guitarist and a drummer. Something stuck to Bocchi. While the others are shock-stricken by the absurd guitar solo he played, a realization hit her. Is he? Bocchi-chan. Her friend, Ikuyo Kita, asked her with a concerned tone. Yes. Are you all right? Why yes. I was just surprised by their performance. Isn't it? For some reason, it sounds awesome. Because, it is. Yamada-san. The blue-haired Ryo intervened. To understand this better, it originated from Eddie Van Halen. He was crowned as the god of guitars in his time based on his godly skills on a guitar. The one we have listened to, Eruption, is extremely hard to perfect. I don't know about the part beyond the 100-second mark, but it is the most perfect eruption I have heard. The bassist's encyclopedia side sprang up. When the topic is a guitar or a bass, she would often display a wide array of knowledge about it. Yamada's correct. Ijishi spoke up after she broke out of her immersion. For someone to play that well, he should have played on a dome. I don't know why he chose to play in a place like this. A dome. A/N, playing on a dome is one of the biggest accomplishments in Japan. That includes Tokyo Dome, which is the equivalent of Wembley Stadium in Britain. Playing in a dome is one of Bocchi's dreams, as seen in the anime and manga. I understand. Bocchi's gaze remained steadfast to the lead guitarist. Phew. That's a nice break. He spoke. Now that everyone's here, let's proceed to our next song. Loser. With each song, Bocchi became more and more certain that he is someone that she knew. The last song. God knows. By the time their performance ended, the viewers gave them their loudest round of applause. They managed to hear the entirety of this mind-blowing performance, for free at that. Soon, the two performers entered the practice room. If he is really... Gathering her courage, Bocchi sprinted towards the said room. Bocchi-chan. Shocked by her sudden actions, her bandmates followed her. It didn't take long to see Bocchi standing still in front of an opened door. Just as they were about to ask her what happened, the appearance of the lead guitarist from earlier entered their sight. His pure white hair became slightly messy due to the mango box. Still, his golden pupils remained as clear as ever. It's been quite some time. I see you managed to make new friends. At this moment, the god of guitars reunited with the god of introverts. A/N, here are the full names of the songs they played in this chapter. That band, Kesoka Band. Misread, Mislead, Wafoot. Hatsune Miku. Fireball to you, Wafoot. Hatsune Miku. Shunrei, Kenshi Yonju. Eruption, Eddie Van Hollen. God knows, Harui Suzumiya. As for the other thing. By the time of writing this, it is already Christmas Eve. In that note, do be prepared for the traditional Christmas omake this year. I did the Outerversal Paydor last year, so I wonder which idea I would like to play around for now. I already have a couple of ideas on what to write for it. Other than that, happy holiday. Chapter 119, Christmas Omake, what is the best present? Winter only comes once a year, and so is Christmas. It is a celebration of a special day. Though, one thing comes to the mind. What is the best present? It is exactly the dilemma Nobu was facing just now. A big gift. When he returned home, what greeted him was a big gift box. It was wrapped in a red gift wrapper and a ribbon. His first instinct is to pry it open with his senses, but to no avail. It is akin to a black hole that ate every light it came in contact with. What is this? Several possibilities came to his mind. To create such sophisticated item, one needs to be at the level of Lord Nettishim at the very least. Although, Nobu couldn't imagine him playing around like this. Nobu was still confused after a few seconds had passed. Still, he chose to approach the gift box. Just as he touched it, something strange happened. Crack. Shatter. Thud. The huge box fell with a loud thud. The lid covering it was removed, revealing an unexpected someone. Ow! The golden-haired girl was wearing some questionable set of clothing. Rather, it couldn't even be called a piece of clothing anymore. What covered her body from his gaze are nothing but several pairs of red ribbons. That, and a matching Santa hat to celebrate the spirit of Christmas. Nobu. You read too much manga. He deadpanned before face-palming. I guess your next line would be, I am your Christmas gift. Mashiro looked at him with amazement. It was as if he could read her mind. When she slowly stood up, some ribbons fell out of their place, revealing more things that should have remained hidden. With the vibes of the previous deadpanning gone, Nobu became vulnerable to such things. Mashiro's petite body fitted well with the red ribbons. She might be lacking in that department, but her beauty couldn't be reduced by it. Everything took a second to get everything under control. Even so, Nobu remained in a daze, be it due to her current outfit or their past relationship within several iterations. By the time he could react, she was already in front of him. Their lips are about to touch when his surroundings changed. This time, he was in the familiar home. Hey! Someone came out from one of the rooms. Her long braided blue hair complemented with the Santa outfit she wore. The said outfit is closer to a swimsuit than anything else. All she wore was a pair of tops that covered her chest as well as a mini short. Orion! Hey, hey, hey! Nobu couldn't believe what he was experiencing now. Was this my present? Did I look like someone who would prefers this the most? However, things did not end there. Another girl came after Artemis. There are big changes compared to Artemis, however. Her red hair looked akin to the blazing flames at the forge. It also suited the colors of her outfit, making her look like someone with a fiery personality. The biggest trait is, none other than her chest size. At this moment, Nobu couldn't contain his embarrassment any further. Nobu-kun. If you'd like. Orion. With two goddesses on both arms, Nobu was struck by confusion. It was his first time being this close with them, nearly naked on top of that. Fortunately, or unfortunately. Ah. Nobu found himself lying down on his bed. When he looked around, he found out it was his room, however. Mr. He found someone lying on top of him. Her 9 golden tails swayed in delight. Her emerald pupils met his confused golden pupils. Once more, she was wearing a full-on Santa costume. While her body wasn't as exposed as Sheena, Hephaestus, or Artemis, her curves made her more enticing. I have nothing else to pay you back, only my body. Wait, there's no need to. I will serve you. Bam! The door to his room opened. Haruheim. You cunning fox. Ein. She took a head start. What's you say about this, Lily? Teacher's purity must be protected. Philvis, Ein, and Lily came from outside. They all have blush of differing degrees on their faces. Clearly, even they were embarrassed with Haruim's ex. What the hell? Watching everything escalate to this degree, Nobu was speechless. How should I even leave from this place? Unfortunately, he wasn't given time to rest as he went into another place. Nobu found himself inside a dark closet. No way. This time, he was keen on who would appear. It could only be her. When he looked around, he saw 100 photos plastered on the ceiling. It is all their pictures since childhood up to their reunion. Creak. The door of the closet was opened. The god of introverts, Goto Hidori, entered the dark closet. MN. It's a bit tight. Nobu noticed the red sleeves he was wearing. It seems he also wore a Santa outfit along with her. Only, something else stood out from her Santa outfit. Was it? It was usually hidden inside her oversized pink jacket, but when Bocchi wears something else, they would stand out. It was at that moment would she become a cute girl instead of a gloomy introvert. We will record something. I will post it, right? All right. Fortunately for Nobu, Bocchi was far too embarrassed to make any moves. She was simply blushing while together with him inside the closet. By the time they finished playing the guitar, they were affected by the slightly hot temperature inside. I forgot to turn on the AC. You are still clumsy. There's no need to tell me that. She replied with a depressed tone. Maybe that's why I couldn't get any friends. Unlike the other instances, nothing like the things before had happened. This should be enough content for your channel. Really? If you say so. She muttered. It's quite hot. Due to this temperature, Bocchi became less comfortable. She moved the collars of her outfit now and then. What she didn't know is that the outfit started sticking closely to her body. Nobu couldn't bear this anymore and decided to open the AC. I'm going to open the AC. It is quite hot inside your closet. Just as he was about to leave, she grabbed his sleeve. Nobu. Actually. I like you. Ah. 4 consecutive attacks made him more jittery. Coupled with the slightly dark room in her current state, it was as if a demon is tempting him. Apertum. Open. Just as he was about to cast his magicka, his surroundings changed once more. This time, he is in the center of a desert filled with white sand. The sun hung up in the sky eternally. I apologize. I messed up. These were Galahad's welcoming words. Well, it is quite a huge mess you made. Why make me go through them, exactly? It is a failed attempt. He explained. The power of the Grail lies in the immeasurable miracle that surrounds it. There are 4 other relics that came from the existence of Christ, but the Holy Grail's legend was the most famous. Galahad's world worked around mysteries, though it is actually the most influenced by the collective subconscious of the majority. In their eyes, the Holy Grail is the mortal bridge to understand God. Needless to say, its power is extremely strong, to the point the counterforce itself acted to erase any probability of it staying in the mortal realm. Unfortunately for it, the Grail landed with Galahad, Nobu, in another world. For a holy relic that contained an entire world's beliefs, being able to use its full power would bring Nobu into another level, thus resolving the greatest threat that he faced, Twilight Syndrome. Your wishes are supposed to influence the Grail, such as the will to save the world. But these ones came out instead. Nobu deadpanned at him. It went from the glorious saving the world into something akin to a lewd dream. Moreover, it is stimulating enough that he felt embarrassment from it. My only question is that. Why did them wearing Santa outfits became the manifestation of my wishes? It's a mistake. Galahad calmly replied. He shifted the topic forcefully. It is unknown as to whether he had any reactions to this episode or not. In the end, this shortcut wouldn't work. We will have to find other ways. Alright. In the end, this small event was settled down successfully. By the time Nobu woke up on his bed, he found out that everything is normal. There are no oversized gift box on the entrance of his door. His magicka worked normally. It's still October. After confirming the date on the calendar, he began his daily routine. When he noticed that Mashiro still wasn't awake, he decided to knock on her door. Unexpectedly, she was the one who opened it from the inside. Nobu saw her usual sleepy look. However, the difference was that she wore a tight-fitting Santa outfit. Merry Christmas, Nobu. This girl. It turned out that Mashiro was half asleep to the point she mistook it as Christmas, and wore the surprise outfit she bought several days ago. Wake up. Today's Monday. Your Christmas present is still 2 months later. MN. With this episode settled, Mashiro continued to spend her day, all the whilst accepting it is Monday, and that her holiday break is still 2 months later. Asterisk. A/N, whelp. I had the vision of turning it into a fun omake as last year, but I decided to make things more normal this time around. This is basically a glimpse on what Nobu will face in the future chapters. While he himself still doesn't acknowledge it fully, he will become a harem protagonist in the future. These events might happen to him in reality. Anyways, this omake is completely relevant to the FIC compared to the Paydora one last year. This is more of a wish fulfillment chapter with a mix of several plot points. Then again, I am planning to start writing the side stories, Omax if you may, for my other completed FIC tomorrow. I will start with the Christmas one before publishing several bits of what happened there, more so when its ending seemed abrupt even to me. That would serve as the closure and the expansion of the left-out plot points I had for my first FIC. The update schedule of this FIC won't be affected, so no worries. I'll take advantage of my peaceful holiday break before I return to uni, and my countless lost sleep. Lastly, I do apologize that I wasn't able to come up with an official chapter now. I was totally spent during Christmas that I slept moments after coming in contact with my bed. This omake should serve as the official chapter, so the next one would come out the day after. P.S. I will be pulling for Ruanmei when she comes live. I do hope I won't lose another 50/50ths this time. Happy holidays! Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Interference. And Nobu-kun. Bocchi-chan made a surprised expression. Yours truly. I said before I added, you aren't hallucinating. Since when? 2 days ago. I had to settle some things when I arrived in Tokyo. My attention went to the 3 girls that came with her. Greetings, Bocchi-chan's friends. Hello. Ah. The blue-haired girl stopped as her gaze went at me. Have we met before? She asked. Are you the girl with 7 bases? Yes. I can still remember our meeting when I bought Bocchi-chan's custom guitar. Ah. You must be the childhood friend. I sent a curious look at the red-haired girl before shifting back to Bocchi. That. There's no need to explain. I understand. I replied. You used me as a bragging right. That's totally fine. She became dazed as I mentioned these words. Her same old monologues must have been happening at this moment. But I'm glad you found new friends. Your parents didn't bring you to the shrine this time, no. And no. After her vehement refusal, I invited everyone to sit down. Everyone might know me, but I'd still like to introduce myself. I spoke. I am Akasaka Nobu. Bocchi's childhood friend. Ah. Akasaka-san, was it? So it was you. Najika-san muttered. Bocchi-chan's childhood friend. How did you come up with her nickname? The blue-haired Ryo-san asked me straightforwardly. It slipped off my tongue. Hidori and Hidoribaki simply matched each other well enough. That was gradually converted to her actual nickname. That's better than being called a ghost. Ryo-san. She's still as blunt as ever. The pictures. Ack. Upon the mention of Kita-san, Bocchi started behaving oddly, not like she didn't do this before. All these times, you still remember it. Haha. The red-haired girl could do nothing but laugh wryly. Pictures, HM? Don't tell me. Did you happen to plaster your entire closet with our pictures? This time, her mental breakdown was more obvious. Her soul left her body, literally. She blankly headed to one of the corners of the room and sat on her knees. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. In the end, I face-palmed. Bocchi was still the same old person. I have taught her communication skills dozens of times. From a standpoint, she looked helpless. Then again, my absence might have partly caused it. Although there were many positive things during my return, I had continuously faced the consequences of it. Nevertheless, I wouldn't shy away from them. Standing up from my seat, I squatted on her side. Did you think a social death would make our friendship awkward? How many times did you have a social death in front of me? There's that time in elementary grade when you failed to make new friends after asking me to supervise you. There's also another time at a guitar store. I listed her embarrassing moments one after another. It was proven to be effective when her depressed looks were replaced with a tinge of embarrassment. Ah wah 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 wah. Just like before, her reactions are comical. I could see her face turning red at an extreme rate. Her eyes started to turn into a spiral. The only thing lacking is a gloomy effect along with a steam coming off from her head. Thinking about it, Bocchi does make a strange combination at times. Really. I am far different compared to my normal self. Interacting with my friends and family made me regain some of my liveliness. I am aware of how rigid I am when it comes to the supernatural side. Moreover, those 3 years might have affected me. In a sense, it is a kind of refreshment. What about my gift? Bocchi's body jolted as she heard it. Ah! I brought it here. She stood up and opened the guitar case she brought earlier. I followed after her. When the case was opened, it revealed a pristine state of the guitar I gifted her 3 years ago. You took good care of it. Of course. Her aura changed into that of an extremely proud one. Her nose is pointing towards the sky with her level of pride. I want to see your progress. A height of 188 centimeters could warrant you attention in Japan. If you are good looking, that would be further amplified several-fold. Coincidentally, Nobu had everything. From his ingrained mannerisms up to his way of speaking, it is totally enough to make schoolgirls swoon. In that case, another description for him would be a prince. A rich prince. Ryo immediately corrected Kita's murmurs. At least, he knows how to manage his finances well. Najika took a jab at her friend. Occasionally, Bocchi told them stories about her childhood friend. They managed to grasp some characteristics from there, all of which are true when they saw him personally. For once, he is a college graduate at the age of 16. He is also well versed in arithmetics and economics, which is his way of making pocket money. While Ryo also came from a rich family, her poor management made her look like she wasn't. Who would spend 300,000 yen on a single base purchase? Worse, it happens monthly. Just then, their sight shifted to the person with the least presence inside this room, Ryu Unosuke. He was forced to meet their gaze. The longest one came from Kesoka band's drummer, Najika. That was a great performance, Akasaka Ryu Unosuke. I'm his brother. Bro, there. For the second time, they received their shock. Throughout this entire time, the girl drummer turned out to be a guy. I know. That happens to others too. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. That's an honest mistake. Everything came to a standstill after that. Ryu Unosuke became socially awkward after being scorned by his former friends. He became more conscious about the things he should say. Your brother. Is he Shishi? Kita sent an inquiring look to them. Strangely enough, Najika and Ryo had this suspicion for a while ago. Well. Yes. I knew it. While the two processed this fact, Kita was surprised. Wait. Hidori-chan's childhood friend is Shishi. That Shishi? Yet. Wasn't it obvious from the guitar? Ryo replied. He used it for the majority of his performances. The mango box, too. Right? That's why it looked familiar. He wore that box in the 2015 Yokohama Fest. Suddenly, she paused and looked at Ryu Unosuke. Then, you must be Q. Yes. During the said event, Ryu Unosuke made his debut as a drummer. It even continued after the said event. He continuously posted new videos on social media platforms until he stopped a year ago. He had many unique quirks, but one of the things that made him stand out was that during his life, people would ask him to play a drum cover of a song he'd heard for the first time. Much to their surprise, he was able to do just that. Under her sparkling gaze, Ryu Unosuke felt even more awkward. Many people thought you stopped playing drums. That's true. I stopped playing them. Ah. This tricky situation was something unsolvable even by Najika's bright and optimistic self. It was as if she met her polar opposite. But there's no need to worry. I'll come back. That's good. On the day of his brother's return, Ryu Unosuke managed to recapture the sparks of flame once more. It's a long day. Meeting Ryu, Bocchi-chan, and her friends took a while. It is fortunate that Mashiro took a school tour right now. Looking at the digital watch on the motorcycle, it is already 5:02 p.m. Vroom. 5 minutes later, I arrived in front of Suko. Mashiro was waiting in the front gate along with another schoolgirl, Joshi Kusei. After removing my helmet, I waved at her. She talked to the girl beside her for a while before coming at me. How was your first day? I asked. Good. Mashiro rearranged the length of her skirt before riding the motorcycle. We'll go somewhere before we go H. My words were briefly interrupted by the aura I sensed miles away from here. Judging from its location, it is somewhere along Tokyo's intersection. That kind of cursed energy fluctuation made it evident as to who they were. What should I do? Melusine's voice rang in my head. They would try to pull off a teleportation to escape. I will leave the decision to you. However, keep in mind not to engage a box made with red flesh. It serves as a prison once your perception of time surpasses 1 minute. It is those bastards who appeared just now. The special grade curses Yago, Hanami, and Mahito. Most importantly, the vilest sorcerer since the Heian era, Kenjaku. All right. I will do as you say. Thanks. I stealthily drew a straight line with my left fingers. A moment later, Melusine passed through the door I made. Next, I connected to the communication line embedded on my helmet. Nobu? What's the matter? I might need some help here. There are 3 special grade curses present in Tokyo. Hey. Yet. They might escape any time soon. I'll be engaging first. Got it. Lastly, I contacted a certain someone that should have been enjoying his cold soba back in Kyoto. Oh, it's you. Why the call? Are you perhaps interested in 3 unregistered special grade curses? Add Suguru Getu on top of that. The other side was silent until a while later. I'm coming. Beep. The call abruptly ended. I sensed the seriousness hidden in Satoru-san's voice. After all, his supposed-to-be dead best friend came back to life. It was the reason why he got trapped inside the prison realm in the first place. I forgot. We need to buy some supplies. Mind if we make a stop first? I should ensure Mashiro's safety first. It's fortunate we didn't choose an expensive restaurant. Kenjaku commented as he briefly scanned the piles of ashes all over the restaurant. All of them were customers and staff that were caught in Yago's heat, something comparable to the inside of a volcano. His eyes formed a slit as he started to form the mudras necessary to activate one of his cursed techniques. His plethora of previous hosts allowed him to amass several of them. His ability to keep track of the cursed energy movement of a technique allowed him to undermine one of the fundamental principles of sorcerers, that is, the fact they could only have one cursed technique. Although exceeding a certain limit could spell his doom, Kenjaku still has a lot of tricks aside from these techniques. Just then, he sensed a magica field distortion. It completely disrupted his plans to move away from this place. More shockingly, it was modified to suit cursed techniques better. Magicians. He thought. They started to interfere as well. Either way, he foresaw that a fight was about to occur. Buzz. Hum. The world turned grey. From the wooden tables up until the entire restaurant, they were robbed of their colors. Only the cursed spirits as well as Kenjaku managed to retain their states. Hey! What is this? Yago's overflowing confidence remained even in this situation. It is the magician's doing. Kenjaku replied. Didn't you say they have a vow? 1,000 years ago, all of the magicians made a vow not to interfere with Japan, as per Tenjin's request. Turning the said country into a concentration of cursed energy is already the biggest sacrifice that they made. They can't have magicians studying people born in Japan with their experiments. Yes, but it doesn't apply to the whole. There are various exceptions. Are they planning to make us wait? It doesn't seem so. Zoom. A small black silhouette came out of nowhere and slammed against Yago, in turn launching him beyond the restaurant's walls. Buzz. A blue glow appeared on her sheaths before sending another mana blast to Hanami. She followed suit on Yago's trip across Tokyo's walls. You! Mahito reacted swiftly. He tried touching the armored young girl. It is the activation condition of his cursed technique that could reshape a human by manipulating their souls. What? Unfortunately for him, the young girl is by no means a human. Bam! Thus, he was the third one to join Yago's trip. The only one left was none other than Kenjaku. When their gazes met, they knew the other side was not simple. So, what do you? Bzz. A third party had suddenly interrupted his words. A starry crack appeared out of nowhere. There, someone stepped up. It was a man in black overcoat carrying an antique-looking blade. PSSSHK. Without hesitation, the man used it to cut Kenjaku's neck from his body. Only a fraction of a second had passed on this attack. Soon, the second attack came. It was a straight thrust to Kenjaku's flying head. PSSSHK. Just as the tip of the blade managed to burrow a bit into the brain, a black orb appeared on Kenjaku's right hand. Maximum output, Uzumaki. Bam! Buzz! A huge torrent of cursed energy assaulted the man. It broke his momentum. As a result, Kenjaku was able to reconnect his neck to his body. Everything took less than 3 seconds to occur. Seeing this, Melusine charged at him. An extremely strong gravitational pull hindered her advance. Her fists were stuck midair, unable to penetrate through the anti-gravity barrier he pulled out. Before she could even use a stronger attack, a ray of cursed energy was aimed at her. She was about to brace herself when she found the man standing in front of her at some point. Immediately, a 7-layered magica barrier manifested. Buzz! It perfectly blocked the barrage of cursed energy launched at them. When it died down, Kenjaku managed to meet eye to eye with his sudden ambusher. The man calmly lowered his arm. It seems I have interrupted your performance, Noritoshi Kumo.
Thanks for listening.